Someone enviously reports that Shen Yuan has barely entered here and is already dating a second-year goddess. She's from the flight attendant class, and everyone calls him a lucky bastard. Another interlocutor adds that Shen Yuan is not just a freshman, but he has a whole monopoly, and almost all the freshmen are crazy about him. Shen Yuan bitterly acknowledges that his luxurious and extravagant lifestyle has come to an end due to the disaster. She ruined 3 of his family's travel companies and left them with $1 million debt. He says his old fake friends were leaving one after another. Everyone avoided him like a plague. And now, his parents and sister are huddled in a rented apartment. When Shen Yuan invites Lao Zhan to the internet cafe, he coldly replies that they are not that close. Does Shen Yuan really still consider himself to be the same rich man? The hero understands that in the current situation, it is worth forgetting about those carefree days. And this was the case until something new came along. Zhou Wangting told Shen Yuan that they should stop communicating and not cross paths again. She said she hoped he would find a girl who would understand him completely. Shen Yuan desperately asks her how she can just leave him after 3 years of being together, and if she even has a heart. Fanton replies that he himself knows what feelings they had for each other, and asks her not to call her Tin anymore, because it sounds terribly ridiculous. The girl breaks down and asks what else he needs. She adds that it would be better if they never saw each other, and says that she will go first. Wang Ting demands that Shen Yuan have at least a shred of dignity, reminding her that in 3 years she has only received a couple of ugly bags from him. Shen Yuan timidly asks about the designer bags he gave her, and offers to return them if she no longer uses them. Suddenly, a male voice is heard from the car, inviting Vantine to get into the car. However, the girl did not hear him. She continued to speak angrily at the guy, asking how he could do it there. The protagonist said that since she can't bring them back, then their old wishes can be made true. The driver turned to the girl again and told her not to be angry, and then kindly asked Shen Yuan if he wanted a lift. Shen Yuan bitterly notes that Ting sounds ridiculous from him, but normal from the other guy, and refuses the offer. The guy in the car reassures Shen Yuan, saying that he is a good guy, and he replies that there is no need to worry so much because he really doesn't have far to go. Shen Yuan asks the new suitor to take care of Wang Ting in the future. The guy replies that Shen Yuan shouldn't worry because she's in good hands. The stranger adds that men are obliged to give them only the best. Shen Yuan suddenly starts listing Wang Ting's intimate preferences, including Okamoto 01 condoms. He also recalled the uniform of a police officer and a nurse, to which the listener exclaimed indignantly. Shen Yuan says with a smile that maybe Zhou Wangting made the right choice. He hopes that her decision will lead to an ideal life. The hero reasons that everyone should strive to live the life they deserve. The system displays the parameters of Shen Yuan's character. Age 21, height 182 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. Shen Yuan is shocked to see the rules. To get a triple refund, you need to spend your personal savings. He tries to pull himself together and convince himself that this is just a breakup and nothing to worry about. Professor Mi tells him that he is a guy and should behave like one. She advises remembering the phrase that once they break up, it's final. Shen Yuan notices the numbers above the professor's head and realizes that the system is real, after which his spirit is revived. He encouraged himself by saying that this was not the end, and Professor Mi asked sympathetically if he was okay. Professor Mi reminded him that she had a real advantage and asked if he had already thought about a scholarship. She asked to send the documents as quickly as possible so that she could help him. Shen Yuan replied that a couple thousand yuan was a drop in the ocean compared to his family's debt. It would be better to give the scholarship to someone who needs it more. After which, Professor Mi said that since he said so, she would not insist. He exclaims that this is not the end, and Professor Mi sympathetically invites him to seek help in the future. Shen Yuan decides to treat the professor to milk tea and spends 6 yuan on it. The system credits him with 18 yuan cash back, and his balance increases to 99 yuan. He realizes that this is his chance to pay off all his family's debts and become richer than ever. However, he immediately notes with bitterness that he only has 99 yuan in his account. And that's real pennies. Shen Yuan counted his funds. The gold bars amounted to 8,000 yuan, loans 20,000, money from business 21,285 yuan, plus another 99 yuan in the account. The total amount was 49,684 yuan. He noticed a bag from this year's spring collection that cost 39,800 yuan. The hero decided to say that it was a fake so that Professor Lee would take it with a clear conscience. He understood that in Professor Lee's eyes, he was just a student from a bankrupt family. He should act carefully to give her an expensive item. An hour passed and he was still wondering if Professor Lee had a boyfriend. The protagonist took the bag, deciding to head to the professor right now. After some time, the guy was already standing at the girl's door, timidly knocking on it. Professor Lee asked Shen Yuan in surprise what he was doing here. Shen Yuan apologized for disturbing him and noticed that the professor was cooking. He began his speech by saying that she had taken such good care of him during his 3 years in college. He had taken it for granted before, but today he realized how valuable her support really was. He said that he wanted to give her a gift as a token of gratitude and asked her to accept it. Professor Lee exclaimed that the bag looked very expensive and refused, saying that she was his teacher and it was her job to help students. She thought that now her refusal to accept the gift would be tantamount to rejecting him, and she could not offend him that much. In the end, she agreed to accept the bag, but set the condition that on his birthday or another holiday, she would pay him back in kind. After which, she asked Shen Yuan if he had eaten and told him to stay for dinner. Shen Yuan thought that as long as the professor's partner didn't have any objections, everything should be fine. After all, he needs to maintain a loyalty system in order to start earning good money. For a bag worth 39,800 yuan, he received a threefold cashback of 119,400 yuan. Professor Lee called him to dinner and asked what he was thinking about. Shen Yuan was surprised that dinner was only for two and asked what about her boyfriend. Professor Lee was surprised in response and said that she didn't have a boyfriend, asked the guy for help, and the hero began to untie her apron. He declared that he would fix everything now. Li Meng's younger sister entered the room and indignantly shouted, "What the hell is he doing?" The girl, frightened, assured that they had not done anything like that. The elder sister introduced her younger sister to Shen Yuan and asked why she was so late today and whether she would have dinner. Li Meng timidly greeted her. Shen Yuan lied that he had already eaten dinner before coming and was about to leave for the dormitory. But Professor Lee doubted it, because a minute ago he was ready to sit down at the table. The sister indignantly declared that he was just her student and called him impudent. She added that no normal student would suck up to a professor like that and told him to just eat. Shen Yuan wondered who he should spend money on now, since his relationship with Professor Lee was still that of a teacher and student. His neighbor Huang Haibao came up to him and asked Dao Huan what had happened to him. It turned out that the goddess Huang Haibao, named Fang Minghui, went to the cinema with the cursed Li Jianpeng. Fang Minghui turned out to be an excellent second-year student in the Faculty of International Trade and an unattainable goddess for poor Huan. Huang Haibao had never had a relationship, and he had never even spoken to her. Shen Yuan chuckled and asked, and that was all the neighbor was indignant at, that Shen Yuan was laughing at him. He threatened him not to joke like that, otherwise he wouldn't know who he was talking about. The heroine named Wang Ting flashed through Shen Yuan's thoughts again. Huang Haibao asked hopefully that she had just gone to the cinema with that bastard, not to the hotel, and that meant he still had a chance. Someone asked Ming Hui if she knew that Shen Yuan had been dumped by his girlfriend. The interviewee recalled that during his student training, she even bought him drinks and said that such behavior should not have been encouraged. She added that rich guys don't understand anything and are very arrogant. The protagonist noticed that the numbers above the girl's head were getting smaller and smaller. Shen Yuan asked Mao Huan if it would bother him if he started dating Fang Minghui. Mao Huan responded ironically that Shen Yuan was no longer the rich man he once was. And where did such conclusions come from? Shen Yuan was delighted and said that he was glad to hear it. Fang Minghui asked in shock what Shen Yuan wanted from her. Shen Yuan invited her to dinner at Xing Sushi Restaurant the next day and said that he wanted to take a walk after dinner and choose a gift for his sister. Fang Minghui was surprised that he was inviting her and asked if he had that kind of money, since the minimum per person in this restaurant was 1,000 yuan. She said in confusion that she had just been to the cinema with Li Jianpeng, and now she was going to a restaurant with Shen Yuan. And how could that be possible? Her friend advised her not to worry, saying that Shen Yuan, although a little arrogant, was still a handsome man. Li Jianpeng is just rich, and if Shen Yuan's family gets rich again, he will become cooler than that idiot Li. The friend added that she had nothing to lose. It was just a regular walk and dinner, and she promised to help with the answer. It seemed like the girl had no choice, so she agreed. The next evening, the waiter announced that the order for two was ready and wished us bon appetit. Fang Minghui said that she heard about his family's plight and that he didn't need to spend so much. Shen Yuan replied that it was quite tasty and the aroma was trustworthy. So it was worth it, he added, adding that he had always wanted to invite her to dinner, but there had never been the right moment. He noticed with horror that the sympathy level was dropping again, from 69 to 68 to 67. Then he decided to change the subject and asked if she remembered their trip. At that time, she often bought him things and they chatted at night on WeChat. And he said that he always remembered it. Fang Minghui asked him with a touching expression, "Didn't he forget?" And the sympathy level began to rise from 67 to 68. Shen Yuan told himself to control himself, and the likability level rose to 70. 40 minutes later, the waiter presented a check for 2,920 yuan. But with the discount for special customers, it came to 2,774 yuan. Fan Minghui was amazed at herself, because 3,000 yuan was her monthly allowance, and he had just spent almost everything they gave her. She remembered Li Junpeng arrogantly saying that they would eat at the school cafeteria first. Next time they'll dine out. And she was outraged that his family had enough money, but he was still so stingy. Shen Yuan saw that the sympathy level had risen from 72 to 76, and everything was going swimmingly. He marveled at the amazing feeling that he had earned several thousand yuan just from one dinner. Fan Minghui hurried him, saying that they still needed to stop by the shopping mall to pick out a gift. At the shopping mall, Zhou Wangting was surprised to see Shen Yuan and asked what he was doing there. She was indignant that they had only broken up yesterday, and today he was already hanging out with a new girl. Li Junpeng hypocritically suggested that Shen Yuan take a stroll through the shopping mall, window shop, and nothing more. Wang Ting rudely asked Shen Yuan what he was doing here and who that girl was. Shen Yuan replied that it was a coincidence and they came to get a gift for his sister. Li Junpeng mockingly said that it would be better to go to the market and choose a toy there. Wang Ting said that she wanted to warn the girl not to let Shen Yuan fool her. Shen Yuan sharply asked what business it was of hers and who he was fooling. Li Junpeng rebuked Shen Yuan, saying that he shouldn't talk to a girl like that, especially his ex-wife Wang Ting, and urged him to act like a man. He added that everyone is aware of his family's bankruptcy and debts, and there is no need to pretend to be rich. At this point, a new task was activated. Spend on a person of the opposite sex with an affection level above 60. Also increase the level of negative emotions in others, and the system showed -30 and -35. Shen Yuan agreed to come in and take a stroll, and the saleswomen began to whisper. They decided that he was their regular customer and passed him on to each other. One of them refused, saying that there was no point in running around a bankrupt former rich man. She remembered how she had been chasing after one lady for a long time, and she had taken the cheapest item. She noted with envy that wealthy clients who did not leave without expensive goods were going to others. She gets ordinary balabans without a penny in her pocket, and praised Zhou Wangting's choice. Fang Minghui didn't worry about money and said she was choosing a gift for his sister, settling on 2 bags. Li Junpeng thought that 100,000 yuan was a big waste because he was counting on bags worth 20,000. The girl chose a whole set for 100,000. He told himself that he had to pay and show Shen Yuan what a real man should be like. Out loud, the main character proudly declared that he would take both bags and the accessories that the other girl recommended. The saleswoman, shocked, asked where the bankrupt man got so much money. Shen Yuan, fortunately, noticed that this was exactly how much money he had left on his card after dinner, and said that he would pay by card. The saleswoman was delighted, thinking that she would be wasting her time. But he bought 2 bags and even accessories. Wang Ting exclaimed that she never thought that Mr. Shen would be more generous and careless than before. Li Junpeng demanded to know where he got the money, since his family was bankrupt, and asked if he had taken out a loan. The heroine mockingly remarked that a man should not only be cool, but also generous, and that this should cost 600 to 700,000 yuan. Wang Ting asked him not to let him say that, but Li Junpeng muttered that he bought it on credit and couldn't say anything about it. He screamed into the phone in a panic, asking who had given permission, because he had said that projects worth $1 million could not be decided without him. After the call, Li Junpeng wished Shen Yuan to take care of himself and disappeared. The level of negativity dropped to -45 and to -35. Shen Yuan said that there was no need to continue this circus. The task was completed, and handed Minghui a gift. Minghui refused, saying it was too expensive, but Shen Yuan insisted that she had to listen to all this horror, so let her accept it. Minghui thanked him shyly, and he replied that there was no need for thanks, since it was all for her. She asked in confusion what about his sister, To which Shen Yuan replied that he didn't know about her taste. He laughed and said that if he gave such a gift to his sister, she would definitely scold him for wasting money. The girl was worried that one bag was already too much, and here there was a whole set. Shen Yuan reassured her, saying that he shouldn't worry. This was just the beginning, and they had a long time ahead of them. The system congratulated me on completing the most challenging task, announcing that 15 points tripled the amount spent. Shen Yuan realized that Ming Hui was now his money tree, and decided to take good care of her so that her affection level would never drop again. He suggested to Ming Hui that they go back since it was already late, and thought that even if he really wanted to, he shouldn't force her to have sex. Returning to the dorm, the neighbors said with surprise that they did not expect him to get ahead of them. They demanded to be treated to dinner, but not in a cheap restaurant. They started discussing loudly so that Shen Yuan could hear them, and suggested inviting the whole group and having a real party. The protagonist's neighbor called Li Jianpeng a damn upstart who wants to brag about it after watching a movie with Ming Hui. The guy reassured him, saying that his glory was numbered and he would not meet with Fan Ming Hui. The neighbor didn't believe it, reminding them that they had both gone to the cinema and it was unknown what had happened between them. She didn't agree to go on a date with Shen Yuan today, so they are definitely together now. Suddenly, Shen Yuan had a large sum of money in his account, and he began to think about going home tomorrow. At Shen Yuan's home, Uncle Shen Yaode was talking to his father, and his mother told him to wait while the adults talked. The uncle asked for a little more time, saying that he would soon receive payment for the goods and return part of the debt. But the father replied that this was not enough, and he needed full payment. The mother was indignant, reminding him that they had given their uncle 300,000 yuan to open a car wash and had not pressured him to pay. Now that he has lent them 200,000, he continues to demand money over and over again. Uncle said that it was natural to pay off debts, especially since they were family. But if they weren't related, they would have found out how debts were collected. He started threatening them in response. And then the mother called them ungrateful. The father told his wife not to talk nonsense, advising her to sell her gold jewelry, promising to buy new ones when she had money. The woman stopped this discord and said that first they needed to sort out the debts. At this point, the system activated the task to pay off family debts. The amount paid will be returned to the character in double amount. Shen Yuan was glad that this task came at the perfect time, but added that even without it, he planned to help the family with their debts today. The mother showed all the jewelry that her father had once given her, and said that she had not sold it despite the difficulties, and offered to sell it now. Father noticed that 2 gold rings were lost during the move, and Shen Yuan remembered. He went into his mother's room and took those rings. He ran to his parents and shouted that he had money, but his father didn't believe him and said that it was not the time for jokes. Mother advised me to spend the money in the cafeteria and not to be stupid. But Shen Yuan showed them a transfer of 200,000 yuan. The parents were in shock, and the mother cried with happiness, saying that her son had saved them. Shen Yuan suggested that they pay off the debt first and get rid of this problem. And his father immediately called his uncle, informing him that they had paid off the debt. Then they rudely told their uncle to leave here, and their father said that in the future it would be better for their families to intersect less. He looked at them in bewilderment and began to say something incoherently, but was interrupted. At that very second, his mother screamed in rage at him to get out of there quickly. The uncle was perplexed, thinking that his brother's debt amounted to several million, and the more time passed, the less he had left. But he didn't understand how he paid everything so quickly. He wondered if they had really opened a new business with a good profit and would prosper again. The system sent the reward, and 400,000 yuan was credited to Shen Yuan's account. Then came another million yuan, and the remainder was 2,186,356 yuan. Shen Yuan realized that without taking into account the million for the car, his earnings exceeded $1 million. He did not expect that, upon returning home, he would not only help his parents in difficult times, but also receive such a huge reward. However, he realized that he was still very far from paying off the debt in full, and decided that even if he gave all the money to his father, it would still not be enough. After calculating, he realized that all he could give them now was 200,000 yuan. He asked his father if he should give him the 200,000 that remained in the account right now, but the father replied that it was better to leave them for now, since the other debts were not so urgent. His father changed his mind and asked for 50,000 yuan for now, and Shen Yuan recognized his old man with a smile. At that moment, the teacher approached him, and the hero asked what she was doing there. The girl replied that there were no classes after lunch today. Then the guy asked if he could invite her to dinner, He wanted to pay her back for last time. Shen Yuan greeted Li Meng, but he thought to himself that the professor's sister was like a sworn enemy to him, and it was better not to get involved with her. He remembered his college business and told the professor that he would be busy in the evening, so dinner would have to be postponed. Li Meng told her sister that she told her that this guy had impure intentions. Professor Li replied that it was just a normal dinner, and even if he was up to something, she wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Shen Yuan remembered the rides with Zhou Wangting with the air conditioning on, and even just remembering that made him feel so relaxed. He thought he had some savings to buy a car, and it would be disrespectful not to take advantage of such a gift from the system. Shen Yuan asked Ming Hui if she was free tonight to go out and look at the cars. Ming Hui happily agreed, saying that she had no classes. Her neighbor excitedly shouted that they were already going for a ride in the car. That was progress, and asked if they were planning to come back today. Ming Hui told her not to talk nonsense, since they weren't dating yet. The neighbor praised her for finding a rich and capable guy, and Shen Yuan's time would soon come. An hour later at the dealership, the salesman greeted them and asked which model they were interested in. The salesman was surprised to recognize Shen Yuan and called him Mr. Shen. Shen Yuan recognized the salesman as the man who had chased him around in high school and was surprised how he had ended up here. Ming Hui asked who it was, and her former classmate introduced himself and said that they were in the same class. He offered to look at the cars and asked which model he was interested in, and Shen Yuan replied that he would like to look at the M9 model. The seller pointed to a test car and said that we could look at it, sit in it, and try it out. The seller chuckled to himself that the simplest M9 costs 500,000 yuan, and with all the fees, it costs more than 600,000. He remarked out loud that Ming Hui was as beautiful as ever and said that she had always been his goddess. The seller boasted that he was no longer that young man, but now an elite seller, earning more than 10,000 a month. He has a car worth 200,000, and smart girls these days choose guys like him. He invited Ming Hui to chat tonight, but Shen Yuan interrupted him and asked him to arrange a test drive. The seller was indignant that he was trying to ask Ming Hui out on a date, and Shen Yuan was interrupting him. And why did he need a test drive? The seller refused to let me test drive, saying that his boss had taken the test car. Shen Yuan replied that he was no stranger to cars and had seen this model before, and if the seller couldn't arrange it, then he should send someone who could. He demanded to call the administrator and send another salesman for a test drive, and a new salesman approached him. Her name was Chen Na, and she asked how she could help. Colleagues asked Shi Yan why he gave his client to Chen Na, but he replied that he was not in the mood to discuss it and waste time on it, since a student had shown up and said he wanted to test the car. Chen Na professionally explained the smart driving function with a 192-line laser locator. Shen Yuan thought that her appearance and figure would give even Fang Minghui a run for her money. He thought about salespeople who make deals with male customers just to achieve their goals. Chen Na asked him if he was familiar with the model's specifications and what his approximate budget was. Shen Yuan said that he would like to take one car with him today, and the saleswoman was surprised. Chen Na said that she would place the order today, and was surprised that he was buying a car for 600,000 yuan so easily. She wondered if this was an angel client, or if he had other intentions. She asked him to wait, saying that the down payment was 50,000 yuan, and she would bring the contract. A colleague asked her what the client had decided, and when she replied that she was buying, he couldn't believe it happened so quickly. He stated that such guys would apologize and disappear at the moment of the first payment, and the store was full of them. Chen Na clarified that the client was going to pay in cash right away, and the colleague exclaimed how stupid he was for blowing such a deal. Chen Na invited Shen Yuan to contact her if he had any difficulties and asked if she could give him a ride. The remaining salesman noted with annoyance that he had been distracted for a minute and had missed such a girl. What a ram. Ming Hui asked Shen Yuan if he was upset or jealous, but he replied that he was not. He said that their relationship was only that of a buyer and seller, nothing more. But Ming Hui noticed that they chatted pleasantly and spent a lot of time together. Shen Yuan explained that it was just a habit. He often thought of something when he was talking to someone. Ming Hui asked him not to do that again next time, and thought to herself that they were not dating. However, she felt a pang of jealousy, and that his style of spending large sums of money really did attract girls. She said that next time this wouldn't happen, and suggested that they eat first and then go to the mall to buy a gift. Ming Hui thought that it was wrong to let Shen Yuan spend money like that, in case he thought she was too greedy. Shen Yuan thought it was normal for a girl to have several bags, preferably different ones for each day of the week. Besides, the expenses on girls pay off threefold, and the more the better. He asked Ming Hui if she wanted something hot or cold to drink, and she became embarrassed. She replied that she wanted something cold, and Shen Yuan was surprised by her expression and wondered what she had just thought of. He remembered that the last time he had been with Zhou Wangting was 2 months ago, and he thought it would be a good idea to empty everything. 3 hours later, Ming Hui noticed that Shen Yuan was taking such good care of her and had spent more than 140,000 yuan in 2 days. The system credited 252,000 yuan to his account, bringing the balance to 2,254,000. Shen Yuan realized that the system was not mistaken in its calculations and spent 50,000 on the car and 50,000 on his dad. He also received a normal cashback, and he has 1,600,000 left in reserve. Shen Yuan suggested that Ming Hui not return to the dormitory today. Half an hour later, they found themselves in the Grand Magnate Hotel, in room 808. Min Hui told her friend on the phone that she wouldn't be back today, and, if they asked, to say that she was staying with her parents. The main character, coming out of the shower in just a towel, asked the girl if she was ready. Ming Hui looked at him with embarrassment and mentally apologized to her friend, justifying herself that he had given her a lot. She admitted that she still hadn't showered, but Shen Yuan said he liked her smell. The main character hovered over the girl, and she asked him to be gentle. Half an hour later, she was surprised to notice that it wasn't as scary as her friend had said. Shen Yuan admitted that he had no idea that Ming Hui was so good in bed. He was very pleased, but he was completely exhausted and needed to do some exercise. Otherwise, he had become weaker over the past 2 months. Ming Hui asked if they should do it again, and Shen Yuan asked to rest for a while. But Ming Hui said that she wanted it now, stroking the guy's hand. The next morning in the dorm, Shen Yuan remembered that the system refunds money even for paying off debts or credit cards. His roommate asked him where he had been hanging out last night and said there was a faculty party that evening and asked if he was going. Shen Yuan saw in the group chat that bastard Li Junpeng had bought a car and suspected that he was the one who asked to organize this party. He said that if he went, it would only be for the sake of this bastard's personal show. But if he refused, he would lose 2,000 yuan. Li Yuhan wrote to him that it had been an eternity since their last meeting and invited him to have dinner and drinks together that evening. At the private Dragon Lounge and Nanjing restaurant, Li Guangyao asked who else they were waiting for while starving. Someone replied that all the big brothers had already gathered, to which Li Guangyao remarked that important people were never late. Li Yuhan asked for patience a little longer, saying that there were fruits and snacks on the table, and Shen Yuan would be there soon. One of those present doubted whether it was worth inviting Shen Yuan, since he was from a bankrupt family and no longer part of their circle. Li Yuhan sharply replied that he was the one paying the bill today, not the other person, and Shen Yuan was his friend for life. Li Guangyao called someone a bore and complained that he didn't agree to be his boyfriend but still continued to grope him. He was delighted, imagining who he had sold his soul to if he had such a gorgeous girlfriend, especially in the obligatory skirt and white blouse, which no man can resist. The main character apologized for being late, and someone asked why the hell he was so late. He explained that there was traffic jam on the road and the taxi driver decided to go around the busier sections. Someone advised him to complain about the driver, and another sarcastically noted that everyone here had luxury cars, but she had arrived by taxi. The guy introduced his girlfriend Chen Na, who works as a saleswoman at a luxury car dealership. He said that if anyone needed a new car, they should feel free to contact her. Chen Na was surprised to recognize Mr. Shen, who had bought a car yesterday. Shen Yuan didn't even greet her, and she decided to pretend they didn't know each other. 40 minutes later, Li Yuhan said he wanted to upgrade his bar and asked his close friends who wanted to invest. Someone pointed out that the Li family earned tens of millions of yuan. And did he really need those 700,000? It may be that his previous businesses failed one after another, and his father now refuses to invest. Another said that he could not possibly participate in something like this, because in order to save up 700,000, he would need to save for at least 2 years. Li Yuhan thought bitterly to himself that these guys always used his card to pay for food, drinks, or other bills. One of them said he doesn't think there's a need for investment right now unless it's a liquidity issue. He offered to invest a few thousand in the bar, and after he made some money, he would return the money to them. Another recalled that they were all familiar with such investments and Li Xiao's business. Everything was a failure. Li Yuhan replied that he wanted to cooperate and do business with everyone, to make money. But if everything leads to borrowing money, then what's the point? He said that he underestimated these brothers, especially Li Guangyao, who just sat there. Li Guangyao suggested just drinking and having fun. Shen Yuan told Li Yuhan that he saw their faces after his family went bankrupt. He asked how he could continue to rely on them, since they were all parasites who simply squandered their parents' money, nothing more. He said that if they want to have fun, let them have fun. And he went, and added that if these 700,000, someone started making fun of Shen Yuan, and Li Yuhan told him to move away and cool his head, because Li Xiao is not in the mood to listen to his nonsense. He replied that he was older and had more experience, and there were things that should only be done according to one's abilities. Li Guangyao added that he could remind Shen Yuan how he got there, and offered to pay for his taxi fare there and back. Chen Na thought to herself that Mr. Shen wanted to invest 700,000. And why did everyone think he was just talking nonsense? After all, he just bought a car for 600,000 yuan yesterday. Isn't it normal for such a person to invest money in his friend's business? The hero said that he had already transferred 700,000. Let him check. Li Guangyao asked what happened, and was shown the translation from Shen Yuan. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw how many zeros there were, and asked to count them. And he counted 5 zeros. Actually 700,000. Chen Na looked at all this and thought that everything had changed so much in a second. One of the guests said that he had urgent business at home and was leaving, but I'd see him next time. Another stopped him and asked what had happened, but he replied that they should not ask and added that it was time for him to go too. He objected that they hadn't even called and noted with irritation that his cousin had no sense of tact at all. But there was no point in arguing. He asked why Li Xiao's expression had changed so abruptly, and he himself asked to show him what was there. Another said that he also had things to do, and he went, and the others followed him. The one who remained didn't understand why everyone was leaving, but the girl answered him that it was time for them to go too. The guy objected. How did she know that they were checking the translation, since she didn't even see what was written there? Chen Na explained that Shen Yuan had bought a car from her yesterday and paid in cash, and she had a copy of the contract on her phone. The interlocutor said that he did not want to pressure her, but she should have immediately said that he was rich, since she knew about it, and added that it was her fault. Chen Na coldly replied that today she finally realized what kind of person he was, what a waste of time he was for her, and suggested that they not meet again. Li Yuhan told Shen Yuan that if he had known that he was so rich, he would not have organized this party. It was a waste of money. Shen Yuan replied that he now knew that these guys couldn't be trusted. They were good for partying, but relying on them was a lost cause. For the next half hour, the two discussed the bar's layout and internal workings, and Li Yuhan said that it seemed like his studies had paid off. An hour later, Chen Na informed Shen Yuan that his car was about to arrive at the dealership, and he could pick it up on Friday and pay the remaining amount. Shen Yuan wrote to tell her not to rush, and asked if she was free in the evening because he had some questions about the typewriter. The next day, Chen Na arrived early for the meeting and wondered if maybe she was here too early and Mr. Shen had not arrived yet. The general manager of the car dealership, Len Xianyang, saw her and thought that he had never had the opportunity to communicate with her in the store. He sent his colleagues away to get a bite to eat, saying that he had business to attend to there. The colleagues noticed that Mr. Len was busy and that they would go first, and asked each other if he had a chance with Chen Na. One of them replied that he didn't think so. She didn't look like that kind of person. But the other objected that what girl would come here to dine alone? He guessed that perhaps Chen Na had come here specifically so that the manager could see her. Len Xianyang approached Chen Na and asked if she would mind if he sat down, but she replied that she already had an appointment. He called her baby and asked if she was still playing hard to get, and suggested that the three of them eat together since he was her boss. Chen Na asked him to keep his distance, saying that he already had a family and that it was not worth doing that. Len Xianyang replied that if it was a family matter, there was a simple solution: divorce. Then the husband exclaimed, "Did Chen Na really leave him for someone else?" He told her not to underestimate him, because he earns 400,000 to 500,000 yen a year, and he also has a car worth 300,000. He asked why he was at fault here and whether he had lost to this fat pig. The man shouted that they were traitors and were having an affair behind his back, to which Len Xianyang asked what he was talking about and apologized, but asked who he was. The husband stated that he should be the one asking who he is. Len Xianyun was indignant. Where did this dog come from with his fists? The main character asked in surprise what was going on here, and realized that he had been caught cheating, although he could have been in the fat man's place. Shen Yuan told Chen Na that they had better leave here and ignore them. Chen Na admitted that she had only dated Xie Haiji for 2 weeks, But at that dinner, she realized what a rotten person he was and dumped him right then and there. Shen Yuan replied that it was good that she realized this early on, and there shouldn't be any problems now. But Chen Na said that this was not all. The man who was hit was her boss, and now she did not know what to expect from him towards her. Shen Yuan remarked that she didn't deserve such a boss. And wouldn't it be better to change jobs? Chen Na replied that it was difficult to find a new job now. And even if she got a job at another car dealership, she would lose her customer base. She added that working in sales is very tiring, and she would like to change industries. For example, open her own cafe. Shen Yuan asked if she wanted to receive an investment, and thought that in addition to the 700,000 yuan for Li Yuhan, he also had cash back. Chen Na was delighted and said that she would then immediately quit and work for her investor without a doubt. But she privately doubted whether he was serious. Shen Yuan seriously said that she should quit, and he would invest 300,000 yuan in opening her cafe and she would work for him. Chen Na asked him if he was joking, and he replied that he was dead serious, and asked if something was wrong and if she wanted to work for him. He added that once the cafe opens, he will pay 12,000 yuan a month plus various bonuses. If the cafe works well for 3 months, he will buy her a new car for 200,000. Chen Na was surprised by the offer because there was no pressure, and in 3 months she would get a new car and an annual salary of 300,000. She suspected that Shen Yuan was planning to keep her to himself, and said that he shouldn't do that for her sake. She added that despite the tempting offer, she does not want to become a canary in a cage, and even be a third wheel. Shen Yuan asked not to think too much, explaining that he was simply planning to open a cafe. At this moment, Ming Hui texted Shen Yuan and asked if he was free to go for a walk that evening. In the evening, the main character was at room 808 of the Grand Magnate Hotel. Ming Hui ran up to the guy, hugged him from behind, and said that she missed it. Afterwards, she smelled women's perfume on Shen Yuan and asked where it came from. Shen Yuan explained that he was at the dealership today regarding his car and wanted to resolve a couple of issues, which is probably why he smelled. Ming Hui demanded that he keep his distance from those consultants next time, and he promised. He thought to himself that it was not about cheating, but about the system's goal of spending as much money as possible on the opposite sex and receiving funds. Ming Hui said she would shower first, and they exchanged pleasantries. The hero admitted that he liked her natural scent. She replied that then they were even, and she also liked the way he smelled. Shen Yuan said that she really excited him, and they continued. Ming Hui admitted that she really liked him and said she wanted more. After 2 hours, Shen Yuan asked to stop, saying that he really needed to take a shower because he was sweating profusely and was all sticky. He thought that her libido was higher than Zhou's. She was happy, and he was exhausted. He was surprised how Hui's sympathy increased after such activities. Since last time, the level had risen to 86 in just 1 evening. The system gave him a 1,000,000 yuan ticket and a new skill called ruthlessness and strength. He felt a surge of excitement between his legs and realized that these rewards for increasing levels of intimacy and affection were simply incredible. The system seems to give out rewards based on what he requires. He thought that it was not easy to reach a sympathy level of over 90, and Li Meng's level had already exceeded 60. He said he didn't know when he would meet another girl of such a high level or what rewards he would receive in the future. There is no point in worrying about this now, and the most important thing at the moment is to test the skill that the system gave him. He changed his mind and told Ming Hui to turn around. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Na told her friend Qian that a guy offered her an investment in a cafe worth 300,000 yuan. At first, her friend thought it was a scam, but Chen Na said she had seen him several times, and the last time he bought a car from them. Qian was surprised that the customers in her salon were usually all middle-aged, but Chen Na replied that he was only 21 years old. His friend admired him for being young and already having a luxury car, and asked if he was handsome. When she found out that yes, she said that such a young, handsome, and rich guy, isn't it every girl's dream? Chen Na objected that he was younger than her. A friend said that if a girl is 3 years older, it's like having a gold bar, and in her case, 2 gold bars. Chen Na said that he had a girlfriend, but her friend replied that a girlfriend was not a wife, and under such circumstances, what difference would it make? A friend joked that if she couldn't make up her mind, then she should hand over this young, rich man to her, and she would endure everything for her sake. Chen Na asked if she had a boyfriend, and she replied that if such a guy tried to keep her, she would immediately be alone. My friend said that her boyfriend had just returned and they would talk later. 40 minutes later, Ming Hui asked Shen Yuan why he was different this time, to which he asked if she liked it. Then he suggested making another attempt, but she was surprised if he still had any strength left. Shen Yuan remembered that she went dancing and suggested that she take the initiative. To her objection that she didn't know how, he said that ignorance was no excuse. She was shocked and called him incredible. The next morning, he thought that there were no classes in the morning and he could sleep a little longer. But then he saw that he had won the 6 million jackpot and told himself that he needed to tell his family immediately. He ran home and shouted to his mother that he was home, and she was happy, but asked him not to shout so as not to scare the neighbors. He announced that they were rich because he had won 6 million. His father asked him skeptically if the college program was difficult and advised him to focus on his studies. He asked his father to think carefully before saying such a thing and showed him the winnings. And his parents exclaimed in shock. Shen Yuan said that even after deducting 20% tax, they would still have 5 million left. Mom said that this time they would add his name to the family book of merits. And today, they would not cook, but would go to a restaurant to celebrate the jackpot. Shen Yuan added that since he is already in his 3rd year and only has 1 year left until graduation, he plans to start his own business. His father supported him, saying that it was not so easy to start a business now, but it was good news that he had such a desire. Young people need to learn and gain experience, especially since he won the prize and can handle it. But he advised putting some of it aside for a backup plan. Shen Yuan said that he would only take 1 million, and the parents could take the rest for themselves and do whatever they saw fit. Meanwhile, Len Xianyang called Chen Na and showed his broken face, saying that it was the work of her boyfriend. Chen Na replied that she had broken up with him a long time ago and had nothing to do with it, and if it hurt him, he should deal with it personally. Len Xianyang said that everything was not so clear-cut, and if it weren't for her, then that suitor of hers wouldn't have beaten him up for no reason. He thought that this girl was something, and he should take advantage of the situation and win her over. Chen Na objected. What did this fight have to do with her? Especially since she said yesterday that she had an appointment. Len Xianyang said that she left her post yesterday afternoon and left customers alone in the store without supervision. Chen Na was indignant that she had asked for time off yesterday, but he only chuckled in response. The man thought that a suspension in sales meant a loss of commissions from customers, and in that case, for a month, she will receive no more than 1,200 yuan. And this is a meager salary that is not even enough to pay the rent. The girl noticed that Shen Yuan, although he did not seem like an adult, was calm and behaved with dignity, unlike the others. Chen Na decided that there was nothing else to think about and announced that she was leaving, and that was it. Half an hour later, she wrote to Shen Yuan that she was ready to quit and asked if what he had said yesterday was still valid. Shen Yuan congratulated her and said that she had stepped onto the bright path, escaping hell. He was glad that he didn't have to look for another way to invest the remaining 300,000 from the investment system. Professor Lee said she needed to move to another office urgently, but there was so much stuff here that she was afraid she couldn't handle it on her own. Shen Yuan replied that everything was fine. He had no classes in the morning anyway, and he was completely free. She asked if all of this needed to be moved, and said that if it was just a matter of books and records, she could handle it herself. Shen Yuan suggested that she first move the books as far as possible so that they wouldn't fall out while being carried, and then helped her. During the transfer, they were very close to each other, and Professor Lee thought that they were now a little closer than last time. She wondered if Shen Yuan really felt something for her. Shen Yuan asked if we were finished yet, and Professor Lee replied that that was all. The students came into the office and said that they had come to help, and were surprised why the professor's face was so red. She thought with relief that it was a good thing these guys were a little late, and if they had noticed the situation, it would have been very awkward. Shen Yuan thought that he was becoming more and more bold, and that moment at home was not enough. Now he was doing it in the office. The girl was upset by this, but she immediately pulled herself together, saying that she was his teacher and this was not right. He wondered why the teacher's affection level had jumped to 71, and realized that her feelings had just awakened. The hero grinned and thought that it wasn't that he was too tall. It was just that the professor had such attractive hips. However, he didn't expect a level of intimacy to grow so much. Maybe he should visit her more often to strengthen their bond. On Saturday, 800 meters from the front entrance of the college, students sat and discussed their questions. Someone admired the fact that he hadn't even received his diploma yet, but he could already drive. And because of this, he was 99% higher. He thought Ming Hui was playing hard to get and turned him down. but other girls were lining up for him because of his merits and skills. Someone noticed that some people don't care about a BBA and asked what kind of families they come from. Another admired that this girl is insanely beautiful, and her legs are made for playing with for years on end. Even if he loses 10 years of his life, it is a small price to pay for such beauty. The crowd watched the leading model of the car in amazement, and someone asked if this divine girl had been waiting for this blockhead. Shen Yuan said that the cafe owner had just texted him and she would be there any minute. The guys were surprised to see him, asking if it wasn't his car, since they all knew about his family's bankruptcy. The guy walked into the cafe and Chen Na called him over. Another guy looked at them and was outraged that this beauty was waiting for such a blockhead. Chen Na asked the hero how he could drive this brand of car, and he replied that it was good. Li Jianpeng remarked to his interlocutor that Shen Yuan's group was behaving strangely. The cafe owner introduced herself and apologized for the delay, saying that she was picking up her son. She invited them to sit down and talk, and the guests noticed that Mr. Shen looked very young. The hostess said that they were all about the same age, around 20, and invited them to sit down. Shen Yuan said that he had an investment deposit of 300,000 yuan, but he still needed to leave 50,000. He offered to draw up a sales contract today and said that as soon as they signed the contract, he would immediately transfer the money. The owner introduced Xiao Chu as the new owner of the cafe and asked him to show him how everything was set up. Shen Yuan said to show everything to Chen Na because he won't come here anymore. She will be in charge of managing the entire business. The guys were shocked to notice that in just a few minutes, they had made a deal worth 250,000 yuan. Chen Na whispered to Shen Yuan that this woman was the wife of Len Xianyang, the same guy with whom Xie Haijie had fought. Shen Yuan was surprised by the coincidence and was indignant that, having such a beautiful wife at home, he continued to take advantage of his position. Chen Na said she still has screenshots of the chat where her boss stalked and threatened her. She wanted to bring it all out into the open as soon as she got paid, so the whole industry could know what kind of person he was. Then she asked if she should tell Miss Lin everything, but she was afraid that it would hurt her. Shen Yuan said he didn't think it would be appropriate, and explained that once the evidence came out, her boss would immediately understand. We need to think about what a man over 40 years old, unemployed, but with a wife and child to support will do. He asked her to let him deal with it and promised that he would handle it without harming her. Shen Yuan thanked Chen Na and said that he had just transferred 250,000 yuan to Miss Lin. She has 50,000, of which 24,000 is her salary for 2 months, and the rest is for startup capital for the business. He was surprised that this time the exclusive fund had increased tenfold. Miss Lin said that she had received the payment and it was a pleasure to deal with him. Shen Yuan thought that Miss Ling's hand was so soft as if there were no bones, but at the same time very fleshy. And maybe this was his wife's charm. He replied that of course he would definitely see her again. Chen Na said that this restaurant was very expensive and asked him if he came here often, but he replied that he didn't come here very often. Today is a great day to celebrate their partnership. He thought she was irresistible, and any normal man would feel the same way. He invited her to sit next to him and asked her to move a little closer, which made her confused. He began to think that in this world, nothing comes for free, and everything must have a reason. Does he really want to make money from running a cafe business? Since proper bookkeeping is already an achievement in itself, she warned them that the waiter would come up to them now and that they should stop. But he replied that the food was not served so quickly here, so there was no need to worry. She asked them to stop, saying that someone was coming, at which point the waiter announced that their order was ready. The waiter brought the restaurant's signature dish, and Shen Yuan suggested trying it. The girl noticed that Shen Yuan was indeed handsome, but his only flaw was that he was a real crook. Even around a beautiful girl, he behaves a little distantly. He regretted that he was now on his own and advised not to dwell on it. 40 minutes later, the waiter presented a check for 2,652 yuan with a code for the transfer. Shen Yuan saw that even though the meal cost 2,562 yuan, the system had transferred it to him in triple amount. Chen Na said that she wanted to go back to the cafe to talk to Xiao Chu and find out more about the situation there, since tomorrow was her first day at work. Shen Yuan said that it was already 8:30, and she finished at 9. And if she went there now, she would only cause indignation. It's better to go home now, rest a bit, and go to the cafe tomorrow with renewed strength. She agreed and asked him to give her a ride home, to which he replied, "Of course." She thanked him for his good work and said that she would send him a report for the day tomorrow. Then she asked if she could drink some water from him. It was okay. He replied that he didn't think it was very appropriate and wondered if he was being too hasty, as that situation in the restaurant had already reached his limit. She clarified that she had broken up with Xie Haiji, and the guy replied that there were no problems then and that he just wanted to drink some water from her. She wondered if he hadn't said he just wanted to drink some water, to which he replied that he did, but not the kind of water she thought of. At this moment, Xie Haijie came downstairs to Chen Na's house with flowers. He told himself that she should have quit because of him, and he needed to apologize properly, at least for the sake of becoming friends again. And then he will return her to himself again. He noticed that the lights in the apartment were off and she was not at home. Hearing groans from the apartment, he became indignant when he recognized Chen Na's voice. The man shouted that she had said that she had nothing in common with Lin Xianyang and asked what the two of them were doing there. Chen Na said that she thought she heard something outside, someone knocking. Shen Yuan replied that she misheard and suggested that they go inside, but she asked him to be gentle, saying that she was not ready. Xie Haiji bitterly realized that he had completely swallowed up his Chen Na and had no chance, and he cried, "Why him?" An hour later, Chen Na noticed that such things were enjoyable but very tiring, and asked what he was doing. Shen Yuan told her to lie on her back, saying that she would not get tired so quickly, and thought that thanks to her special skill, his excitement did not subside. The next day, he woke up to the incredible smell of toast and fried eggs. He thought she was so attentive, and the atmosphere was very different from the one he had fun with Hui at the hotel. You can only feel this at home, but you won't find it in a hotel. The system has activated a new task. The ideal life should include owning your own home, and you need to purchase real estate. Shen Yuan was delighted that the system had just brought his thoughts to life. Chen Na asked if he was awake yet, and said that breakfast would be ready in 2 minutes. Shen Yuan wondered what kind of reward he would receive if Chen Na's affection increased to level 90. The guy asked if he only had breakfast, and they decided that everyone could do their own breakfast. Shen Yuan said that if she had no plans today, how about they take a walk and choose a house for her? And he would give it to her. Chen Na thought that he had already spent 300,000 yuan to buy a cafe, and now he was talking about a house. Shen Yuan asked why she was silent, and if something was wrong, and if she wanted such a gift. But she replied that it was not that. He replied that in his case, it was almost the same as if money grew on trees. He asked her not to think about how much she needed to spend, and said that there was nothing wrong with buying a house for her woman. He noticed that last night they had set the whole house on its ears, because the soundproofing here was nonsensical, and the neighbors probably heard everything. She said it wasn't all her fault, and he admitted he was partly to blame. But he noticed she was screaming so loudly. She blushed and called him shameless. She remembered that she had to meet her friends at 10:30 today, and suggested having coffee first. Shen Yuan replied that buying a house was not like going to the store for bread, and that one needed to choose a suitable location and deal with the paperwork. Liu Menggu, a professional personal trainer and Chen Na's friend, was surprised that Chen Na had urgent matters to attend to. She thought that there were problems with the cafe, and maybe Chen Na was exaggerating. And what kind of person would just spend 300,000? She said that he was not the type of person who liked to show off, so that option was out of the question, and it would be better to ask him directly. When she heard that this guy wanted to buy Chen Na a house today, she was shocked and said that it was not about buying handbags or cosmetics, but about buying a house. Even a small apartment of 40 square meters will cost no less than 500 to 600,000 yuan. Plus the purchase of a cafe, a man she has only known for a short time is already ready to spend 800 to 900,000 on her. She said that she simply had to meet this guy, even if he was dating Chen Na. A guy like that simply can't have just one girlfriend, and who knows how many more he has. When it comes to her ability to attract men, she has more advantages. She offered to help with the property selection and told Chen Na that this time she would rather help her best friends than other women. 40 minutes later, in the Songhu shopping center, the friends met Shen Yuan in the sales department. Chen Na introduced Liu Menggu, her personal trainer, and Hu Qian, a Ferrari-class salesman. Liu Menggu greeted Shen Yuan and said that she saw that he was well-built and had a good figure, and his muscles had potential. If he wants to work out, let him come to her at the gym. He replied that he didn't think he would be able to concentrate properly in the gym. She noticed that he could flirt in front of Chen Na, which meant they were not a couple. But Chen Na's swollen knees spoke volumes. They seemed to have had a lot of fun, and it's quite possible that she was very pretty, since he liked her and decided to buy her a house. Hu Qian said that if he wanted to change his car, he should come to her showroom. Shen Yuan thought that in less than 5 minutes of meeting each other, These girls had already taken a liking to him. He asked Chen Na if she was sure they were her true friends, but he decided it was only for the benefit. There is no harm in it, because the more people he knows with a high level of sympathy, the greater the chance of making more money. The realtor offered apartments in buildings 3 and 9 with an average price of 15,000 yuan per square meter. She asked if he wanted to see the layout first. Shen Yuan said his budget was 3 million yuan and asked to see apartments that would fit his capital. The realtor invited them into the meeting room for a more professional consultation. The friends were surprised that he could spend 3 million so easily. What kind of sponsor should you cling to without looking back? The realtor recommended a 165 square meter apartment with a south-facing view. Taking into account the discount, the final price was 2,984,000 yuan. Shen Na hesitated, saying that it was too expensive. But Shen Yuan told her not to worry about it. He told me to forget about the price because it's much more comfortable to live in a big house. The friends admired the fact that the grandmother was asking her to save a little, but the guy insisted on the opposite and wanted the best for her. This Shen Yuan is a true sponsor, loyal and generous, and there is only one like him in a million. Shen Yuan offered to negotiate a discount and said that he knew they had the ability to bargain. The realtor asked if he wanted to make his choice today, and promised to ask for a larger discount. Shen Yuan replied that he didn't need such a discount and suggested that it would be better to exchange it for 2 parking spaces. The friends thought to themselves that they absolutely had to get this man, and noted that they didn't have to say it out loud. They added that if something actually worked out with her, it would be wonderful. But now is not the time to get distracted, and you need to focus on the home purchase transaction. Half an hour later, the realtor announced that, taking into account all possible discounts, the total purchase price would be 2,900,000. His friends were amazed that he could so easily buy a house worth 3 million for Chen Na and register it in her name. 14,900,000 yuan were credited to Shen Yuan's account, leaving a balance of 15,330,000. The realtor noted with admiration that this was one of 10 supermansions in this city, and Mr. Shen was able to pay cash for the house for Ms. Chen. Although it is quite obvious that they are not a couple and do not look like they are in love at all, and she would also like to have such a friend. Shen Yuan realized that his balance was over 15 million, and even in his father's best times, their family had never had so much money. He said that if it weren't for Chen Na launching the mission, he would never have been able to become a multi-millionaire overnight. Lu Menggu said that she also planned to buy an apartment in the future, and when she decided to do so, she would need his advice since he already had experience. She added that if he ever needed training, he could count on her. Shen Yuan replied that it was no problem, but told Chen Na that he had other things to do that afternoon. He won't be able to join them, so let them go get a snack or coffee. My friends suggested that we first look for a place to have lunch and then go to a cafe. They said that today they would definitely force her to fork out money because she was worth a whole 3 million, and they were dying of envy. Meanwhile, in the college cafeteria, Professor Li was talking on the phone and said that the report would be ready by tomorrow. She has already looked into a science and technology university, an agricultural university, and even a business school. She declined the invitation for tomorrow evening, saying she would be busy, and apologized to Secretary Lu. Shen Yuan asked if something was wrong, Professor, and she explained that their college was planning to create a startup base for students. She said the administration plans to provide entrepreneurial support to students by offering financial assistance. Shen Yuan asked what conditions the college could offer these companies. The professor replied that all they really had to offer was talent. At the same time, contracts are concluded for the annual referral of the best graduates. Shen Yuan noticed how worried the professor was and thought that he still needed to take profit into account. For a project to be considered profitable, the student success rate must reach 33%, but in their college, it barely makes up 20%. Shen Yuan thought about it, and the professor asked if he was interested, to which he replied that there was such a thing, but not particularly. The system has activated the task of earning prestige points by investing in student projects. Shen Yuan was surprised that this could also launch a mission. And since he didn't need to worry about profit, this base was simply ideal. He told himself that he was an investor and it was up to him to decide who should invest and how much. And wouldn't it be great to invest money in shops? He asked the professor who exactly evaluates the students receiving investments, the educational institution or the investors themselves. The professor replied that in theory, the college should evaluate students, but they don't have investors right now, so they still have room for negotiations. Shen Yuan said he wanted to become their investor, but with one condition. He would be the one who would select the students to fund. The professor didn't believe him and told him not to joke like that, because his family was considered bankrupt, and he even applied for a scholarship. She asked where he got so much money, and Shen Yuan replied that he had invested in it before, when the family business was thriving. He showed her the balance on the account, and the professor counted more than 15 million. She said it was too unrealistic because one of her students was a multimillionaire. Shen Yuan told the professor to come with him and promised that they would travel the world in the future. He will make sure she lives in luxury. The professor called it nonsense, but asked if he was sure he was ready to finance this project. She added that she understands that student startups rarely make a profit, but it doesn't matter. He still wants to contribute to the development of the college. The professor was struck by his seriousness and thought about him, but she pulled herself together. She told herself that this was her student and asked what she was thinking about here. She said that she would talk about it with the Secretary of State later, but now she had to go and let him have lunch, take his time, and they would talk later. Chen Na invited Shen Yuan to try the coffee she had made herself, and he replied that at first glance, something seemed missing. Kong Xiaoyi, a classmate of the boy from the second group of international trade, thought that Yuan was no longer the rich boy. A friend noticed that she says this, but she is dating his roommate. Kong Xiaoyi replied that they should not bring up the topic and said that she had refused him several times. But he continued. Her friend said that at least if she went with Huang Haibao, she would be able to eat for free. But if she chose Yuan, she would only lose money. She advised him to think about it carefully, and then warned him to speak more quietly because Shen Yuan was coming. The friends wanted to know where he worked and said that if she didn't ask, they would. One of them asked Shen Yuan directly why they hadn't seen him lately and whether he was working part-time somewhere. Shen Yuan was surprised by this question and thought that they thought he was working part-time. But since it was them, he would simply not pay attention. He replied that he worked in a coffee shop and asked if they wanted to take a look and invited them in, promising to buy them coffee. The girlfriends admired the ash-blonde girl in a long-legged corporate skirt. They also noticed another girl with an original figure and exclaimed that they were really seeing big, soft breasts in real life. Chen Na asked Shen Yuan reproachfully, "Didn't he say that he had things to do after lunch?" Shen Yuan explained that they had just finished some business and wanted to have a cup of coffee. He greeted the ladies and asked Xiao Chu to ask the three beauties what they would like to order. At his expense, of course. Kong Xiaoyi thought with indignation that Shen Yuan pretended that he was an ordinary laborer. It turns out he had managed to start his own business, and she said that she had never been so humiliated in her life. After which, they abruptly left. Shen Yuan was surprised why his classmates left so abruptly. Chen Na guessed that they might have been frightened by the sight of the two lovely fairies and said how cute it was. But he better behave decently and not think about stupid things. He tasted the coffee she made and said it was sweet enough. Chen Na's friend remarked that it was the wrong century for him to throw around such phrases. Liu Menggu said that he really needs to exercise more because his body fat percentage is too low. Ideally, you want to gain 7 to 10 kilograms of muscle mass. Shen Yuan replied that she was essentially trying to enroll him in her gym. She admitted that she needed to complete the plan by the end of the month and promised not to let her down. He said he would think about it, and she noted that it was already after 4 and she had to go. Since she has classes at 5, they will see each other next time. Shen Yuan said that she would know everything when she got to the top. The protagonist added that it would be good to improve her skills further. When the girl stood up, the guy thought she was very brave. The hero then took Chen Na by the hand, offering to go upstairs and undergo training. He started to pester Chen Na, but she said that it was not allowed here since Xiao was still here. But he replied that you can't talk to a man here. You can only excite him more. The girl was carrying away a tray of drinks, and hearing a knock, she asked what was going on. Xiao Qiwu knocked and said that she had forgotten her bag there and asked them to open it. She asked what happened, looking at the blushing girl. She was outraged that they were doing this in broad daylight. Seriously. 10 minutes later, she was still standing below, thinking, "This guy is skinny. Where does he get so much energy from?" Then she ran away, saying that she would see him next time. Chen Na was afraid that she had definitely heard them. But Shen Yuan replied that for good teaching, an auditorium was necessary. Secretary Liu reported to the director that student Shen Yuan wanted to become a sponsor for their startup. The director asked if he had any money at all, and whether she had checked his accounts, to which the secretary replied that she had also doubted it at first. The director was shocked and asked if she was sure that this money did not belong to his parents and that he could definitely manage it. The secretary confirmed that the money belonged to him and he could decide for himself where to invest it. The director was delighted, saying that in this case they would not need to cooperate with third-party companies. He ordered Shen Yuan to be invited to his office, saying that he had to personally listen to his plans. The secretary suggested treating him with a little more respect since he was a student. The main character apologized and asked the girl to wait as he had received a call. Shen Yuan answered the professor's call. He greeted him and asked what happened. When Secretary Liu picked up the phone, he asked to be put on speakerphone. He said that he has been very busy lately checking out other investment projects. Let them arrange to meet when he has a free minute, and Professor Li will give him his phone number. Secretary Liu thought with disdain that some leader was showing him respect with the utmost esteem. This guy just has a little money and that's it. And he decided to forget about this project because there were no plans for any progress. Professor Mi suggested that they invite Shen Yuan out to dinner since he was willing to sponsor them. Shen Yuan thought that Na cared about him in literally every way. And what a good girl she was. Ming Hui texted him and asked what he was doing and if he wanted to go for a walk. He replied that he just wanted to go for a walk, but he thought she would invite him out for a drink. But she said she couldn't because it was that time of the month. He noticed that that was it. And it was no wonder Hui hadn't come to see him for the past few days. She said that if he wants to, he thinks there is nothing complicated about it. But he replied that her health was more important and that she should not say such nonsense anymore, and that he would pick her up at the dorm. He asked her to be careful these days and said that he didn't mind waiting a little and let her take care of herself. Ming Hui said he was so cute and asked if she could ask what kind of relationship they had. Shen Yuan thought that she should have asked him about this because they had tried everything that not just couples, but almost spouses do. Of course she wants to hear who she is to him, and he was glad. Her sympathy and closeness towards him had just increased, and she really liked him. He replied that of course she was his girlfriend, and he was her boyfriend. And she asked again, "Is it true?" He said that it was because he doesn't call the others girls, but he calls them cuties, babies, sweethearts, darlings. She replied that since he was behaving so well, she would reward him in a couple of days. He said that there was no need to save his money, especially since she got to college on her own every day, and a car would be just right for her. But first, maybe they should just buy her a house, and then they'll think about a car. Liu Menggu video called him and told him to come to the gym if he was free. He was surprised when he became skinny and asked if video calls were appropriate. She replied that only vulgar men considered this inappropriate, and let him admit it. He had dirty thoughts. He thought that this tone certainly did not treat him as a stranger, and decided to see how much longer she could hold out. Zhou Wangting came to the gym to see her coach, who asked her why she was smiling so early. The coach replied that she was just chatting with a friend, and he made her laugh. She said that her good friend found herself a sugar daddy, and he bought her a house for $3 million. The girl was surprised that it was just like that, and said that he must have tens of millions. And she was so jealous. Fantine assumed that with such wealth, this sugar daddy was probably very old. But her friend replied that even if he was old, it was worth it. That cheapskate Hao Zhang wants to sleep with her but not spend a penny. And it's time to find a better man. In fact, he is in his early 20s, younger even than her friend. Fantine asked what he looked like. Some kind of ugly guy. But her friend answered that no, he was handsome. And tall, too. The girl said that her friend must be a real beauty to have picked up such a guy. And she replied that they were about the same. It's just that each one is stronger in different directions. And the coach admired that if she is even a little bit similar to her, then it is not surprising. The trainer asked to reschedule the lesson, promising to refund the fee at double the rate, and explained that it was all because of that sugar daddy. He was going to Qingzhou to get property rights and asked to go with him, to which Wang Ting exclaimed that this was one of the most prestigious. The coach thought that if she met the same guy, she would not hesitate to do the same, and left. Fantine's friends, seeing the car, said that she shouldn't be fooled by his car. He recently bought his girlfriend a house. She can't even imagine how many years she would have to work for this. She recognized Shen Yuan and exclaimed that it was really him, and that he was the tall, rich, and handsome guy the coach had spoken of. Fantine realized that her ex-boyfriend was a multi-millionaire, and she broke up with him just 2 weeks ago. Zhou Wangting realized with horror that she had traded Shen Yuan for some Bao Jun, and wondered if she had gone crazy. Miss Min was asked if she had noticed anything, and was told that there was something for her to do, to which she became indignant. Who does he think he is? Doesn't even say hello and immediately gets down to business, and asked what she is to him. Some kind of cheapskate. He asked her if she had a day off today and told her to come to him in the evening, but she sent him away, calling him an idiot. He was surprised. It was really her, And she answered, "No, your mommy." Her message was rejected by the recipient. The man became very angry when he saw that the girl had blocked him. She wondered if it would be too much if she joined in too. She wondered if she had a chance to get together with the main character. He had changed so much during this time. The coach got into Shen Yuan's car and told him that he had a cool car. With such a car, you can easily go on an off-road trip. She noticed that there was a hot girl sitting in his passenger seat, and there was no way he could be thinking about anything else. Shen Yuan replied that it sounded good and that he could try it sometime next time. She said he wasn't playing by the rules, and when he asked what she meant, she whispered something in his ear that made him freeze. He said he wanted to play ball, and they went to the real estate agency. Agent Guan Shufang greeted him and asked if he wanted to inspect the house first or look at the documents. Shen Yuan replied that he just wanted to sign the contract and then inspect the house. She understood him and thought to herself that Mr. Shen and this girl clearly did not look like a couple. But she noticed that her figure was simply unfair. She thought bitterly that such girls did not need any special skills or knowledge. It was enough to just have such an appearance. She added that it was a pity that ordinary girls like her had no chance with such guys, and the life of rich people really was like a dream. If only she could live here too. That's why she needs to lock Shen Yuan away. The agent reported that the area of the villa is 610 square meters. Together with the garden and various equipment, it reaches 2,000 square meters. And there is an empty area. The system declared that the ideal life is not just about owning real estate, but also about interior design. Shen Yuan was surprised if the system was serious and said that it would be a waste of 20 million to renovate a house that cost just over 10 million. The agent replied that Star City has several top construction and repair companies with excellent reputations. Liu Menggu asked if she could record a video and post it on social media, and Shen Yuan allowed it, but asked that he not be included in the video. She said she bet influential people would start publishing excerpts and photos of it online. When he asked how many subscribers she had, she replied that she had just over 50,000. He asked if she had a lot of fans, and she replied that most of them were local, and asked if he wanted to see her videos. He said that if 50,000 men had seen them, then what difference did it make whether he saw them? To which she replied that he was not like them. He asked me to send him a link to my account later, saying that he was planning a video review of the bar, and if you wanted, we could film it together. She was delighted and said she would send the link now, and he asked Coach Liu if they should go back to the gym. She replied, where else should she go if not there? And maybe he had some ideas, and he said that he thought they were going to play ball. She was indignant and said, dream, all you men are the same. Yesterday in the same place, he managed to hit on her friend. She continued to act so confidently and even dared to remember yesterday, although he hadn't even done anything to her yet. He said that if she cared about that girl so much, then why not take her place and let her decide for herself? She thought to herself that this was why she was leading him on. You need to get closer to him little by little every day, so that later he will long and persistently pursue her. She said goodbye and told him to drop by her room sometime. He suggested they throw hoops together sometime. Gym manager Huang Mingbo asked why she missed the workout. She thought that it seemed like Huang Mingbo now had something on her. After all, first he scolds her like a manager, and then he turns on as a good guy and enters into the situation. He thinks that's enough to win her over. And she said that he was laughing at her or something. Let him dream. He's not her type. And after thanking him, she returned to work. She told herself that she was a coach both here and outside, and he thought he could put pressure on her. But she is a woman who goes to a pomegranate show in a posh mansion. There's no way she's going to let some trash get in her way. The girl confidently turned around and walked away from the guy. School committee secretary Kong Zongping asked a colleague, so the consultant asks why this student should be accepted. The secretary replied that not yet. He asked to send materials for submitting an application, but he hasn't responded yet, and added that they are handling the matter. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory, one of the students complained that he had been chatting with Tian Yuping on WeChat for quite some time. He showed his friend the correspondence in which he solicitously asked if she wanted to have breakfast, wished her good night, and invited her to the mountains. A friend said that if he really sees everything this way, then what should he say? The main thing is that he is happy. He advised me to try learning how to flirt from Liu Cao, but the neighbor was outraged that Liu Cao was a complete virgin. He might know there, and he is the most experienced in their dorm. And he added that at least she answers his messages, and they agreed to meet. Doesn't that mean she's interested in him and asked him to tell her what he thinks? Shen Yuan encouraged him, saying that everything was exactly like that. And his neighbor was happy that since Shen Yuan said so, then everything was definitely working out. There was a knock on the door, and the neighbor became indignant at who was breaking in. Shen Yuan was surprised to see Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, and the professor, and asked why they all came here. The secretary asked if Shen Yuan was there, and the neighbor invited them in. Classmate Li Jianpeng wondered with horror if his brother had done something wrong for them all to come here. He assumed that they came to Shen Yuan, and since his family went bankrupt, he still buys cars and goes out with someone. Suddenly, he is doing something illegal, and added that otherwise, how can one explain where he got so much money? And something is clearly fishy. He said that Shen Yuan's source of income was unknown, and the arrival of the head office was quite expected. Secretary Kong politely asked Shen Yuan if he had time to have dinner with them that evening, and he happily agreed. They decided to go together and discuss everything about the entrepreneurial base, and the three of them left together with Shen Yuan. The neighbors noticed that looking at the three of them, it didn't look like they were here to investigate Shen Yuan's case. On the contrary, they came to greet him as if he were an official, and one of them said that it would be a bet that they were trying to save face. After all, when someone important is arrested, they still put a black hood on him. At the Nanjing restaurant, Secretary Kong asked Shen Yuan to explain his plan and requirements so that he could fully understand what he expected from the project. Shen Yuan said that his conditions must be met, and it would not result in any losses. He wants complete independence in this matter, which means that he himself will have to decide who will receive investments in his projects and how much. Secretary Lu was indignant that this was not how it worked, but Kong Zongping asked her to calm down. Shen Yuan replied that without funding, talk of success was just words, and he would actually be responsible for the operation of the base. After all, success depends on whether the students he supports can earn money, and he has a direct interest in that. He thought to himself that he was speaking from the heart, and the system's mission was to help him create new industries and a reputation. Secretary Kong replied that regarding his request, he would get back to him after holding a seminar with the leaders of the Education Bureau. With glasses clinking and wine flowing freely, the dinner finally ended, and Secretary Kong asked Professor Li to take care of Yuan. She noticed that his new car was very spacious, and he replied that he was tired of driving sedans. Professor Li answered a call from Li Meng, who said her shifts had been changed and she would not be able to help with the move. The professor replied that everything had already been discussed and not to worry. She was a little busy now and they would talk later. Shen Yuan asked if she was moving out, and she confirmed that she would be moving in a few days because the lease on that apartment was ending. He offered to help, but she refused, saying that he had just bought a new car and it was wrong to ask him to help her move. He replied that there was nothing special about it, and the machine was given for the purpose of being used to move things. So why not? Then he added that there was no need to bother himself. He still needed to buy a lot of things, but he insisted that he was her student. She thought that the cute Shen Yuan was quite thin and had sharp features. If you look at him not from the student's perspective, but from the perspective of the opposite sex, he is very attractive. She suddenly realized that he had hinted at it himself, and his offer to help her move was a sign that he really liked her. She remembered about the bag and asked if he remembered the bag he had given her earlier. The girl said that last time he said it was a high-quality fake, but judging by his financial situation, it must be luxury. She thought it was expected, but it was inappropriate. Firstly, she is older than him, and secondly, he is her student. But he told her that everything is fine. He said that there was no need to say anything like refusals. He would not give up in any case. She asked if he would sleep at his place today, and he replied that no, there was no room for him there, so he would go back to the dorm. Then she said that she would park the car here. He can come tomorrow and pick her up, and she gave him the keys. The guy kissed her on the cheek. The girl thought that the guy had become too bold, and a blush appeared on her face. Professor Li reproachfully told him that he was a very bad student. Shen Yuan picked up the phone and heard that Miss Lin Yuchang had forgotten something in the cafe. She was almost there, but Xiao Qiu lived too far away and couldn't come quickly, so he was asked to open the door for her, and he agreed. Ms. Lin apologized and said that she had left her child's toys at the cafe and completely forgotten to pick them up last time. She said that these were all the toys that he had scattered around here while he was playing, and they were lying everywhere. Shen Yuan asked how old her baby was, and she replied that he was 3 years old and quite a cheeky boy. He was surprised to see 3 bottles of wine and wondered if it was possible that she had started drinking alone in cafes often. So I asked her if something had happened to her husband. She replied that it wasn't that she couldn't bear to be apart, but that she was just thinking about the days and nights they had together. Suddenly feeling uneasy about the situation, he realized that it was her husband. And if it weren't for the sadness in her heart, she wouldn't be sitting alone in the cafe. He suggested that if she wanted, she could come here often. But she replied that this was probably her last time here. He asked if she wanted to have a drink together, if that was okay with her. The guy said there was nothing wrong with it, and added that he felt depressed, and it had something to do with his family. He said that he knew her husband, Mr. Len Xianyang, who was also the general manager of the car dealership. The hero heard about his antics and that Chen Na was an employee of this store, and she had to quit because of her husband. She was afraid that there was something between Miss Chen and her husband, but he explained that no, he just pestered her a lot and she left. The girl said that it was good. Otherwise, he would have committed even more crimes, and admitted that she had recently planned to divorce him and had collected enough evidence of his infidelity. I also read a lot of correspondence where he threatened and tried to bribe his subordinate. She added that they had been married for 5 years and did not expect that he could turn out to be such a person. She thought it really made sense, and she used to think he was young and generous. But now it turns out he is much more mature. Shen Yuan exudes a charm that her husband does not have. She said there's an old saying that you can't judge a man by his looks, but being around a handsome man can make you feel better and thank him. He replied that it was no problem and they went, and she asked him to be careful and apologized. He wondered why Mrs. Lin was apologizing and that she smelled so good. The main character was surprised at what this kiss meant and decided that it was all because of the wine. She thought that for so many years she had remained a model wife, without overstepping the bounds of what was permitted. Shen Yuan called Chen Na and said that his dormitory was closed and asked if he could stay overnight at her place. 20 minutes later, she saw how much he had drunk, and he replied that he had no choice at the dinner with the class teachers. She told him to sit for 10 minutes and then take a shower. The girl said that she would make him some tea and help him sober up a bit, but he asked to just hug her first. She asked ironically, and he just hugged him, and he replied that he was just hugging her, and she knew his character. She thought that the first time he had come to her under the pretext of simply wanting to drink some water. Last time there was training, and this time it was even more absurd. Just a hug, and he joked. And I asked if he even had a character. He answered, was there really no trust between them anymore? And said that since he himself said about just hugs, he could use the second blanket. He thought that the first 2 times everything went without her enthusiasm, and it seemed to him that Chen Na had already resigned herself to it. He didn't expect that she was still very shy, but there were a lot of ways to fix that tonight. He sneezed and said the air conditioner was too cold, and when she went to turn it off, he said it wasn't necessary. Everything will be fine if they stay under the same blanket. She called his name, and he replied that he was no longer cold. The next day, the girl cooked breakfast and prepared the bed linen. Liu Menggu wrote to him and told him to come to the hall, adding that she was still waiting and waiting for him. He thought, why pull such tricks so early in the morning? She is Chen Na's best friend, and told himself not to look. Shen Yuan saw that the professor was calling, but he replied that he was very busy and had a lot to do, and they would call later. Professor Li informed him that his proposal had been approved by the administration and the Education Council. Official documents will be ready within a few days. Once they receive application forms and business plans from students, they will immediately send them to him for evaluation. Shen Yuan asked whether the forms would include height, weight, and a personal photograph. The professor was surprised. Did this have anything to do with the startup? He replied that a good entrepreneur should have a good physique. From this data, you can understand whether a person is disciplined. Just a glance is enough, and he has high standards. The professor looked confused and said that this was something new, but agreed to add it to the form. She added that Secretary Liu had also made arrangements with student council representatives, and they would contact him soon. He replied that it was fine, and that everything was fine on his end for now. And the professor asked if he would be free the following morning to help her and her sister move. In half an hour, he managed to have breakfast and was about to leave, but the trainer called again. He replied that he was busy and had meetings with 2 interior design companies to discuss the layout of the villa. She asked if he needed any burden. He replied that she had just called herself a burden, so why should he take her with him? But if she really wanted to go with him, she could join him. The guy thought she was great at creating an emotional atmosphere. He was waiting for her in the car, and some guy in a luxury SUV asked if he was waiting for a girl. He said it was a good car for chasing girls, but if he was aiming for high-class girls, that wasn't enough. When Liu Menggu approached, a guy named Fan invited her to lunch, but she replied that she had already made arrangements with a friend. She apologized and then told Shen Yuan that Fang was indeed very rich, but this is not his money, but his parents', and his share is actually a tiny fraction of the entire wealth, while Shen Yuan is a different breed. Fan offered to go with them, saying that the lunch was on him, but Liu Menggu objected. She said she didn't like to have lunch with people who drove SUVs and got into Shen Yuan's car, leaving him puzzled. In the car, Liu Menggu noticed that he was so quiet today and not like himself at all. She asked what he wanted her to say. He just didn't seem as animated as usual. He replied that of course he understood that her words about other fans made him feel threatened and so on. She asked if all guys were like that, and he replied that men only got turned on when they were working out or getting ready to work out. Since they don't play ball with her, why should he remain a lively person? To which she called him a pervert. He asked what was wrong, since he was talking about basketball, and she reminded him that that time in the cafe, he immediately ran upstairs with Nana. He thought that it seemed like Liu Menggu wouldn't soon forget that incident. So he decided to change the topic by asking if she hadn't been particularly busy lately. She replied that she had just changed her training schedule a little for him, and he said how sweet that was. But now he feels guilty, and she offered to treat her to something tasty to make up for it. The hero replied that no problem, and he had a lot of different delicious food for her. The company's chief designer, Fu Zhengmei, presented them with 3 styles: European, light luxury, and modern Chinese. Liu Menggu exclaimed that all 3 options looked amazing and asked what his budget was. When the main character answered 20 million, she was shocked. The designer was surprised to himself that the villa cost more than 10 million, but he was spending 20 million just on renovations. 30 million is a mere trifle for him, which means he has at least 100 million in his account. Liu Menggu thought that it seemed like she had really underestimated him, and the two of them definitely needed to get closer as soon as possible. She suggested sticking with a modern Chinese style, adding what he had already mentioned. Shen Yuan said that once everything was finalized, they would contact again. But today, he also had a meeting with another company. The designer said it was a very smart decision and asked if he had time that evening. The designer assured him that their director sincerely wanted to get to know him better, and there was no pressure, and he agreed. Director Wan Renming was pleased that the dinner meeting could greatly help in signing the contract. This boy could not be allowed to go to another company, and asked if he was alone. He ordered Su Biai to join them. Liu Menggu said that he turned on the stove and it was so hot in here, but he replied that he didn't feel the heat at all. The hero asked if she was going to go back to work, or if she was planning to steal his food again. She said that she would stay with him today, eat, drink, and have fun, and let him be his little shadow. The guy replied that his shadow should follow the rules and follow him both day and night. And why should it be with him only during the day? She called him a pervert, but said that she didn't care, and she would not go anywhere and would be with him. Liu Menggu was asked on the phone what she was doing, and she replied that she was in the car. Her friend was surprised that she was in Mr. Fan's car, who drove a G-Class, but she said no, she was with Shen Yuan now. The friend was surprised when they made it in time, and Liu Menggu explained that everything was not so. She was just helping him with the renovation of the villa. He bought it for 10 million, and now he's planning to do renovations for another 20 million. The friend was shocked and asked if this was too much, adding that Chen Na was lucky. Not everyone can stumble upon such a gold mine, and the 3 of them decided to be poor together. But Chen Na was the first to achieve a luxurious life. She thought with annoyance that one of her best friends was now living happily ever after, while the other was also trying to achieve the same. That same evening, at a restaurant in Nanjing, Uncle Wang, the general manager, met his nephew Xiao Yao, and they exchanged pleasantries. Seeing Shen Yuan with a beautiful girl, Uncle Wang regretted that if they were not related, he would have been able to flirt with this girl. But he can't even ask for her contact information, and his subordinate introduced Shen Yuan as a client. Uncle Wang greeted Shen Yuan and said that he was indeed a young and promising man, and asked if she was his girlfriend. Shen Yuan quickly denied it, saying that they were friends and just met by chance today. He introduced her as Liu Menggu, to which she was indignant. Why was he in such a hurry to deny that she was his girlfriend? The fool. They went upstairs and Uncle Wang introduced Su Biai, their company's assistant designer. Shen Yuan thought that her skin seemed so smooth and soft, and her hands were very soft, as if they were boneless, so pure that no one had time to touch them. Su Biai's temperament is completely different from all the girls he knows. Uncle Wang was glad that Shen Yuan liked Su Biai, and now it would be a little easier to get closer to him. At dinner, Uncle Wang raised his glass to Shen Yuan, and Su Shubai suggested that they drink together. But Liu Menggu said that she had better not drink too much. Otherwise, who would get behind the wheel later? She thought that although Shen Yuan was impudent, the feeling of them being together was very pleasant. He reassured her, saying that she could drink tea and there would be no problem. Uncle Wang suggested exchanging contacts, saying that it wouldn't hurt to make a friend like Shen Yuan, a real talent. Liu Menggu thought that the old fox had finally shown his face. He said that there would be no mention of business, but he himself was laying the foundation for it everywhere. He makes his little girl, who is definitely still a virgin, entertain him, which is different from pimping. Xiao Yao's nephew came over, and Uncle Wang introduced him to Shen Yuan. He said he was about his age, so he could come over and have a drink with him and just get to know him better. Xiao Yao looked at Shen Yuan in surprise and asked, "So this is what he's like?" and offered to drink to their acquaintance. He thought with indignation about what merits Shen Yuan had done to become Uncle Wang's VIP guest. If your uncle asked you to drink to him, that's not the same as kissing his ass, and that will never happen. Uncle Wang said that this gentleman recently bought a villa in Green City near the lake. Now he wants to spend more than 20 million on repairs. And his nephew was shocked. He wondered how such a country bumpkin could buy a villa there and still need so many millions for renovations. Shen Yuan suddenly became so rich, or his family started mining diamonds in Africa. He thought bitterly that he had gone out of his way to please his uncle. And here he was fawning over Shen Yuan, how a gap had formed between them over such a long period of time. And he decided that he would become a suck-up for anyone Uncle Van pointed out. He will simply follow his example. Xiao Yao congratulated Shen Yuan and called him Mr. 3 hours later, Uncle Wang suggested going to another bar or karaoke and asked Coach Liu if she would come with them. Liu Menggu thought that because of her strict diets and discipline, she never drank to the point of unconsciousness. Therefore, she decided that it would be better for her not to go to a second round, since it is beneficial to go to bed early and then get up early. But if she doesn't go, then Shen Yuan will be picked up by some other shrew, because the more girls there are, the less dessert there is. She noticed that, judging by Director Wang's behavior, he was planning to drink a box of cognac. After sending these two to the hotel, it was obvious that Su Shubai liked the cognac, and after drinking alcohol, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself. Shen Yuan would start pestering Su Shubai, saying that he would take responsibility, and Liu Menggu told herself that she couldn't allow that to happen. If they reach the bed, she will leave the game, and added that she is with them and she wants to go. Sometime later, the karaoke bar was ready for fun. Su Shubai thanked Mr. Shen, and he thought that she was so defenseless, and it was not easy for a girl from a simple family to get a job. Liu Menggu asked him with resentment why he didn't pay attention to her. Shen Yuan replied that Coach Liu needed his help, and that the sea was full of fish. Let her check WeChat. Maybe Mr. Fan has already sent her something. She snorted and asked why he was talking about such absurd things. She thought, yeah, with him, all her effective methods are like a mosquito bite. Shen Yuan was not so easily seduced, although she planned to trap him. But she was the one who ended up in the trap. Su Shubai asked him what song he wanted to sing, and if he wanted, she would put it in the queue. The guy replied that anything would be fine and she could choose whatever she wanted. He noticed that Shen Yuan was acting incorrectly and looked at her, saying that she was going crazy with embarrassment. He replied that it was true, and it seemed to him that she had the same look as that girl, a little tense. Liu Menggu countered that it was not at all, and that she was full of desire, not affection. Shen Yuan said that this was her advantage, because no matter what kind of woman a particular man was attracted to, the result was still the same. She asked what the result was, and he replied, "The night's sliding sheets," which left her dumbfounded. She thought with annoyance how annoying it was that he was constantly driving her into a corner. Xiao Yao said that he never thought that he would be able to become friends with Shen Yuan at his age. They should meet more often, and added that when it came to repairs, their company would be his most professional choice. Shen Yuan replied that he only had 2 companies under consideration, both of which had good designs and very competitive prices. The hero asked about Su Shubai, and was told that she was her student and that she would bring her home safe and sound. Liu Menggu asked for help in catching a taxi, but Shen Yuan said that he would rent a room there and spend the night there. She wondered if there was a better place to stay overnight, and he asked if she meant her home. She thought that she hadn't planned on giving up so easily, but her instinct told her that if she didn't get him now, he would simply be torn apart. The girl added that no, she was not going to bring a man to her home. She was a strict and proper girl. Shen Yuan was surprised. That's how it was. And noticed that he hadn't done anything this evening. So why was her sympathy level rising? The guy asked where she lived and if he would let her call a taxi. She replied that she didn't want to go home. And when he asked where she was going to spend the night, she became indignant. What a mean girl. He said, well then, they can choose another hotel. She thought hopefully, wondering what Shen Yuan would be like. Hoping that he would be gentle and not as cruel as he had been with Nana in the cafe. He admired her body and thought, damn, it's cool to be rich. And they went to the most luxurious hotel in town. The hero asked for a luxury room for a month, costing 110,640 yuan. He said he would rent a room for a month, and that it was only 110,000, and asked for the first room on the 52nd floor. She admired the beautiful view, and he thought that Liu Mengu's affection had already exceeded level 80. She thought that now she felt like she was betraying Chen Na, but she sincerely hoped that everything would work out with Shen Yuan. He said that Coach Liu, now he only sees her, and maybe they will start their training already. She asked him to wait and said that she needed to take a shower first, but he replied that she could take a shower later. She was afraid that they could be seen, but he said that it was panoramic glass, and there were no buildings higher than this in the area. Even if someone sees it, so what? She called him so angry, and they did it all night, and he slept until noon. He didn't expect that the coach had such a sensitive body. At one point, it even seemed to him that she would become dehydrated. She said that he had been pestering her since early in the morning. They had only finished at 4 in the morning. And did he really not care about her at all? She thought she needed to pay more attention to some key areas in her training. She asked him where he got so much strength from, and told him to let her sleep a little, and they would continue when she had some rest. He said that for good behavior, he would let her sleep a little longer, and when she woke up, they could go and buy her a car. Liu Mengu exclaimed in shock that she could choose a new car for 3 million and told Shen Yuan that she loved him madly. Shen Yuan thought that even though he spent more, he would get more. But he only spent 3 million to buy a house for Chen Na. If he buys a car for Liu Mengu for the same price, I wonder what Chen Na will think. Mengu said that he even discussed it with Chen Na, but she prefers Maserati, and she was also looking at it. The hero asked if Chen Na liked Maserati. Liu Mengu asked if he wanted to buy her a car too. Shen Yuan replied that he wouldn't beat around the bush, but yes, he was considering that option. She noticed that Chen Na was indeed very lucky to have a huge house and a car worth more than 5 million. Her heart softened, and now she wants to be with him. To which her interlocutor said that she was going too far. After all, it was consensual. So why is she acting like she was forced there? She noticed that knowing Chen Na, it was safe to say that she was the one who was hitting on Shen Yuan, which meant that her friend was too. Shen Yuan saw that yesterday the highest sympathy level was 82, but now it was 86. Professor Lee wrote that she had learned to brew coffee to suit any taste and asked when she could expect to try it, but he replied that he already had something planned for today, so he couldn't come by, and he was planning to buy her a car. And shouldn't they look at it? Chen Na was indignant that he had just recently bought her a house and now a car, and asked him not to spend money so thoughtlessly. Moreover, she has a car that she uses to go to work, and there is really no need for it. He replied that he simply wanted to please his woman with gifts, especially since he had enough money, and asked what kind of car she liked. She said, confused, that the simplest car would do, and there was no need to choose an expensive one. He said that her birthday was coming up soon, and she should consider it her holiday gift and not be shy about spending money, since her man was rich. Then he asked if he and Liu Mengu would mind. She replied that it was impossible to hide something like that, and that it was better to confess it yourself right away than to let her hear the truth from someone else. She added that she knows she can't change him. So if this happens again, she asks him not to tell her about it. He promised that she was special to him, and no one could replace her. She said that she trusted him and wasn't asking for much, just that he should come to her cafe once a week or have a regular dinner at home when he was free. He thought that Chen Na was a real find, treating him well and always trying to save him money. The guy said he would keep her company tonight, and he needed to make it up to her. She asked him if he would do everything right, and he said that of course, and she knew what he was like, and she was embarrassed by his words. She said she was stopping chatting because she had work waiting for her. He thought that he was now really interested in how guys who have affairs with different women manage not to get caught, and how they do it. Professor Lee greeted him, saying that here he was, and Shen Yuan replied that he had come to help her. He suggested that he carry these boxes like this, and she exclaimed in surprise. She asked him how he liked the pink color when the underwear from the box was scattered all over the street, and then white, or maybe this one, when choosing clothes. The guy was delighted. If only this were real. The girl said that she would take one box and he could take the others. He noticed that they wouldn't be able to transport everything at once, and that everything would fit on the second trip, and told them to start over. Professor Lee agreed and asked to set the navigator to Dongshen. Shen Yuan said, "Okay, let's go." And Professor Lee asked not to pay attention to her sister, and it's not that she is rude. He replied that everything was fine, especially since he felt that she had become warmer towards him over these 2 times. Professor Lee said her sister wasn't always like this, and when she was in college, she dated a rather sophisticated guy. Her heart was broken, and after that, she closed herself off from men. Shen Yuan was indignant that he was such a scumbag, and that such people were the scum of society. And Professor Lee asked, "But he, I hope, is not like that." He replied that of course not, and that he was a real man with a capital M. The hero asked what about her, and what her attitude towards men was. She replied that it was quite neutral, since she had not experienced what happened to her sister, so she did not reject them. Shen Yuan asked what he said. She immediately replied that nothing. And why was she so nervous? Professor Lee thought he was joking, and if he had been serious, she didn't even know how she would have reacted. In Li Xiao's new rented apartment, Professor Lee finally thanked him for his help. She offered to buy him dinner, but he replied that there was no need to have dinner to thank him. She asked in confusion, "Then what?" And he pulled her towards him. She called his name weakly, but Li Men knocked on the door, saying she had forgotten her keys. Professor Lee said in fear that she would open it now. Shen Yuan said it was wrong, but he would help. And when Li Meng entered, she asked why her sister was so red, whether she had tanned. Professor Lee replied that everything was fine. She just needed to rest a bit, and thought to herself that Shen Yuan was really shameless. It's good that she didn't understand anything. Otherwise, even jumping into the river wouldn't have been able to save him. Professor Lee reported that the student council had also provided an office for the assistant they had contracted. She sent the information on WeChat and told him to contact her when she returned to school, to which he replied that he understood and would not bother her. She wanted to spend more time with him, but she was afraid that Li Men would notice them, and her sister asked her what she really thought of Shen Yuan. Professor Lee pretended not to understand what he was talking about, but Li Meng told her not to pretend, and anyone would see his intentions. She added that if he were not her student, he would be fine, but she felt that he could not be trusted, and asked if that meant she was okay with it. As her sister, she can only advise him to keep his eyes open and find out if he really is a good guy. An hour later in the student cafeteria, the head of the college radio station, Shen Yuan, approached Fu Yingzi. The hero asked if she had been waiting long, and she replied that no, she had just arrived. The guy noticed that her voice was different from the one on the radio, and she explained that when recording or dubbing, they get into character depending on the situation. She suggested getting straight to the point, saying that the secretary had said that help would arrive in a few days, and he had said that he would also need her help with other matters. He wanted to ask her for help on the very first day, but their conversation was interrupted by a guy named Feng Jiagui, who brought oolong tea. She said that lately she has been trying to give up sugar and does not drink tea with milk, thanking him. He was indignant that he had walked 5 kilometers and then stood in line for 20 minutes and asked to accept it. However, she firmly refused. The surrounding students began to whisper about who this guy was. Could it be that Fu Yingzi and Shen Yuan are dating and they fought over a girl? Someone said that Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi couldn't be together, and pointed out that Ming Hui had already gone with him twice. She said that she would see how far this girl could go and called out to Shen Yuan. Ming Hui approached him and asked if he was going to class. He replied that no, he was just discussing business with Fu Yingzi. And Ming Hui noticed that he had not been seen in class for a long time. He really wants to screw it all up, and she's making it clear that she's his girlfriend. Fu Yingzi said that she had business at the radio station and would go first, and they said goodbye. Passers-by watched in amazement as 2 girls fought over one guy. They noted that Fang Minghui was acting just like a wife against a mistress, and asked who this guy was. Shen Yuan explained that he was talking about the Student Entrepreneurship Development Center. The committee asked her to cooperate with them, and Min Hui said with relief that it was clear. She added that she would like to spend more time with him, since she had not seen him for 2 days, but she had classes soon and she would go. She said that, by the way, she wouldn't mind a cold drink today, and they said goodbye, and he thought that she really was a cutie. Coach Liu wrote to him that she had found a car for 2,880,000 yuan. He told her to send him the center's bill so she could transfer the money now, and she happily called him her darling and sent him hearts. She said that they were going for a walk today, and she brought 2 different outfits. She wished he could see them on her in person, but he replied that he had no idea what she was talking about and was already planning to meet Chen Na. Ming Hui also said that she wanted something cold. He thought about who he would spend the evening with out of these 3, and admitted that there were 3 options. At Li Xiao's house, the younger sister asked if they were having dinner at home today, and Professor Li replied that they were, and that she would go shopping for groceries now. Li Meng suggested inviting Shen Yuan to dinner, and Professor Li was surprised, but her sister explained that she just needed to write to him and invite him. Professor Li wondered what she was up to, and Li Meng thought to herself that just the thought of the bad guy's gaze made her want to bite him. She said that it was obvious that she was helping her sister check it out and what else it could be, and Professor Li agreed to write to him. Shen Yuan received the message and thought about what kind of peach blossom garden he encountered today. So many girls tried to pick him up that even the master of time management was shocked and decided to politely decline. Professor Li asked him to come in and make himself comfortable, saying that dinner would be a little later. He replied that he would not be shy, and that she could go about her business. He thought that, as expected from a consultant, she quickly brought comfort to the room. He asked where Li Meng was, and Professor Li replied that she was in the shower, so he immediately headed to the kitchen. She protested, but he said it was okay and he would just keep her company in the kitchen. She said he was too close to talk. He objected that there was at least another half-meter between them and asked what he wanted to do, and he replied that nothing at all. She reminded him that her sister was also here, but he noticed that she was in the shower. Girls usually splash around there forever, so she's definitely not done yet. She begged him not to do it, but he didn't listen. And at that moment, Li Meng called out from the shower that she had finished washing and asked if dinner was ready. Shen Yuan reassured Professor Li that everything was fine and there was no need to panic, and she threatened him not to dare do such a thing again. He said she knew how he felt about her and loudly praised her food, saying Gordon Ramsay would definitely recognize her as his daughter. Li Meng told him to stop flattering. Her sister wouldn't fall for that, and asked how many girls he had had. He replied that there were 2, so what? And she said that it looked like an interrogation, but he only talked about 2 girls. One was in high school, the other was Zhou Wangting, and no one knows about the rest. Li Meng noticed that he had quite a few girlfriends, and her sister had never dated him before. Shen Yuan thought that just 2 girls was already a lot, and if she found out about Ming Hui, Chen Na, and Liu Menggu, she would definitely vomit blood. Li Meng asked him if he had any brothers or sisters, and he replied that he had a younger sister, who was 18 years old and in her 2nd year of high school. 10 minutes later, the interrogation finally ended, and Shen Yuan thought that Professor Li had told her about him. He felt that Li Meng's attitude towards him was gradually warming up, and he asked Professor Li if this was a good sign. She was outraged that he was trying to pull something like this right under Li Meng's nose and did not value his nerves at all. Li Meng said that they could start eating while she went to wash the fruit, but in reality, she wanted to leave quickly, afraid that Li Meng would notice them. Shen Yuan said that it was not necessary, since it was already late and she had a tiring day of cleaning, so she should rest, and he will leave after dinner, and there is no need to wash the fruit. The sister thought that something was wrong with the girl today. She was quieter than usual. Li Meng asked him if he was sure he didn't want to stay longer, and he replied that no, he still had things to do. Li Meng told her sister that she had asked about everything, both what she wanted to know and even what she didn't want to know, and her advice needed to be tested further. Shen Yuan came to Chen Na and asked if she hadn't said that she would come to the cafe and try her coffee. Then he asked her if she still had that gray business suit and stockings. She was surprised, and he told her to guess, and added that it was she who said that she had good makeup on today and told him to trust her character. Had she really already forgotten? And he would make up for several million at once. And she replied that this was not the kind of compensation she had in mind. He said that someday she would understand, and they spent an hour and a half together. He noted with joy that the sympathy level had finally reached 90. The system has announced the completion of the mission to increase the secondary female character's affection level to 90%. He told Chen Na that she would have to try harder tonight, and she asked in fear what he was doing there. He replied that it was she who wanted to know why guys like to see girls in such clothes. And here is her answer. He said it was just not like usual, and he would surprise her even more in the future. and she hummed in agreement. He thought that Chen Na's current state was the best compliment for a man. If he could do even better this time, it would be great. But he doesn't know if he'll get a similar reward next time. He decided to see what was so interesting about the exclusive skill set and saw that this skill card was exchangeable, including entry-level dancing, entry-level trading, entry-level appliance repair, and combat skills. He was indignant. What kind of nonsense is this? If repairing household appliances is still understandable, then what is a hairdresser anyway? He thought that if he had to choose, it would be a good idea to take fighting skills, because even though they live in a legal society, he has a lot of money and women. However, he wondered if Professor Lee's television were to break down, and with his skill in repairing household appliances, he could come to her. The guy would tell her that everything is ready, and if she has any problems in the future, she should not hesitate to call him. He offered to dry her off, saying that she was tired and sweaty and he would dry her whole body. He thought that it seemed like he had hacked his dad's system, and this reward was more generous than the previous one. This meant that the third reward would be even more generous, and he became curious about who would be next. Who would reach the 90th level of affection? Chen Na said that her father had a stroke due to drinking, and his blood pressure rose sharply. Shen Yuan asked if she was serious and if she had enough money, and offered to transfer it to her. He told her to be sure to call him if anything happened. She said it was unsafe to travel at night and she would return home tomorrow morning, and he replied that he would go with her. Chen Na said that she could go back on her own, and Shen Yuan replied that it was fine, and if she needed money or anything else, she could say so. She thought that although Shen Yuan cared about her very much, they were not in an official relationship, and it was inappropriate to bring him home. She thanked him, and the next day she left in a hurry, but still made him breakfast. Shen Yuan thought that Chen Na was neither mercantile like Coach Liu, nor possessive like the beauty in his class. Fu Yingzi wrote to him early in the morning and said that the office had already been cleaned, and she had sent him some options for tables and chairs. Shen Yuan asked what they should do next, and she replied that they should stop following her. And it wasn't like they didn't have someone to clean up. She said that he wasn't even on the student council and that he should stop following her or she would just go crazy. Her stalker thought bitterly that he had been stalking her for 3 years, but lost to the guy she met yesterday just because. He noted that the main thing was that he was also 21 years old, and what that meant, and called her Secretary Fu. She decided that even if she couldn't become his girlfriend, she could be his subordinate or secretary. After all, with such wealth, he clearly has more than one company, and it must demonstrate its capabilities in work. Also, other strengths and qualities to stay close to Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, at Chen Na's home, her mother tricked her into returning home. He said that his father had a stroke, but, in fact, he arranged a blind date with Dong Chi Tao. He manages dozens of people, has an annual income of more than 10 million, and has already bought a car and a house. The mother boasted that Chi Tao had his own company and asked what brand of car he had. He replied that it was not a luxury car, just a 5 Series, and she said that it was not bad, and at least it looked good. Dong Chi Tao gave his mother a gift of pure gold worth just over 3,000. She exclaimed that it was more than 3,000, but he said that it was not expensive. Chen Na was outraged that her parents had deceived her and asked if they understood how she felt. The mother replied that they were just worried about her and looked at Xiao Li, who was a year younger than her and already had 2 children. Chen Na said that she didn't want to talk to her mother and wrote to Shen Yuan that she was very angry. It turned out that her father was not admitted to the hospital, and they tricked her into returning home. We set up a blind date, but she'll be back this afternoon. Shen Yuan replied that he was almost off the highway and asked him to send him the location of her house. She was afraid that he would come to her house and asked what he was planning. The mother asked if the friend was a man or a woman, and Chen Na replied that she would soon see for herself. The parents and Dong Chi Tao began drinking wine and having fun, and 15 minutes later, Shen Yuan arrived with a huge number of gifts. He said that this was his first meeting with his uncle and aunt, and how could he come without gifts? He introduced himself as Chen Na's boyfriend, and said that his name was Shen Yuan, and that they could call him Xiao Sheng, and that these were small gifts for them. The parents were shocked, and the mother asked Chen Na why she didn't say anything. Shen Yuan added that Chen Na was his girlfriend and they would still become a family in the future. The mother asked how much it all cost, and he replied that it wasn't that much, about 300,000. She exclaimed that it was about 300,000, and he said a little, "And would an ordinary person say that?" Auntie was indignant at the sudden appearance of Chen Na's boyfriend, since she said she was lonely. Dong Ki-tao said in a panic that he had also just found out, and damn, why did Chen Na bring her boyfriend over now? He thought that it was the first meeting, and even with gifts that cost more than 300,000 yuan, he looks like a complete idiot and asks his aunt if she means to say that this guy might be a fake, but she replied that spending so much money on the first meeting with parents, if he was fake, then such an amount was simply absurd. The aunt decided to find out more about him and asked how old he was. He replied that he was 21 years old, and she exclaimed that she was 6 years younger than Chen Na. Now it really looks like a sham, and who would even believe it? He said he was still in college, but he had extra income from investing in finance and some industries. Dong Chi-tao thought that nowadays everyone he met could say that he was an investor, but he wouldn't buy it and asked if he had a house. Shen Yuan replied that they had 2 of them, one registered to him and the other to Chen Na. Both houses are in Xingcheng, which made Dong Chi-tao think that he was definitely bluffing. And his aunt said that there was no need to worry, and she would remain calm and let him expose it. She said it was great to have pride, but one shouldn't pretend to be someone he's not. Honesty is the key to relationships. And one house in Xingchen costs over 1 million yuan. Even if he could afford to buy it, he would never buy a house for a girl before marriage. Shen Yuan told Chen Na that the house would be ready soon, and he would send her 1 million yuan to decorate it. If it took more, and he thought they probably thought he was a fraud, so he needed to reassure them. Chen Na was surprised that home improvements wouldn't cost that much, but 1 million yuan was deposited into her account, and she counted 6 zeros. The parents were shocked, and Dong Ki-tao bitterly admitted that, damn it was true, and he just transferred 1 million like that. He doubted him, and how rich he was if he could easily transfer 1 million to improve his home. He dodged the bullet, and if his aunt hadn't intervened first, he would have received a brutal slap in the face from reality. Shen Yuan said that it was just pocket change, and if there was too much, he could spend the rest as he wished. Dong Ki-tao thought that it seemed like he had lost and it was time to end here. And he wondered if he could return the liquor and expensive cigarettes. He added that even if the blind date failed, one shouldn't just waste the trip, and this rich man could become a useful contact. Chen Na's parents were delighted and said that they were now at peace. There is no need to be so attentive. To which Shen Yuan replied that for sure, and he cares about her very much from her side. At this moment, Chen Na's sister ran in and greeted her brother-in-law. The hero noted that she was very similar to Chen Na, less mature but younger. He thought that the genes were the same, but why did she seem plumper? And were her parents biased? He proposed a toast and thanked his parents for raising Chen Na. He said he was very lucky to have such a wonderful girl, and suggested that they look at the house and car together after dinner. Dong Ki-tao thought with horror that he had not only bought a house for Chen Na, but also for her parents. And what kind of son-in-law was he like in his dreams? The father said that they were no longer young and could barely drive a car. And why did he buy such an expensive one? In response to the talk about the empty house with an area of 280 square meters, Chen Na replied that she would now return home more often. Chen Na asked him why he did that, and he replied that she was his woman and he had to do that. But he had a question. He asked if her parents would allow them to sleep in the same room, and she replied that when they fell asleep, she would come to him. At 11 o'clock, she called his name and asked if he was asleep. He replied that how could he sleep without really being with her, and noticed that she was not dressed. And she really understood him. She said that she was waiting for him. The guys started having fun on the bed. At that moment, the girl's younger sister woke up. She heard groans coming from the room and decided to take a peek. What she saw confused her, and she stood in a stupor for a while. Then she decided that she couldn't spy any longer and ran to her room. An hour and a half later, Chen Na returned to her sister's room and hugged her. Xing Yu asked why she was still awake, and Chen Na replied that she wanted to sleep while hugging her and wished her sweet dreams. She thought that this girl had really grown up. The next day, Shen Yuan, who had already returned to the university, was looking at the decoration of the office together with Fu Yingzi. When asked if anything needed to be changed, he replied that everything was fine. Fu Yingzi showed him the first part of the entrepreneurship applications and business plans submitted by her classmates and collected in the committee that morning. He was outraged. What nonsense! And now even photos for ID are edited so heavily. He said he wouldn't look at the photo and would focus on the business plan. But he saw ideas like opening a cafe on campus. He said that even though he was using 10 million from the system for this startup incubator project, He couldn't act recklessly. The hero thought that by increasing the favor of girls, he now receives more rewards. But he cannot do this all his life. Is he really going to be hanging around on the beach even at 80 years old, working hard to satisfy some little sister in a bikini? He said he didn't want to end up as some old pervert who only knew how to pretend. With a campus business incubator and cafe, he should gain real business experience. He decided that as soon as the conditions were right, he should enter the business circle and make a big company out of a small one. He told Fu Yingzi that he seemed to have overestimated the students and he didn't need all these unrealistic proposals that didn't take the market into account. Everything needs to be carefully replanned. And this may be due to the fact that the sample is too small. He asked if the university and the youth league committee could improve the promotion, and she said yes. She said that the radio station she is responsible for will start playing commercials in the morning and evening starting tomorrow. They will display it simultaneously on the university's web account, official account, and Kane account. He thought that from the moment he had a system, he would only enjoy spending and earning money. He felt joy for the first time when he ordered Fu Yingzi to work. And indeed, money controls not only houses, cars, and women, but also power. At the fitness center, manager Huang Mingbo scolded Liu Menggu for being late and said that she didn't seem to need the job. She replied that she had sent him a message asking for time off and had warned her clients. He was outraged that she even had the nerve to talk about it. And did he approve of her taking a day off? She retorted, why didn't he take a closer look at her message where she asked for a day off if he would have lunch with her? He said that in short, he did not approve of this, and she was absent from work, and asked if she knew how much money would be deducted for absenteeism. The girl replied that if he deducted everything he wanted, she would no longer work for him and would quit. Others were surprised that she was actually quitting, and noticed that all the clients she had attracted during this time were working out at their gym. If she quits, how will she make a living? The manager was surprised to see her car and asked if she had found herself a sugar daddy. Liu Menggu wrote to Shen Yuan that she had lost her job and her boss had fired her, and asked if he could console her. Shen Yuan said that was wonderful. And wouldn't it be perfect for Coach Liu to become his exclusive personal trainer? She asked what the reward was for being him. And he said there was a reward. And after a while, he would take her to training. She replied that, okay, then she would wait for him in an exclusive form. She said that she loved him and asked him why he came so late and thought he still had time. The guy thought that this girl was so impudent and daring, he would show her. Shen Yuan said that since he didn't want him to come in, then he would leave. She fearfully asked him not to leave. And he asked if it wasn't she who didn't want to let him in. She said she just wanted to set the right mood and asked him not to leave. And he replied that then she should beg him. She asked why her intentions were not sincere. And he said that he felt a little sincerity and added that he would not leave for their sake. Liu Menggu called Shen Yuan daddy and asked if he would punish her for her disobedience. He asked her to repeat what she called him, and she said, daddy again. He replied that he really liked the sound of it. Today, her daddy will turn up the heat. And they continued. They had fun for an hour, and Liu Menggu said that money aside, Shen Yuan was already quite attractive. He said that didn't she want to become his personal trainer? And he was ready to continue and not to relax. She wondered how he could be ready for the next round so quickly since it was impossible. And they had fun for another hour. She told him not to make things up because she heard everything in the cafeteria. Can his strength be compared to the current one? And he said that 50% of the strength, but he definitely wanted to use all 120%. And the difference from last time was too big. He discovered that he had developed a brutal skill called the divine technique of endless and relentless work. Coach Liu said that with such a height, it was impossible for him to weigh only 70 kilograms. And he suggested that they work out the next morning. She laughed and said that he finally realized that he was skinny. And he threatened that if she said that again, he would make it so that she wouldn't be able to stand up. She admitted she was wrong and said she wouldn't do it again. And he replied that it was better this way, and that she should help him create a training plan. She said she would take a shower first and then come up with an exercise plan and diet. He needs to maintain a certain percentage of body fat through a combination of cardio and anaerobic training. He agreed and said that there was a gym in Junyu's, offering to use it. Tomorrow morning, he will go home for clothes and buy her a couple of suits on the way. The system detected that the wearer was planning to start exercising and announced that a rich life also required improvement. The fitness panel has been successfully activated, and a time-limited mission has been issued. If the wearer reaches a weight of 75 kilograms within a month, the system will improve the wearer's physique. The next day, Liu Menggu prepared fitness food for him for breakfast and lunch, saying that the hotel breakfast was too high in calories. He praised her, saying that it was so much and very good. She replied that she was glad he understood how hard she had worked, and that in the future he was forbidden to torment her the way he had last night. He asked if she felt like he was torturing her, and if she didn't feel anything else. She said, okay, he won, and let him eat quickly and they will go to training. At the gym, men admired Liu Mengu's amazing body and said that she had an absolutely amazing body. They asked each other to stop staring at her, otherwise they would get an erection. One of them was outraged that such a weakling, who didn't have a single muscle, could get such a cool girl. It's a huge loss, and why shouldn't he consider it? Hao Zhang noticed Shen Yuan and thought that it was him, and who was that girl next to him? Wasn't he shopping for bags with another hottie last time at the mall? And he's already found a new girl, and he knows how to have fun. He walked up to Shen Yuan and said what a coincidence, and asked why he didn't take the same girl he went to the mall with. It seemed like they were very close, and he bought her a lot of things. And he tried to question him and make her angry, but Shen Yuan and Liu Mengu remained unperturbed. And Hao Zhang said that enough was enough. And why was he sticking his nose where it didn't belong? Are they really that close? Hao Zhang said that Shen Yuan is not who he claims to be, and is playing both sides at once. He asked not to let him fool him. The girl replied that even if he were dating 3 people at once, she would happily stay with him, and it was none of his business. He said that Shen Yuan bought that girl 2 bags that cost more than 100,000. It was better for him not to interfere where it wasn't wanted. But she replied that it was his money. He can spend it however he wants, as long as it makes him happy. If he is happy, then she is happy too. And added that Shen Yuan bought her a car worth more than 2 million yuan. Hao Zhang asked in confusion what was the matter. And this girl knows that he is cheating on her, but is still happy. And what kind of relationship do they have? Liu Mengu asked him to move away, saying that his face was distracting from the training. She called him a terrible freak. And Shen Yuan explained that Coach Liu was his personal trainer and assistant. She understands her place very well, so why should she worry about such things? Next time, if he wants to cause trouble, it's better to find out everything in advance. She said it was time to continue and praised him after 2 hours. She said he did a great job and the movements were very precise. However, they will still have to increase the intensity tomorrow. He replied that he increases the intensity at night, and she during the day. Is this revenge? But she said that today he was getting acquainted with the movements and exercise machines. Naturally, after this, you need to add weight, once the muscles have relaxed enough. The girl suggested that they quickly go back and take a shower. He said there was another place that needed to relax, and she reproachfully called him a hooligan and asked. After they showered together, the coach asked him if he would be returning to university that evening. He said that his evening was already scheduled, so he invited her to stay there for the night. But the girl objected that the spacious room made her feel uncomfortable when alone. He didn't argue and asked her to repeat the address, and she called him daddy again, after which the affection score increased. Hu Zhang continued to watch Shen Yuan and walked towards him together with Fu Yingzi. She apologized for the fact that he had insisted on his own way and followed her after the meeting in the cafeteria. He added that the girl asked him to stop, but he ignored her requests. Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi remained in the room alone, closing the door tightly and drawing the blinds. Hao Zhang was indignant, not understanding what they were doing there, or why there were blinds in the study room. He thought bitterly of his Fu Yingzi, refusing to believe what was happening. The protagonist started a conversation and inquired about the company's progress. Fu Yingzi reported that she had already placed banners and posts on the official account, on the web account, and on the Clown account. The views were good, but the new business development plan will take more time. She expressed a desire to launch another advertising wave to further increase her popularity. Shen Yuan ordered that his name be associated with the business database so that exchange students would know of his financial involvement. He suggested publishing several posts about how an unknown person had invested 10 million into the university's startup base. This funding was provided by a student of their own university, and also about the existence of a super handsome rich man, but without disclosing his identity. The young man promised to gradually build up public interest so that he could appear in person when anticipation peaks. He thought that although he didn't understand Shen Yuan's desire to be the center of attention, it wasn't his concern. She admitted that she had initially really hoped for a romantic relationship with him, but now it seemed like he already had a partner. Fu Yingzi explained that internships would start next semester, and it was difficult for students at a private university to find jobs. So she thought that if she followed him, she could earn more than in a regular job. He noted to himself that the girl turned out to be quite reserved, as befits a student. If she had said she wanted him, They could have just let things go. Then I asked how much she meant, and she timidly said 8,000 yuan. He noted that graduates in her specialty earn around 3,000 to 4,000 a month, and the proposed amount is already 2 to 3 times higher. Hu Zhang, on the outside, was indignant at his prolonged absence, calling this eccentric someone who was bringing down men's pride. The protagonist suggested dealing with this problem once and for all. The girl looked at him in confusion, but the guy, not at all embarrassed, left a mark on her neck. When they came out, he turned to Fu Yingzi and asked what was happening. She told him not to look for her anymore because she already had a boyfriend. When her shocked interlocutor asked when they started dating, she declared that it had just happened. From that very minute, he refused to believe what he heard and cried out in despair that this simply could not be. Shen Yuan remarked that he thought that was enough and promised that he would not bother her anymore. If that's all, then he will go about his business. Fu Yingzi called out to him, and he thought that she would be quite suitable for the role of secretary. However, he is not ready to manage an entire company now, and even if he has money, without real skills, he will be perceived as an upstart. Therefore, he needs to activate all knowledge modules and increase his level. He decided to start with this very thing. The university had a mandatory introductory course in management. He always felt like he had learned little there, and the system had discovered the native's desire to study business management. She unlocked the corresponding panel with a time-limited task: master the concepts of the fundamentals of management within a month, after which all the knowledge of the EMBA level of Tsinghua University in China will be integrated into his brain. He realized that it would be difficult to cope with this in a month, but he remembered that his advisor, Professor Li, had a double degree. Ms. Lin invited him for a drink this evening, but he rescheduled the meeting for tomorrow, explaining that he already had plans for today. She noted with regret that she would have to wait another long day. Ming Hui approached him and asked how she looked today. He replied that it was great, and his Ming Hui always looked amazing. He added that no matter what she said, to meet him, she had to take a place in line. He noticed that Ming Hui's affection had risen from 91 to 93. The guy discovered a pattern. The higher this indicator becomes, the more difficult it is to raise it, but the rewards also become more generous, just like leveling up in the game. After which he said that he would help her buy a house. If she is free this weekend, they can look at suitable options. The next morning, students on campus were discussing promotional materials for the new startup incubator. They expressed surprise that the student actually invested 10 million. One of them noticed that all the local rich kids spend their money on entertainment, and none of them are capable of investing like Entron. She really wants to tell everyone the truth, but keeping it all to herself turns out to be terribly uncomfortable. Another advised her to restrain herself because Shen Yuan had told her not to reveal anything for now, and she didn't understand why he was keeping silent. What kind of showing off in the shadows is this? But she still admitted that her friend was lucky to hook up with such a rich man. Ming Hui's friends asked him if he needed another maid or assistant, and one of them said she didn't want to work hard anymore. Yu Pin and her friend discussed the rumors and said that they didn't seem like idiots. Who would believe internet gossip? 10 million, if someone actually invested it, would mean at least 100 million in net assets. If there was such a rich man at their university, she would pounce on him herself. One of them said that these were just dreams, and why would such a person even look in her direction? She added that if someone had really spent that kind of money, they would have bragged about it non-stop and would never have kept quiet. Otherwise, what's the point? After which she glanced at Shen Yuan, who didn't have much money. Shen Yuan continued to put his plan into action. He immediately asked Professor Li to help him seriously take up the study of the basics of management. When she asked him what he had in mind this time, he assured her that he was truly committed to learning. She warned him that he should understand that things would not go as they had last time, and he made a promise. After which she asked him not only to memorize the material, but also to connect it with real-life situations. The girl noted that this would help a lot. He replied that he understood and would begin memorizing it immediately. But after a whole hour of classes, he was looking at her, not at the book. She asked why he stopped and why he was looking at her, telling her to look at the textbook. The protagonist objected that she was much more interesting than this book. She reproached him for being at it again, and reminded him that he hadn't promised to come only for the sake of studying. He replied that he was serious about it, but he also wanted her to be his girlfriend. These goals do not contradict each other in any way. He noticed that her little sister was sleeping in another room, and that was even for the better. After all, they can let her know that they are now officially together. When she said he had to let her go and she wouldn't agree to anything, he retorted that he would. She said bitterly that he had sworn not to do it, and added that men really were pigs. But he didn't pay attention to her words. Li Men exclaimed in shock, wondering what was going on here, and saw her sister and Shen Yuan on the sofa. She asked if they had completely lost all shame, and since when had her sister become so brave? Shen Yuan pointed out that she would have found out sooner or later anyway. And wouldn't it be better for it to happen now? Professor Li indignantly objected that her younger sister had seen everything. She stated that this was not the best solution, since she had not even agreed to be his girlfriend yet. Now she doesn't know how to explain everything to her sister. And he asked in response if she liked him. She hesitated and admitted that if an answer was needed, then yes, a little. But they were a teacher and a student. At this point, her affection stat increased by 2 units. Shen Yuan thought that she was not mercantile and money would not help here. He said goodbye, promised to see her next time, and left the room. The door to the room opened slightly and Li Meng asked if they were finished. When she received a positive answer from her sister, the girl entered the room. Li Meng asked if it was time for her to call him son-in-law. Professor Li replied that they had not yet reached the end and asked her sister's opinion. She stated that it was obvious that she was already head over heels in love with him. She just hadn't realized it yet. At that moment, the professor's sister felt like a relationship guru. At the cafe, Ms. Lin approached Shen Yuan and apologized for disturbing him. She spoke about her bad mood lately and her desire to talk, after which she asked if she was disturbing him. She thought to herself that if he was busy, she could at least have a drink with someone else. It wouldn't be wrong, but even if she did more, he had no right to complain, since he was the one who started it all. She asked if Chen Na was his girlfriend, and he replied that one could say so. He added that she wouldn't mind even if she found out. Ms. Lin said that she understood and would not feel guilty in that case. After all, she really didn't want to get involved in other people's relationships, and she only asked him to hug her once. He asked what about her husband and whether he knew that she was drinking with him here. But she asked him not to mention this jerk and suddenly kissed him. She noticed that something similar had happened before at Chen Na's cafe with another woman. She feels guilty, but after half an hour, she exclaims that this is what heaven feels like. She asked for help getting herself together, and noticed that people say that guys don't appreciate mature women. They go after young girls, and they are not wrong. After which, her affection level rose to 63. Shen Yuan thought this was something new. After all, earlier, when relationships with women went further, their affection already exceeded 60. With her, this indicator reached such a level only after what happened. The system congratulated him on receiving 5 characters whose affection had exceeded 60. She gave out a milestone reward, 2 cards for super efficient training, and 1 exclusive ticket for the exchange of a skill set. Also provided 2 lottery tickets, Ideal Life. Mrs. Lin noticed that he seemed pleased and admitted that, frankly speaking, she had never been so satisfied before, after which she asked if they should continue next time. Shen Yuan was surprised by her desire to repeat this experience. Fu Yingzi sent Shen Yuan screenshots of the comments, and he thought that the negative comments were also good. They increased discussion and popularity, and he can name 20 hints. For example, what his specialty is. But the main thing is not to mention his name and group number. He decided to put the startup aside for now and find out what surprises the system had in store for him. The system congratulated him on receiving a 500 square meter retail space in the elegant Unish Garden. He admired that this was the most luxurious complex in the entire city, and the rent alone would bring in profit. The modification process is complete, and he has gained a few pounds of muscle mass, which is still not enough to reach his goal. He called these points just something, and noted that there seemed to be 2 patterns in the system. This is getting a high level of affection, or getting a certain number of characters with a high level of affection. He planned to study and at the same time get closer to Professor Li and use the map for super efficient studying. In the following days, without interrupting his studies and training in the gym, Shen Yuan bought Chen Na a Maserati and took a G63 for himself. At the University of International Studies Career Fair, students whispered. The investor behind the startup incubator is studying international trade at a business school and drives a G-class. This car costs more than 3 million, and it cannot be that such a person studied here. One of the students said that you need to learn from other companies, and a good manager must constantly develop. The girl asked the senior if she couldn't find an internship, if she could come to his company. The senior replied that of course, just send him your resume and he would put in a good word for him. And the student was delighted. The senior added that junior students, if they haven't yet found an internship, should not hesitate to contact his company. Those present were outraged that this boy had not come to the fair, but to relax and get some food. They said that if only old Juan were here, he would knock the crap out of his head. The elder is modest and capable. Not like Shen Yuan, who runs a cafe and hits on old women. The girl added that running a cafe or owning a company is like comparing day and night. A girl named Madasha Tan agreed to have dinner together after the fair. Someone was surprised that driving on campus was prohibited and what was going on, and pointed out that it was a G class. Students said that the whole university was buzzing about this Gelica, and that some student who had sunk 10 million into a startup was driving it. If this rich guy really studies here, then he is much more interesting than the other older ones. The girls decided that if they could hook up with him, then to hell with this dinner. And one of them asked Old Man Huang and Old Man Cao what they were doing there. They were shocked to see Shen Yuan driving the car and realized that he was the rich man, and that this was a test. The students exclaimed that he was here. He had come. He had finally shown up. And he had arrived in a helicopter. And you were just in time. One of them couldn't believe it, and said that it was definitely not Shen Yuan, and that he was just a driver. Another asked him what he was sniffing around and looking suspicious about, and told him to get out of the way because they were getting into the car. One of them was puzzled as to how he could be rich, and the other asked what the joke was and where he got so much money. The girl decided to forget about everything else, and from now on, her goal is Shen Yuan. Someone asked if they apologized, would he forgive them? And the news that Shen Yuan was the owner of Gelix spread throughout the campus. The students said that if it were a 60-year-old billionaire, the girls would have doubts. But Shen Yuan is only 21 years old, tall and handsome. What more could you want? And one of them found his WeChat. She was asked if she had a boyfriend or not, and she replied, "So what? And if Shen Yuan gives her a chance, that guy will be banned." Yingzi's sister approached her and asked what was going on, and the girl said that she was working with Shen Yuan on a startup. Fu Yingzi replied that she was only a sophomore and should be preparing for the broadcasting club. Why the sudden interest in entrepreneurship? The girl countered that the job market isn't unlimited and that preparation is needed in advance. Fu Yingzi admitted that she almost believed her interlocutor for a second. But to be honest, Zhang Qingchang was not called the little dragon girl for nothing. She was 168 centimeters tall, had a perfect figure, a sweet face and great energy, and she would be a perfect fit. She immediately pulled herself together, wondering what she was even thinking about, as if she was choosing concubines for Shen Yuan, and told herself to pull herself together. The students continued to discuss the rumors and claimed that no one in their specialty drove a G class. There isn't even such a person in the entire university, and the author is clearly lying. So they decided to consider it a joke. Shen Yuan was inundated with friend requests from numerous female students from different departments who introduced themselves. They indicated their parameters and invited him to meet, and his neighbor noticed that the phone was ringing off the hook. Shen Yuan replied that no, and he felt somehow disgusted, and the neighbor was surprised that so many girls had joined him, and he felt disgusted. He explained that if they were all girls, he wouldn't mind, but a bunch of guys joined him too. It's infuriating, he added, that even girls who can't contact him write to him. The neighbor advised them to simply ignore them, and bitterly exclaimed that he and Lao Cao had been alone for all 3 years of university. We haven't even smelled women's perfume, but he lives like a celebrity. The system reminded him that for every 500 reputation points he earned, he received a chance to win a lottery. He thought that if it weren't for the tasks from the system, he wouldn't have paid attention to all this. No matter how much hype it generates, it means nothing if it doesn't actually benefit students. He said he needed to contact Fu Yingzi and asked her to meet him in the office. And she replied that she understood, boss. Ming Hui asked if she heard that he was on campus now, and if he could spend time with her today. The guy understood that he needed to keep the rumors under control, after which he said that he was leaving and that they shouldn't wait for him. As soon as the girl saw the main character, she threw herself on his neck and said that she missed him. She started saying that he was a celebrity now, and every girl on campus knew him. Shen Yuan asked if it was true, and she confirmed that even his personal information had been leaked online. He remarked that it seemed like people were having a really boring life, and that guys should know how to protect themselves, right? The hero agreed, but asked how the closed window related to this. The girl answered because she could do something too, and asked if he wanted to. However, the guy said that not now. He had a meeting. Ming Hui asked him to stand up, and he made a dissatisfied sound, and she asked him if it was like that, and if he liked it. Fu Yingzi, who was guarding the door, heard suspicious sounds and realized that this did not sound like a business conversation at all. She thought that her boss was clearly an unusual person, and as a secretary, She had to guard the door so that no one could hear what was going on inside. But they're still not finished, and her legs are already falling off. Minghui coughed, out of breath from running. A girl walked past her, and she realized that she was sure that she had heard everything. She must understand that Shen Yuan is only hers. Fu Yingzi walked in and asked the boss what he wanted to talk about, and he praised her. He said that everything has been going great for her lately, and the buzz is gradually growing, and everything is happening on its own. He said that with this momentum, they will have a lot of applications for the startup incubator. When selecting, these applications need to be filtered first. They needed practical projects, and she replied that it was all thanks to his leadership. She couldn't have planned all this on her own. He asked what the selection criteria were, and she asked again. He replied, to choose those who reflect the new image of their university. Although it is not elite, they have one big advantage. She asked what it was. The hero said that their students were very beautiful, to which she was surprised, and he was serious. After all, the boss spent so much money just to find a girl. He explained that they were offering an opportunity, and since they would have many applicants, why not choose the ones who were good-looking? She asked if she could leak the answers to preferred candidates so they could get through, and he called it a smart idea. He wondered what the difference was between him and the ancient official who offered beauties to the emperor. Wasn't he betraying his education? But he immediately decided that it would be better if these girls got involved with other guys. It's a mutual choice, and if they're not suitable, they simply won't be considered. Besides, she is paid 10,000 yuan a month, and loyalty is also part of the job. Then she asked to be allowed to present the first candidate. Fu Yingzi said that the girl was about her age, maybe a little older, but then she began to smile shyly and apologized several times. She clarified that she was 19 years old, a second-year student, and her nickname was Little Dragon Girl. Shen Yuan asked with a grin, so he would become a dragon rider. Madame Lin asked Shen Yuan if he had time this evening. Would he like to have a drink? And he thought that last time she said that they would continue next time. He didn't think it would come so quickly. He asked if she was sure she just wanted a drink. She made an appointment for 9 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Yuan responded immediately. She didn't think that after 2 drinks something like this would happen to him, and she even felt that thrill of first love again. The girl hoped that time would fly by quickly, and that it would already be 9 in the evening. Professor Lee asked him to give her and her sister a ride to the shops, but he replied that he had to pick up someone and there were no more seats. She asked if he could add them on WeChat so they could hang out together next time, but he replied that he was sorry, but his WeChat contact list was full and he couldn't add any more people. The students watched this scene and remarked that this is what it means to be rich. He just brushes off girls they can't even dream of. One of them said that he is just a little taller, more handsome and richer, and that's why so many girls are throwing themselves at him. Another one countered that he was a little richer, and that this G-Class car costs 3 million, and perhaps they will not earn that much in their entire life. Another student said enviously that with a car like that, you can forget about girls, and he would also like to go for a ride. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mrs. Lin asked if there was trouble at home again, and said she wanted to ask him something, and he said, "Let's go." She asked him if he believed in love and said he should answer yes or no. He replied that in high school he really believed in love. That tremulous feeling associated with his first love was true love. He added that after the breakup he never felt that way again. Not with Zhou Wangting, not with Chen Na, Liu Menggu, or Ming Hui. Something was always missing. And she noticed that his answer was too vague. She started talking about her first love in high school and that thrilling feeling. But then she switched and said that she called about repairing the air conditioner. They asked the girl when it would be convenient. They could agree on a time, and they would come to her. Shen Yuan asked her if her air conditioner was broken, and she confirmed that it had been broken for several days. He said she didn't need to call a repairman, and he was pretty good at it. She was surprised, and he confirmed that he knew and asked if her husband was home, and she answered that he was not. She thought that Zhang Sanyun said that he would not be home tonight. The child is with his parents in the village, so bringing Shen Yuan home, even if it is to repair the air conditioner, seems a little strange to her. Before bringing him, she was afraid that he might do something. But now, he really only came to fix the air conditioner. She began to doubt her attractiveness. She said that her head was a complete mess and she would go take a shower to calm down. She thanked him, saying that she would quickly take a shower. After 15 minutes, she was surprised that it actually worked. She thanked the guy again, saying that she didn't even know how to thank him. He asked if he wanted to thank her, then let him come here. The woman was afraid that Zhang Sanyun might return at any moment, but the man replied that this would not happen, and then she asked why. He stated that from now on, if something broke in the house, she should contact him. He will fix not only things, but also her heart and her body. She gave herself completely to this moment and thought that, in comparison to it, her relationship with her husband was a waste of time. The husband himself turned out to be pathetic and worthless. A passerby remarked with disgust that it was disgusting. It was her husband. He added that this woman behaved so arrogantly during their meeting for drinks and even refused him for the sake of big money. The girl realized with horror that the sound was coming from behind the door. She realized that Zhang San-yoon had unexpectedly returned home. Mrs. Lin panicked, thinking that if her husband found out the truth, she would lose all her advantages in the divorce and division of property. He might lose everything. But Shen Yuan calmly said that he would close the door himself. Zhang San-yoon asked irritably why there was no one in the house and the air conditioner was left on. Does she really think electricity is worthless? He called her a useless fool who does nothing all day. She can't even cope with simple household chores and can't pour him a glass of water. The man was outraged to find that the door was locked from the inside and decided that she was still upset about his late return. Although it is a shame given his position, he is simply obliged to participate in various events. He declared that since she was not letting him in, that was fine, and at least today he would not have to perform his marital duty, which was even better. Mrs. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and they continued. But she asked him to be quiet so that her husband would not hear through the wall. However, the guy replied that he was already fast asleep and wouldn't notice anything, and that she should relax because it would be even more exciting that way. Zhang San-yoon's snoring was so loud that Shen Yuan unconsciously began to move in time. The next morning, Zhang San-yoon woke up with a severe headache, thinking that the bar had sold counterfeit alcohol the night before. He was surprised to see breakfast on the table, which his wife had not cooked for 2 years. The man asked what had come over her. He immediately doubted why she had suddenly become so caring. The husband realized that something had definitely happened, and that she was hiding something behind his back. The man began to search the room, but did not find any hair on the bed. There were no suspicious stains and no napkins in the trash can. There were no signs of contraception either. So I decided that maybe he was just imagining things. The girl invited her to have breakfast. The man said that it seemed to him as if in a dream he heard a strange knock on the wall. So he asked her if she had heard anything like that. But she replied that she had not, and that he had probably just imagined it, and that she herself had slept very soundly. The man agreed that he must have imagined it, and asked if she had said that the air conditioner was broken, because now it seems to be working properly. And she replied that the sound he heard was just from the repair. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Li Ying's best friend asked Zhou Wangting what was going on with her, as she hadn't slept for 2 nights. Van Tien replied that her ex was now living a better life than ever, and she felt like she would simply die of envy. When her friend asked who she was talking about, she named Shen Yuan. Li Ying wondered how he could become so rich and whether he had sold the car after the family went bankrupt. But Van Tien said that her friend couldn't even imagine what he had become after the breakup. She said that he bought some woman a house for 3 million and gave his fitness trainer a Porsche worth 2 million. Li Ying asked if this was serious and how Wang Ting could be sure of such expenses. And she replied that the woman was her personal trainer. She admitted that she was out of her mind then, since she traded such a man for a miserable life. Now he has become so rich that she cannot sleep at night. But her friend advised her to just find someone else. After all, with her appearance, this won't be difficult, especially since she works in aviation and meets millionaires every day. Wang Ting replied that she no longer considered men with a net worth of less than 100 million, and that she wanted to bring Shen Yuan back. Li Ying reminded him that he blocked her everywhere and she couldn't even find him at the university. She advised me to live my own life and lower my standards a little. Van Tien refused, saying she couldn't lower the bar and that it broke her heart because all this was supposed to be hers. She demanded that her friend help her find him. Li Ying desperately asked someone to give her the number of a mental hospital. At the Junyue Hotel, Coach Lu stands and looks into the distance. She was surprised that, despite the diet and exercise plan she had developed, his progress in gaining weight and muscle was faster than expected. He replied that he was simply not like everyone else. The girl said that she understood and he could go, and she would wait for his call. She thought that by preparing food and clothes for him every morning, she finally felt needed. And maybe this way she could stay with him forever. Shen Yuan reflected that Ming Hui was one of the first girls next to him. But apart from a couple of bags and vague promises, she received nothing. While Chen Na and Liu Menggu, who joined later, had already acquired houses and cars. At a restaurant near the university, relatives asked Ming Hui if she came there often, and she replied that she sometimes came with friends. Her cousin asked her what she planned to do after graduation, as her third year was almost over, and it was time to think about an internship. Her husband added that they needed to prepare in advance because their university was not one of the best. My sister asked if she had a boyfriend and warned that finding a relationship would be more difficult after university. She told me about her cousin from a prestigious university who was already interning at a Fortune 500 company and offered to introduce them. Minghui replied that she already had a boyfriend, and then her surprised relatives asked how long ago. She replied that they had only been dating for a couple of weeks and she hadn't told her family yet. The cousin countered that relationships were not a game and that her university was far from the best. If she gets involved with the first person she meets, things will be difficult for them after graduation. Minghui coldly replied that she didn't think her life would be hard. The sister continued to insist that her boyfriend would have a hard time providing for both of them, unlike her cousin who had prospects. But her husband tried to stop her, saying that the girl had her own plans. She replied that she was simply worried that she would suffer with the wrong person. Minghui thought to herself that compared to her Shen Yuan, that cousin from the fortune list was simply a nobody. After all, her boyfriend was taking her to choose an apartment. Her cousin was taken aback and asked again, to buy an apartment. Shen Yuan introduced himself to his relatives and apologized for not being able to join the dinner because he had promised Minghui. He promised to treat them next time, and they replied that everything was fine and that they were now one family. They purchased a spacious apartment with 2 parking spaces. Shen Yuan announced that she was now officially the owner of the property, and the girl herself was at a loss, not knowing what to say. He thought that this purchase brought him a huge profit, and now his fortune is measured in billions. He promised to send her training videos so that she, as a smart girl, would quickly master everything. Minghui's affection level had risen, and he realized that he was still far from the maximum, so he needed to try to move forward tonight. At this time, the female students in the dormitory complained that Shen Yuan had accepted their applications, but he didn't respond to a single message, and one of them bitterly admitted that she had always hated such people, but had become the same. Others advised against focusing on it because the competition was too high, and suggested focusing on studies and certifications. The students in the dorm said they had plenty of cool girls and asked why they had to humiliate themselves. They suggested focusing on studying and getting certificates, and going to the library. One of them asked, to the library, and slipped away again to draw up a business plan, and let him not make a drama out of it. Another admitted that no matter what girl falls for a billionaire like him, it's not her place to judge because she's the same and will work on a business plan. Minhui was asked if she had thought about her future and whether she should apply for a business incubator. The protagonist replied that it was possible, but he had other projects and would organize something for her. Shen Yuan thought that Minghui had a strong sense of possessiveness. If she was always on campus, he wouldn't be able to work freely, and in order to build his team, she couldn't always be around. He asked if she wanted to study foreign techniques and which teachers she would choose from the list of names. She wondered how he knew so many names, and he replied that he had just found them on the internet and that he hadn't known anyone before. She said she would then choose one with her eyes closed, and after 20 minutes asked him if he liked it. He asked her not to stop. She was surprised that she could learn this. She asked if she continued like this, would he want to be with her even more? The next morning, Li Yuhan urgently called him, saying that there was no time for talking. He will reset the location and let him come here quickly. Shen Yuan asked what was going on, but he had already hung up. Li Yuhan reported that they had changed locations and he was now in Suyun Cave, and demanded that Shen Yuan leave immediately. Shen Yuan was indignant that he had almost arrived, and his friend was only now talking about changing places. Li Yuhan said he had just started his shift, but his friends had invited him here, and to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested. He told me not to apologize and to quickly drag my ass back to my place, promising to wait at the bottom of the cave. Shen Yuan thought that Suyun Cave was not far from Professor Li's workplace, and he wondered if he would stumble upon it. Li Yuhan said that waiting outside was boring as hell and asked if he wanted to go up to do some maintenance. But Shen Yuan replied that he was out and that he had a better technician from the university, and this place was not even close to being comparable. Li Yuhan was surprised to see his car and asked where it came from, and Shen Yuan replied that he meant where it came from. He just bought it. Li Yuhan admired that he was rich because he was buying himself a Gelik, and that it was the car of his dreams. Shen Yuan asked, more to the point, why he called him here, and Li Yuhan said that he was a co-owner of the bar and wanted to kick the ceiling. Li Yuhan suggested that they discuss everything inside, And when the girl asked if it was Shen Yuan, he saw Professor Li with horror. He exclaimed that only he could be so lucky. And she said what an unexpected and pleasant meeting it was. Someone present asked who it was, and another replied, "Cuties." The hero told them to wait and asked if they were going home to cook and if he could come and help. The girl indignantly told Shen Yuan that he had no shame at all, and he came to such a place. Shen Yuan replied that she was mistaken and that he was just waiting for someone. Li Meng said she thought they would buy that excuse, and her sister liked him. She even bought him a gift as a thank you for that bag. And he came to a place like this and told him to get lost. Shen Yuan cried out in despair. What a nightmare, they were so close. But this confusion arose. Li Yuhan asked if she was his new girlfriend, and if he should explain everything to her. But Shen Yuan replied that no, and that she was upset now, and would not believe his words. What happened really hurt the professor's feelings. Li Yuhan apologized and said that he didn't expect this and asked who she was, and that he had never seen her before. Shen Yuan replied that she was his consultant, and that she also taught business English. They went into a cafe where Chen Na met them, and he ordered an iced Americano and a vanilla latte. Li Yuhan said that he had definitely seen this girl before, and then remembered that she was the girl from the Nanjing restaurant. She is Li Guangyao's cousin, and asked if she was not a salesperson at the fourth store, and why she was here. Shen Yuan replied that it was simply mutual sympathy. Li Yuhan said that he was dating both the teacher and the other guy's girlfriend, but Shen Yuan ordered him to stop, and said that they would talk about business, and he would hand over the management of the bar to him. Li Yuhan was surprised that it happened so suddenly, and was not sure that he could cope without his advice. Shen Yuan said he believed in him, and added that when friends do business together, the friendship can crumble due to disputes over ideas and other things. He won't let this happen. And Li Yuhan promised to do everything and not let him down. Chen Na served coffee, and Li Yuhan noticed that Shen Yuan's t-shirt was wrinkled. Chen Na corrected her, and Shen Yuan said that they were so cute. Today, after hanging out with his brother, he got a taste of life. Chen Na offered to take her younger sister Xing Yu to help out at the cafe for the summer. Shen Yuan said he didn't mind, and she replied that she would go take a shower because she had been busy all day and was now all sweaty. Shen Yuan thought that he should call Professor Li and explain everything, but she didn't pick up the phone or respond on WeChat, and he said how resilient she was. Meanwhile, in Li Xiao's apartment, Li Men said that she was so annoying and was still calling. She suggested blocking him so that he wouldn't continue to bother her. Then she added that Shen Yuan was a scumbag, and she shouldn't cry because of him, and it was good that today they saw his true face, and it was even for the better. She asked why guys even go to places like that and said that apparently most guys are like that. They think with what's in their pants, and they have needs, and if they can't satisfy them, then they look for thrills. She heard that the girls there are very skilled and know how to make guys happy. Professor Li said he hugged her and she pushed him away, and she blamed herself. She said it was all her fault and maybe she had pushed him away for too long and he just wanted to satisfy his needs. The girl exclaimed, "Oh my God, what was she imagining there? How could such a thing even occur to her?" And she told her to go drink some water and calm down. Li Meng asked her sister if she looked at her and remembered what happened the last time she fell in love. Professor Li thought that Li Meng was right, and she couldn't just fall in love, and needed to control herself. Ye Jiyan wrote to Shen Yuan, inviting him to a barbecue with some female students from other universities to chat about the project. He added that he had a fuel card for him, and was waiting for him in the evening in a private room in the dining room for dinner with his classmates. Shen Yuan looked at the messages from people he had barely interacted with before, and said that he wouldn't even look at them. He noticed that one freshman had sent him so many messages asking about the weather, saying good morning and talking about fallen leaves. Chen Na asked him if she should go inside, and then noticed that he seemed more fit. She asked if he had been exercising lately, and he said yes, and suggested they move to the sofa. He asked her if she could ride a horse, and she said no. He said, let her climb in, and he would become her free exercise machine. Next time they could go horseback riding, and she asked if the horseback riding he was talking about wasn't the same thing he wanted to do now. He confirmed it and suggested that I sit on it and try it myself if I didn't believe him. He praised her, saying that she definitely had the talent to become a horsewoman. The next day, students crowded into the office of the university's Youth League Committee with startup applications and commercial proposals. Fu Yingzi was surprised that almost no one had applied for the startup grant before, and asked why there were suddenly so many female students. During training, the main character received a call from the secretary's little girl. She reported that she had received the first applications, 653 in total. When Shen Yuan asked about the ratio of boys to girls, she replied that there were 628 girls and 25 boys. Shen Yuan told her to take care of the selection. So she asked if that meant she had to reject all the guys. He replied that no, and if any of the guys had a good business proposal, they could send it to him. He thought that if there were only beauties, wouldn't it just be an ordinary idol group? Professor Lee asked him why he never responded to her, and he said it was his subordinate from the university. He asked if he was jealous again, but she replied that no, she was just asking. And he advised her not to imagine anything unnecessary, and that they had a strictly business relationship. The system has detected that the owner has a third girl with a favorability level above 90, and the task is completed. The reward would be given out soon, and Shen Yuan was delighted that his dear Lulu had brought an unexpected bonus with simple words. He thought that every time the NPC's favor level reached 90, the rewards from the system were incredibly generous. He received a 5mm diameter increase, 30 million exclusive fund of respect for parents. He felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, and the sensations were so distinct, he called his dear Lu to come to him for a second. When she asked what was wrong, he said there was no time to explain and called her to go upstairs. She got scared and said something was wrong, and he asked what it was, and she said he seemed different, or she was just imagining it. Do exercises really help with this too? And he asked. Or maybe it was she who changed. She asked him to be more gentle next time, otherwise she wouldn't be able to stand it, and he promised to prepare her well. The effect was simply amazing, and he said it was worth it. He told Coach Lu to take a rest because he had to go and something happened. The hero thought that this new weapon was not only something his dear Lu, but also his dear Chen Na and his dear Ming Hui would have to adapt to. A whole day had passed since that misunderstanding, but Professor Lee had not answered her phone or messages. Shen Yuan realized that if this continued, the misunderstanding between them would only worsen. He thought he needed to prove his innocence, and she should give him a chance to explain himself. He came to her door and introduced himself as the neighbor downstairs, saying that she was flooding him. When the door opened, she said it was him and would fool her again. But he asked to be let in. Shen Yuan said he thought they needed to talk and she misunderstood yesterday, but she objected that she had misunderstood, and he had gone to such a place without telling her that he had done nothing there. She said that she didn't believe him and didn't want to listen to any more excuses and told him to leave. And he explained that the guy from yesterday was his childhood friend. He asked him to meet to discuss something, and when he was almost there, he suddenly changed the location to that club. Professor Lee thought that his words sounded very convincing, and both the reason and the evidence were very compelling. He said, how could he even go to such a place for fun? And she completely misunderstood him. Her favorability level, which had dropped to 61, began to rise. She apologized and said she hadn't thought things would be that way, and he didn't expect the consultant's favor to be restored. The guy said it was okay since they had sorted everything out, and he was a little thirsty and asked if he could have some water. She asked suspiciously if he was at it again and wanted to pull this trick on her again. After all, his previous misdeeds were still fresh in his memory, and he replied that he really wanted to drink. She asked if it was true, and he replied that it was an honest pioneer's story, and she said that then he should wait a little. After a few tens of seconds, she handed him water, keeping her distance. He wondered why she was acting like he was a wild animal and whether he had lost all trust, and that was how the consultant saw him now. Someone passing by remarked that the young man should not be in such a hurry, and that perfection does not tolerate haste. The hero turned to the lady, saying that only the impatient would eat hot food, while the dull-witted would eat other people's leftovers. The guy thought that in the end, this trip was not in vain, and he managed not only to dispel the misunderstanding, but Lee also agreed to become closer. Su Xiu Wei called via video and said, Mr. Shen, the plumbing and electrical work is complete and ready for handover. She asked when he could come, and he replied that he was free now and would be there soon, and that she should wait for him. Half an hour later, she answered sheepishly that no, not really. He asked why she was so excited and he wasn't going to eat her, and asked her to show him everything here. He thought that when it came to her knowledge, she instantly became collected. That's what a professional is. And she reported that waterproofing, plumbing, electrical work, and backfilling with underfloor heating were all done. The next step is to choose the style of floor tiles, and the patio design is also made according to its requirements. He said it was very good, and he felt calm because she was in control of the work. It was already late, and the hero offered to treat her. She apologized and said that she had something to do at home that evening. Suddenly, a heavy downpour started, and he said that it was pouring down and suggested that they go inside. She agreed, clung to the guy, and accidentally tripped. The girl looked at him with embarrassment, her face flushed, not knowing what to answer. The hero just stood there and looked at her with a playful smile. They then moved towards the building, not wanting to get wet in the rain any longer. Then the girl screamed at him not to look because her wet clothes were sticking to her body. He replied that he had tried, but the sight was too conspicuous. He said it should help her avoid catching a cold, and she thought she had never been this close to a guy for such a long time before. Her whole body tingled and she wanted to push him away, but Mr. Shen was an important client. He asked her why she was looking at him because he was handsome, and she thought he was a narcissist or just wanted to joke. Why should she answer at all? And the teachers never taught her this. The protagonist wondered if she was too innocent, since she couldn't stand even the slightest teasing. Half an hour later, the rain stopped, and Shen Yuan offered to take her home. She agreed, thanking the protagonist in advance. 40 minutes later, the girl pointed to her house, thanked them for giving her a ride and being so generous. The guy asked if he could come in for a while. The man thought he knew about her family's plight, but he didn't think it was that bad. She replied that he could come in, but she had to help the family with the cooking, so she wouldn't have time to entertain him. The neighbors noticed his car and whispered that this Geländewagen was worth about 3 million, and that he was probably Su Shu Wei's boyfriend. One of the women was glad that the girl had finally settled into a good life and would no longer live in poverty. Su Shu Wei entered the house and her younger brother greeted her, saying that her sister had returned, and she asked if he was hungry. Shen Yuan asked if this was her brother, and she told the boy to call the guest elder brother. The mother came out of the other room, said that everything was fine and she just went out for a walk. Then she asked who this person was, and her daughter replied that it was her friend Shen Yuan. The woman greeted the guest and noted that he had bought too many gifts and that he shouldn't have spent so much. But she invited him to come in, and Shen Yuan went in, and Su Shu Wei went to cook. After some time, she asked her brother to pour some water for her older brother. Half an hour later, dinner was ready, and the younger brother said with delight that his sister's food was the best. The mother remarked that this was simple home cooking, and next time she would definitely cook something more decent. Shen Yuan replied that she was too kind, and he was more than satisfied with what Su Shu Wei had prepared. Mother said that if he likes it, he should eat more. She thought to herself that it was amazing that at such a young age, her daughter had such a unique aura and had already become a pillar of support for the family. After dinner, Shen Yuan got up and was about to leave, but Su Shu Wei asked him to wait, saying that he had bought too many things. She wanted to return the money to him, but he asked her to give him her phone number for a second and transferred 50,000 yuan to her. The man thought that this money meant nothing to him, but it could temporarily improve the life of her family. But he wasn't sure if she would be able to accept them calmly, since he didn't see any signs of affection above her head. The hero decided that if she refused, he would deal with it later, and he was tormented by a vague feeling that what was lost was returning. Fu Yingzi reported that the list had been sorted, and 12 out of 653 applications had been selected, of which 11 were girls and 1 was a guy, and digital files and photographs of the girls were sent to him by email. He praised her for her excellent work and promised a bonus within a month. The neighbors asked the mother if the guy who came was Su Shu Wei's boyfriend, but she replied that she didn't know. The daughter didn't tell her anything. They noticed that he seemed incredibly rich, since his car cost about 3 million. One of the women said that if the girl got together with him, her life and that of her brother would improve dramatically, and the mother should convince her. But she replied that it was about her daughter's future, and she didn't want to be a burden to her or force her to be with someone she didn't like. It's her life, and she doesn't know what that girl is thinking. But that guy is definitely interested in her, since he brought so many gifts. The mother entered the house, and the first thing she asked was what her daughter's relationship was with him. Su Shu Wei replied that he was a major client of their company, and that he had come to inspect the construction site today. When it suddenly started to rain, he gave her a ride home and nothing happened between them. The woman asked if the client was interested in her, and the daughter replied that he had indeed been acting strange today. But the last time they had dinner, he had a beautiful woman with him, and she was probably his girlfriend, although she didn't know for sure. The mother asked her daughter what she thought of him, but she replied that he was just a client and asked her not to continue. The mother said that she understood and that she heard what the neighbor was saying, and that her daughter should not take it to heart. She added that her father was no longer with her, and that it was their daughter who was now providing for their family, and that she and her brother owed so much to her. She just hopes that her daughter will be happy in the future, and she doesn't have to marry a rich man for their sake. Su Shu Wei replied that she knew, and that her mother should not worry, when at that time the protagonist was in bed with another beauty. Fu Zhengmei from Guanting Decoration called Shen Yuan and said that he finally answered the call. When Shen Yuan asked what the matter was and whether it was urgent, she apologized and asked if it was convenient for him to talk now. We will talk about her student. Su Shu Wei Shen Yuan replied that it was good, and after a short time he was already sitting opposite her. Fu Zhengmei said that Shen Yuan transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Shu Wei yesterday, but she transferred it back and he didn't accept it. Fu Zhengmei asked not to misunderstand and explained that she only found out about it because Su Shu Wei looked depressed. Shen Yuan asked if she asked him to come here just for this reason. Fu Zhengmei replied that Su Shu Wei was not a gold digger, and if Yuan really wanted to win her over, he would need to make more efforts. Shen Yuan replied that he actually didn't mean to say anything with the money, and there was no point in talking about it now. 50,200 yuan was credited to Shen Yuan's card. He thought that this girl transferred 200 yuan more, and it was probably payment for the things he bought yesterday. How stubborn she was. Fu Zhengmei thought that it would be great if Su Shu Wei got together with Shen Yuan. Madame Lin asked Shen Yuan if he was free that evening and would like to have a drink at a cafe. Shen Yuan replied that he was free and suggested that they simply go to her home. Madame Lin was afraid that her husband might come back, but Shen Yuan said, "Isn't it better this way?" And she agreed. Shen Yuan said that he had not eaten anything and would need energy to fix the air conditioner. Mrs. Lin replied that she would cook him dinner. He asked what she would cook, and she replied that by 6 o'clock in the evening. Mrs. Lin made a soup with pork kidneys and euphemia bark. Shen Yuan thought that she had even specially prepared such ingredients. And as he thought, mature women knew more. The hero asked if she had ever cooked such soup for her husband. Mrs. Lin replied that, no, never, and this was her first time. When asked when her husband usually returns, she replied that it was around 9 in the evening. Shen Yuan said that means they have about an hour and a half to spare. Shen Yuan said that although it was her first time making it, it turned out very delicious. Mrs. Lin replied that if he liked it, she would cook it for him more often. Shen Yuan said that it was absolutely wonderful, and he was very glad that Madame Lin had the courage to make such a decision. He added that although he would not mind playing the role of a lover again, her happiness was more important. Mrs. Lin thanked Shen Yuan and said that it was because of him that she made this decision. Shen Yuan asked her not to put the blame on him and pointed out that it was not he who broke up her marriage. A man passing by the hero recognized Shen Yuan's car and thought that he was the same rich man who bought Chen Na's car. He wondered what Shen Yuan was doing here and called it strange. The girl's husband saw the soup and said that Mrs. Lin was becoming more and more caring every day. Lin thought to herself that this soup was not for him. Chen Na said, "Well, it's hot. And why didn't she turn on the air conditioner? The fan won't make it cooler." Mrs. Lin replied that she was not hot and had nothing to be afraid of, and she just thought that Shen Yuan's scent might have remained in the room. Shen Yuan said, okay, he understood, and since he had eaten the soup, he would go take a shower, and then they would have a good time together. 10 minutes later, he couldn't open the door and thought that Mrs. Lin had fallen asleep. Fu Yingzi revised the selection plan based on Shen Yuan's words. Now there were 2 guys on the list, and the girls were mostly past or current campus goddesses, especially the eldest Yayu from the flight attendant class with a height of 175 centimeters. Everyone from seniors to freshmen were delighted. There was also Aisha, whom everyone called Little Dilraba, plus Jiang Man from the Star City cosplay scene. The student who made the list was outraged that these girls were the best beauties of their university. He thought that Shen Yuan was inspired by entrepreneurship. How naive he was. He asked why Shen Yuan included him in the list of participants, and whether he was a eunuch. Fu Yingzi stood there and thought that now all that was left was to wait for the boss's next move. Mo Zhenwan greeted Shen Yuan and said that he was glad to finally meet a fellow countryman. He was surprised that the class president needed help starting a business. Mo Zhenwan added that he came from an ordinary family, and therefore had to seize every opportunity to rise up. Shen Yuan asked, did he remember that person's name was Mo something? Mo Zhenwang reminded him that his name was Mo Zhenwang. Shen Yuan explained the reason why both candidates passed the pre-selection. Their business plan turned out to be down to earth, and not just empty words. He added that opening a store in a school required practicality and the ability to take into account the daily needs of students. Shen Yuan remembered that one of them wanted to open a fried food shop, and the other a fruit shop. One of the students confirmed that he wanted to open a fried food shop. Shen Yuan noticed that there was no such store at the university, so he would fill the empty niche. He also noted that the space provided by the startup incubator was located directly below the women's dormitory. Hearing this, both students truly felt like they had been chosen. Shen Yuan praised the secretary for his excellent work and said that he had not had high hopes, but he had managed to find a few gems. One of the girls asked the younger one if she had forgotten anything, since the interviews had already ended. She replied that she would like to discuss something with Mr. Shen, and the secretary asked the boss what to do. The girl asked the elder if she could find out if she had been refused, she complained. And during the interview, his gaze never left the two girls. The senior replied that the final list would be known after the final exam. The girl asked if she had a chance at all. The elder replied that he hadn't given it to her. The girl realized that the fact that Shen Yuan let her in was her chance. She said that she already had a junior accountant certificate and an international certified public accountant certificate. She was preparing for the junior economist exam and said that although she had no practical work experience yet, she could handle it. The girl assured that she could be a cashier, prepare financial reports, and organize transaction data. She asked if it wouldn't be better if a senior, experienced accountant did the job. She asked herself how many times in life would she have the chance to go all in? And if not now, then when would she, Long Jin Han, be able to catch it? The elder said that her words were quite logical, and 40 minutes later he said that if she became his woman, he would not let her lose. The elder was surprised that the little dragon turned out to be a virgin. He promised that they would go shopping this weekend. Her affection rose to 61. The girl thought that from now on there was a place for her in Shen Yuan's heart. Even if it wasn't big, it was better than nothing. Shen Yuan noticed that the little dragon had developed an affection, and that was not a bad thing. Someone asked her why she did it, but she replied that everything was fine. The secretary still looked at her with incomprehension, not knowing what to say. Shen Yuan thought that tomorrow was Friday, his father's birthday. We need to check the gift he ordered for him, that very car. He decided that he could not give preference to one more than the other, and that he also needed to prepare gold jewelry. His mother told him not to spoil his sister, because she had just passed her college entrance exams, and he was already indulging her whims. Shen Yuan replied that Xuan just wanted a car, nothing special, and told his father to go because the uncles and aunts were already waiting. The daughter was outraged that her mother did not love her at all, and it was good that she had a brother. The guests at the table were indignant that the heroes of the occasion had not yet arrived. They said that they had invited guests and were making them wait, and should have warned them if something happened. One of the guests said that although their uncle had borrowed from that family before, they had long ago returned every last penny. But when they were the debtors, they came to remind them several times, but not only delayed the return, but also kicked the uncle out. Another guest added that it was his fault, and Hong Zhuang called today and asked him to write a message, but he completely forgot. The guests noted that this only proved that they had planned everything poorly. They asked why they called only them, and added that it was their personal business and why they were involving strangers. One of the guests said that each of them at one time benefited from the help of the second brother's family. The third uncle offered good care for the new car and promised a 30% discount on all services at his car wash. The older brother asked why not call the second brother and find out when he would arrive. After all, the children were already hungry, and he added that the second brother's family had gone bankrupt, and he decided to show off. And this was too much. A Yang's wife and Shen Yuan's mother had long been in a tense relationship due to past events. Moreover, Shen Xuan's academic success had overshadowed their daughters. And now that the Shen family had lost its former fortune, she dared to speak out. The guests at the table asked what had happened to their family and why they were making them wait so long. Shen Yuan apologized to the guest for the long wait, explaining that something had happened and they had to wait. One of the guests replied that they hadn't waited that long, and besides, it wasn't dinner time yet. Another guest quipped that everything was fine, and it wasn't as if a small delay would cause them to starve to death. The third uncle said that the second brother should have told them, and if he was busy in the future, he could ask them to pick him up. He added that the second brother no longer had a car, and after so many years of pressure from their family, it was finally time to get even. The third uncle remarked that it would be too difficult and expressed the hope that he would also contact them if he needed help. This nephew did not give him any face at all, and in this case, he decided to show off a little. One of the guests asked the second brother to drink more slowly, noting that no one blamed him. The third uncle was indignant that Shen Yaode did not see that his keys had fallen and could not help him pick them up. He asked if he still wanted him to become a member of his almshouse or what. Then he added that he didn't even agree to membership and wants him to become his advertiser for free and dream on. Someone noticed that the third uncle had a new car, and he couldn't help but smile. The third uncle replied that the Volvo was too old and he had long wanted to replace it. Someone admired that the third uncle was simply incredible, but he replied that he was not at all, and that he was just making a living. He thought that his stupid older nephew was still acting like his support group, and the husband had bragged enough. Someone asked what you understand, and you need to stop while they are ahead. And if in a minute they start asking for a loan, then what? He pays. The guests started whispering that it was just a car. What was there to talk about? And did the second brother really have a Maybach? When asked if he bought the Maybach, Shen Yaod replied that he was simply basking in the glory of his son. The guests were outraged that there was a limit to jokes and that he was taking them for fools. They asked if this was even possible and noted that who among them did not know that Shen Yuan was terribly wasteful, not to mention that he is still studying at university. Someone told Lao Shen that he really had titanic patience, and third uncle acted like that. But he didn't say anything in response. Lao Shen replied that he actually asked him not to buy such an expensive car, but he didn't listen and he could spend 3 million. The guests were shocked by the 3 million figure and asked where Shen Yuan got so much money that he could buy a car on a whim. The restaurant worker apologized and said that the silver Geländewagen was blocking the road for other cars and asked him to park the car. The guests noticed that the second brother's family not only bought a Maybach, but also a Geländewagen. The two cars together would cost about 6 million. And then their family. Last time they realized that their affairs had improved a little, but to such an extent, one of them congratulated his brother and called him a real winner in life. However, another guest asked Shen Yaode how he even had the nerve to suggest such a thing. In this atmosphere, the dinner came to an end, and the girl told her brother that he had been incredibly cool today. Shen Yuan said that children don't understand anything about adult matters, and he would take his sister home first because he still had things to do. The sister replied that it was terribly boring at home and she wanted to have some fun with him, and she understood what he was planning. If it had really been important, he would have done it long ago, as soon as he set off. Shen Yuan arrived and was invited in. The girl asked who it was, and he replied that it was his younger sister Shen Xuan. The guest said that his younger sister had also come and that they looked alike, and asked them to pass quickly. Everyone noticed that the little sister was so cute and offered her some fruit and coffee. Shen Xuan wondered why these three beauties were so kind to her. You could hear in their tone how much they wanted to please her, and she asked what was going on. Coach Lu said that she and Chen Na heard about the move and came especially to celebrate the housewarming. She then introduced herself to Shen Yuan's younger sister as Meng Lu's sister. Coach Lu introduced Chen Na as the owner of the house and said that she could be called Sister Nana. Shen Xuan asked. She was probably her daughter-in-law. Shen Yuan looked at the girls and thought that they were waiting for his explanation. He said that in fact both girls were his daughters-in-law. Shen Xuan exclaimed that they were both her daughters-in-law. Shen Xuan asked if her brother's words were true. Chen Na confirmed that yes, it was true. Xuan said that brother, what a scumbag he is. Shen Yuan noticed that his little sister had also recently passed the entrance exam and would be coming to Star City tomorrow. Chen Na told Shen Xuan not to worry and promised that after spending a few days with her, her younger sister would relax. Chen Na thought to herself that she couldn't believe how quickly they had found common ground. She remembered the saying that birds of a feather flock together. At Shen Yuan's family gathering, she felt like an outsider. Liu Menggu asked if they were both like that and could comfortably be in the same room. She added that a man is a man and a best friend is sacred. She asked if they were the same as before. Why didn't they contact each other themselves? And why did they constantly force her to be their transmitter? Liu Menggu said that the whole point is that Shen Yuan buys cars for both of them. She called them friends only in words. The hero invited them to chat here, and he himself went to rest. Chen Na asked, since Shen Yuan was going to take a nap, why don't they go shopping? She offered to buy Shen Xuan new clothes, shoes, bags, or something else. Shen Xuan wondered if even her daughters-in-law had amazing fashion sense. She could create similar looks herself. One of the daughters-in-law replied that not everything at once, and promised to teach her the secrets. The whole group quickly went down to the garage. One of the girls said that she forgot her purse upstairs and asked to wait a little. After 10 minutes of waiting, she asked me not to wait for her and to order a taxi because she needed to sort out something. The observer wondered what business she might have had at Chen Na's house, and that she had sent her sister-in-law out shopping. Shen Yuan felt something pressing on his face and wondered if it must be Coach Liu and if she had gone crazy. Liu Menggu said that the girls had gone shopping, and now there were only the two of them left in the house. When Shen Yuan asked why she didn't go with them, she replied that she wanted to stay and keep him company. Shen Yuan remarked that he thought she was simply pulling off a secret maneuver, but she replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Liu Menggu said that she missed him so much. Shen Yuan noticed that she was addressing him incorrectly again. An hour and a half later, Shen Xuan texted her brother that Sister Qianqian had left first because she had other plans. She added that she and Chen Na had almost finished shopping and asked when he would arrive. Shen Yuan told her to wait a little while and said he would be there soon. The man saw an amazing car and thought about it. He remembered that this guy had come to him 3 months ago to cash out his loan. The guy cashed out everything he could and his credit cards to buy an LV bag at IFC. When I left, I even thanked him. He thought that this is how that guy found himself rich sisters. He added that it is good to be young and beautiful. He understood that it would be cool to find a rich lady a little older and take good care of her. Shen Yuan asked why she bought so many things. Shen Xuan replied that she didn't want to either. It's just that her daughter-in-law is too energetic. Chen Na added that Xuan Xuan would soon be going to university, and naturally she needed new clothes and bags. In addition, Chen Na even bought small gifts for Shen Yuan's parents, and expressed her hope that they would like them. Shen Yuan thought that Chen Na was usually reluctant to spend the 5 million he gave her for pocket money. He then asked how much of his daughter-in-law's money she had spent. Shen Xuan replied that she thought it was about 400,000. Shen Yuan said that after all, she was the princess of their Sheng family, and how could she smile like that to just hundreds of thousands? Shen Xuan asked if she wanted her mother to break her legs. And didn't he know that her mother was strict? Then she laughed and said she was just kidding, brother, and she knew what to say, but asked how he was going to thank her for it. Shen Yuan said, "Hasn't she already received gifts worth 400,000 yuan?" The mother asked why she bought so much stuff, because she said she was just going for a walk. The girl replied to her mother that her daughter-in-law had bought these gifts for her and her father. The mother was surprised to learn about her daughter-in-law and asked her son if he had started dating anyone and what the girl's character was like. Shen Yuan replied that they had been dating for some time, and he had not said anything before because the timing was not right. Shen Xuan told her mother that her daughter-in-law had a wonderful personality and was so gentle and considerate. Shen Yuan thought that it was good that he had a younger sister, and when they were together, he would have opened up long ago. Shen Yuan told Chen Na that he needed to pick up Xin Yu tomorrow, so he would sleep here today. Chen Na replied that it was fine, and she had just learned something new and was waiting for him to try it. Shen Yuan said that after her words, he completely lost his desire to sleep and asked her to wait for him for a second. The girl asked him if he felt it when she dropped to her knees. The guy replied that he not only felt it, he was on the verge of losing control. The next day, the mother said that her son-in-law had announced his intention to hire an assistant for his sister, so there wouldn't be much left for her to do. The mother asked what kind of helper she was talking about and said that there was no need to waste money, and that they could do the washing and cooking themselves. She asked Xin Yu to be reasonable and not help her sister anymore. Chen Na told her mother that Xin Yu would go early to get used to it, and nothing would happen around her and Shen Yuan. The mother was surprised that her son-in-law had a new car again, similar to a Geländewagen worth 2 to 3 million. The protagonist asked Xin Yu if she did well on the entrance exams and where she was accepted. Xin Yu replied that it was Star City. The guy said it was good because there would always be someone in Star City to look after Xin Yu. Besides, her sister left a room for her. Xin Yu thought that since there would be a room in her sister's house, it would mean that she would be able to do it again in the future. But out loud, she said she thought it was a bad idea, afraid she would disturb them. Shen Yuan answered with what exactly, and said that her sister was often bored at home alone, and she should keep her company. Xin Yu thought that her son-in-law was not much older than her, and he always spoke so softly to her. Thanks to him, her parents and her own ideas quickly began to change and changed completely. The hero told Chen Na to take Xin Yu and go have some fun because he still had things to do, and asked her not to wait for him for dinner. Chen Na replied that she knew and he could go about his business. Half an hour later, outside Li Men's house, her ex-boyfriend begged her to give him another chance. Shen Yuan thought that it was Li Men's ex-boyfriend, and now it became clear why Li Men had such a strong dislike for men. The stream of insults he received from Li Meng at the entrance of the club last time was all because of this guy. Shen Yuan decided to help Li Meng, and although he didn't expect her to feel indebted to him, his mentor would understand his good intentions. The ex-boyfriend was outraged by the way Shen Yuan parked and said that he couldn't leave. He called Shen Yuan hot-tempered and said that he took up 2 parking spaces himself and was also rude. He asked what was wrong with parking here. And so, what if he blocked it, since it wasn't his problem? The ex-boyfriend said that Shen Yuan blocked his car but acted so arrogantly. He then asked if Shen Yuan was the former Li Men and who he was. The ex-boyfriend asked if Shen Yuan was Li Men's boyfriend. He said that now it was clear why she refused to meet him. Shen Yuan thought this guy was funny. And wasn't this the same trick he used to piss off Zhang? Shen Yuan said that it was fine, and he had never thought of obtaining Li Men completely, and one body would be enough for him. Li Meng's ex-boyfriend was indignant. Wasn't it understandable? He said that he and Li Meng were together in college and for 2 years after that. Shen Yuan called Professor Li and said that the consultant needed to come to him and asked her to wait for a minute. Li Meng told Lu Bing not to dare come here again because her sister had absolutely no desire to see him again. Shen Yuan said, "Let's go." Lu Bing was surprised. Wasn't Shen Yuan Li Men's boyfriend? Shen Yuan told Lu Bing to mind his own business and asked if he hadn't heard that it was possible to have 2 sisters at once. Shen Yuan then bid him farewell, calling him a country bumpkin. Lu Bin was indignant, not understanding whether this was true. He thought that rich people could really do whatever they wanted, and one guy could have 2 sisters who served him. Professor Li asked Shen Yuan what nonsense he had just said, and what he meant by his words about having both sisters at once. Shen Yuan replied that he only said this to stop Lu Bing from pestering Li Men anymore. Otherwise, it would affect her mood as well. Professor Li said that Shen Yuan was turning everything upside down again and asked who his daughter-in-law was. She added that after his outburst, Lu Bing would probably no longer bother Li Men, and she would be able to move forward faster without him. The main character told the girl to go with him to the IFC shopping center, have dinner together and go to the cinema. She replied that she would not go to IFC because it was too expensive and she couldn't afford it. So I suggested just going to design. Shen Yuan said that expensive or not, he would pay. At the store, the saleswoman offered to try on an item, and Professor Li asked for a small size. But the saleswoman doubted that a small size would suit her with such breasts, and suggested a medium. Shen Yuan asked, "How about this option?" The saleswoman pointed to the fitting room and said that if she needed anything, she could call. Shen Yuan asked Professor Li what happened. Shen Yuan replied to her to relax and said that he would just help with the lightning and go out. She hurried him. Shen Yuan thought the view from behind was simply breathtaking. Professor Li asked for help with lightning. Shen Yuan said that he understood that she was worried, but there was no need to rush him because if he broke the clasp, they would have to pay. The girl asked to stop. They could hear from outside. The guy said, "A small question. She prefers it when he calls her teacher or consultant." Professor Li replied that it was neither one nor the other, and that on a date, he should just call her by her first name. He said that this was the first time he had said her name like that, and that she should remember this feeling, because she will remember it too. After which 5 minutes have already passed. She asked them to stop, and said that if they continued, they would cross all boundaries. And it was already hurting her that she was holding back. Shen Yuan said that her breasts were too big, and even the average size didn't fit. The saleswoman asked if it was suitable and suggested trying another model, but Professor Li refused. Shen Yuan promised that he would behave well next time. Professor Li's favorability level rose to 75. The guy noticed that shameless flirting actually increased the level of affection. The saleswoman recognized Shen Yuan and said that this was Mr. Shen. He has a new girlfriend again, and this is his 3rd. Someone corrected her, saying that it was actually the 4th, and that we shouldn't forget about the first one, Mrs. Zhou. The saleswoman said that didn't Ms. Zhou end up leaving with another guy and haven't been seen for ages? She admitted that every time she saw Mr. Shen, she regretted choosing Zhou back then. She asked him to bring his new girlfriend so that she could serve him with all her heart. Shen Yuan replied that she regretted it now, but it was too late. There was no cure for regret. He then offered Professor Li some hot pot, and she accepted. Shen Yuan asked if summer vacation was just around the corner and if his interlocutor had any plans. He replied that his plan was to spend them with her. And she said that she had heard about the completion of the selection process at the startup incubator. Shen Yuan thought that he needed to change the topic quickly, because the more Li Xiao knew, the higher the risk of him slipping up. He remembered that there were 2 guys among the chosen ones, but all the rest were the best beauties of the university. The interviewee replied that she didn't know about it, and in fact, she didn't really care about such things. She added that she had already memorized all the key points from the book he had given her earlier. Shen Yuan was surprised that she did it so quickly. She confirmed his words. He then said that he needed to learn human resource management and asked if she had a book on it. At that moment, the waiter brought drinks. The woman asked to replace the cold drink with something hot, and the waiter agreed. Shen Yuan thought that nothing would probably work out tonight, and decided that he would rather increase the affection of the other characters. He started with his daughter-in-law, but remembered that Ming Hui was on her period, and Coach Liu's level was already over 90 and rising rapidly. He realized that Long Jinhan and Junior Long were left, and he needed to focus on them. Long Jinhan wrote that she missed her. Shen Yuan replied that he was having dinner and would pick her up later. Professor Li said that he was busy, and his food had already been digested, so he should eat first and then continue. Shen Yuan replied that something had happened and that he would take her home after dinner and pick up the materials another day. She agreed, noting that real business should come first. An hour later, Long Jinhan thought that after what had happened earlier, it was no longer difficult for her to bear this burden. She regretted that if there had been even a drop of sincerity between them, she would have asked him to be more gentle with her today and not treat her so rudely. Shen Yuan thought that even without any feelings, this kind of treatment seemed too unfair. Long Jinhan called him by name, and he replied that this time was even worse than last time. He admitted that he was simply carried away by the desire to play a role-playing game. He asked if everything was okay with her. She asked again. In a role-playing game, he confirmed and explained that it was about a dominant guy and a submissive girl. She asked why he hadn't told her anything, and admitted that she thought he really was like that. He replied that next time he would definitely warn her in advance, but, frankly, her reaction was fascinating. She said that only pieces of her clothes were left, and asked what she should wear to university the next day. He replied that she should relax because he would send new clothes and his woman would never be left without them. 2 hours later, he said that the youngest could look at the new bags and clothes that would be delivered to her room the following morning. She thought that among all the girls surrounding Shen Yuan, she must have been one of the few who had slept with him. She wondered if Ming Hui really wanted to conduct a room inspection right now. Long Jinhan called him and said that he hadn't called her for several days. He replied that he was busy and she knew it. She said that she missed him very much and asked when he would come to her. The hero replied that it was she who said that there were still 2 days left, so probably Monday or Tuesday. Professor Li thought he was so considerate of this girl's feelings and wondered if he would ever treat her like that again. She asked to help her. Shen Yuan asked her why she was wearing a robe and ordered her to take it off. She asked him not to be so rude. He said it was role-playing again, and asked if she hadn't learned her lesson yet. Long Jinhan thought that all of this was sent after Shen Yuan paid about 112,000 yuan. She realized that the life she dreamed of had come true, but now that she had it, she realized. What worried her most was Shen Yuan's heart. She wondered if he really felt anything for her. Shen Yuan noticed that Junior Long had such a high critical level, and was a candidate for a premium character. Shen Yuan noticed that the Star Experience card only had half a month left, and it looked like he needed to speed up his training. Starting tomorrow, he will increase the intensity, and the nutrition plan needs to be adjusted because weight gain is too slow. Coach Liu agreed and said it was time to take a shower, and she remarked that Daddy, the more she looked at him, the more handsome he became. He called her a little minx and asked what these sudden compliments were and to just tell her what she wanted this time. She replied that his baby was hungry. The guy said that then she should walk on it. She would be rewarded. She moaned contentedly in response. The next day, the hero attended the signing ceremony of the entrepreneurship project in the small assembly hall. Professor Li remarked that this was the first time she had seen him in such original clothes, and it was completely different from how he usually looked. The girl asked Professor Li if she really had such an amazing class and such a rich and handsome student. She added that she heard that many girls from the university had their eye on him, and he had already found someone. And they told her that maybe not. When they noticed that she had blushed, she hesitated and was asked if she had a crush on her own student. But she replied that of course not, and asked me not to talk nonsense. Director Su thanked student Shen for such generous support of 10 million yuan. Shen Yuan replied that he was being too kind, and after all, he grew up here, and it was only natural that he would want to give something back. Shen Yuan added that in addition to this project, the university will later launch other initiatives. The director told the journalists to focus on filming Shen Yuan and write more articles about him. He reminded them that they need to shape its image as the pride of the university. The director added that Shen Yuan was only involved in the business space and ordered that he be made an example. He said to award him the title of Model Student of the Year and also to nominate him for the nomination of the 10 best students of the university. The secretary countered that Shen Yuan had terrible grades and had barely attended classes this semester, so he was unlikely to fail the tests. The director replied that it was not a problem and that these awards were not only based on grades, but that abilities were also important. A trainee reporter from Xinjiang TV introduced herself and said that they were preparing a special broadcast for the end of this month. She wanted to invite him to participate. Shen Yuan replied that she should leave his contact information first. Shen Yuan thought that his supervisor was here, and if she misunderstood, things could turn out badly. He decided to avoid any suspicion and suggested discussing the details on WeChat. He needed to go. When the reporter invited him to dinner, he said no. Thanking her, he had plans for the evening and then wished her all the best. The girl asked Professor Li if it seemed like her student wasn't a fan of flirting since he refused. Fu Yingzi reported to the boss the list of those who were accepted into the entrepreneur base after the second stage of the examination held yesterday. She said that she had discussed the distribution of shares with Jin Han, the younger sister, and it was to be done in 3 stages. She explained that he, as an investor, owned 70% of the shares, and the student entrepreneurs owned 30%. After the return of investment, 20% of the shares will be transferred to students based on the project's evaluation. Shen Yuan noted that this distribution of shares could motivate students to work hard, and that was enough. Fu Yingzi confirmed and said that she would bring her right away. Lu Xinyue greeted Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan thought that the senior standing in front of him was so mature and refined. It became difficult for him to control his emotions. Lu Xinyue greeted him again, but he was still in a daze. Shen Yuan asked, her business plan was to open a supermarket on campus, right? And she aimed to expand over time. Lu Xinyue replied that this was, in a way, her dream. He then asked her why she thought Amazon was so successful, and added that he would like to hear her opinion. Shen Yuan approached her and said that he thought it was all about profit sharing. Shen Yuan thought that the elder one had actually prepared, and this case was even discussed in the EMBA program in Hong Kong. But now it was time for him to brag a little, he said. It was true. And it was not only about competition, but also about managing the service. He added that they had the perfect timing and environment, but it was extremely difficult to replicate in other cities. Lu Xinyue hummed in agreement. Shen Yuan said that her idea was quite bold, and they could try it gradually. Shen Yuan thought, firstly, the elder had excellent personal qualities, and secondly, their relationship could deepen. Lao Huang and Lao Cao could not understand why their project was rejected, but Yang Song's project was approved. One of them recalled that he had a lingerie store and figured there were a lot of pairs on campus, so the market would be huge. Another called him a jerk and asked who would even go into a lingerie store on campus, and who would have the guts to do so. He added that, frankly, it wasn't just about the idea, and getting into the startup pool depended more on gender. The first one objected, but if Shen Yuan chose based on gender, then how did Yan Song and that second guy go? They told him that it was obvious that these two were needed as a distraction. One of them said that the guy was just hopeless, and even he and Liu Chai didn't get through. And who did he think he was? He suggested checking out the university's official announcement, which stated that the third brother had signed an official agreement with the director. Another remarked that ever since the third brother had been given the right to date every girl on campus, he had completely forgotten about them. He said that in his place, he wouldn't come back either. And what's the point of hanging out with guys? And he would also change girls every day. He added that, frankly speaking, if a third brother appeared in the dorm now, every guy in the group would turn green with envy. One of them asked why, and they explained that it was because of the startup incubator's list of candidates. The protagonist thought about solving problems as they came, and the first thing he needed to do was build a good relationship with this elder. He asked her to say something in Japanese. The girl asked what exactly she wanted to hear. The guy answered, "Whatever," the girl said. "Konnichiwa." When the guy asked what it meant, she explained that it was hello in Japanese. He asked for something else and she said, "Arigato." The hero asked, "What is this?" The girl replied, "Thank you." The hero asked for more. She said, "Suzukete kudasai." When the guy asked what it meant, the girl explained that it meant, "Please continue." She realized that he probably wanted to hear phrases from those very films and said, "Yamete" and "Yamete yo." Shen Yuan thought that this was it, and swore that if any Chinese guy heard this in real life, such a buff would drive him crazy. It seemed to him that the older one liked it too, and everything was going much better than he thought. Shen Yuan told the secretary to come in. Fu Yingzi said that according to calculations, The investment in the seniors project was 220,000. Lu Xinyue agreed. Shen Yuan thought that they would see how everything went, and then it was necessary to test how capable the elder was in practice. The system congratulated the bearer on the successful investment of 10 million and issued a reward. Shen Yuan was surprised, thinking that this was the loyalty system, and what would happen there. And for some reason, he was nervous. He obtained 100% ownership of Jingfu Health Management Company Limited in Xingheng City. Shen Yuan was amazed. The system was simply something, and the whole company fell right into his hands. Ming Hui said okay. They made an appointment at a cafe. Her friend asked if she was going to meet Shen Yuan. Ming Hui confirmed that her friend asked if she had seen the list of participants in the startup incubator, which included 5 gorgeous girls. Ming Hui replied that she didn't care. She said that Shen Yuan must have had his own reasons for keeping it a secret. Ever since she started dating him, she realized that he was different from others. And there was maturity behind all those things. Her friend asked her to stop already. 2 girls asked for a ride to Zhenghua Street. Shen Yuan thought that there was something wrong with these girls, and they were seriously so shameless. First the cafe, now the auditorium. And wasn't he crystal clear? They still had illusions. He decided that, damn, he needed to be even more direct and said, sorry, but he wasn't going to Zhenghua Street. The girls were outraged that he would die or something if he gave them a lift. And here you have a billionaire, and he didn't even look in their direction. One of them thought that if Shen Yuan was a mountain, then she was stuck at the foot of it and couldn't even find the path. For the first time in her life, she felt so helpless. Shen Yuan thought that his reputation and influence in the university were growing rapidly, and he even received an interview invitation from Xingcheng News. Everything seemed to be breaking, but it still wasn't enough. He decided to use Jingfu Health as a springboard to establish himself in the business world and pursue his ultimate goals. Shen Yuan ordered coffee while waiting for the girl and asked Xin Yu to make him a cappuccino. Xin Yu agreed, calling him son-in-law. Xiao Qiu asked him to keep an eye on her because she was so afraid of messing up. Xin Yu wondered why she stuttered and blushed while talking to her next. Xin Yu thought sand in her sock. And considering the boss's reputation, was it really true that they had such a relationship? Xin Yu offered her son-in-law to try her drink, saying that it was the first time she had made it, and her son-in-law replied that he thanked her. Xin Yu hesitated, but her son-in-law said that for a first attempt, it turned out very well. Then Xin Yu added that she had also learned how to make American-style coffee. She decided to ask her son-in-law if he wanted to try it. Xin Yu said that she would return to her work, and her son-in-law agreed. That same evening, Ming Hui said that she was there, and added that she missed him so much. The guy replied that he also missed her very much. Min Hui asked, but he didn't miss her as much as she missed him. He answered how was that possible, and said that he missed everything about her. Ming Hui asked, so he just missed her body, right? He replied that her body was also a part of her. So the expression, I missed everything connected with you, was quite appropriate. In the morning, the guy thought that Min Hui was usually so bossy, but she didn't say a word about the startup. She seemed to have become much more grown up and mature, and he decided that this was good and wanted to see what was going on with the Jingfu Health Company. That same day, the company's CFO, Lu's sister, announced that 2 days ago their former boss, Shi Wenquan, had cashed out all the money. She said that the new boss would come with a new team, and those present should be ready to pack up and leave at any moment. The former owner of Jingfu Health, Shi Wenquan, said his friends had all been notified and he was leaving the Jingfu family. He thanked everyone for their support over the years. The new owner introduced the new boss, Shen Yuan, and expressed hope that everyone would continue to work hard under his leadership. The employees whispered that this was probably the new boss next to President Xi. They noticed that he was so young. He looked to be about 20 years old, and were surprised that he was able to buy such a large company. Shen Yuan said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself. He announced that today was a handover meeting and that there were no other work assignments for now. He ordered that, except for the HR director and the CFO who were to stay, everyone else could go home. President Shen asked what his instructions were. Shen Yuan asked to send him the reports by mail. He then called his secretary and said that the project to create a startup base was almost completed and the work could be entrusted to Jin Han. He told her to come to work at his company, Jingfu Health, tomorrow. Fu Yingzi was surprised and exclaimed, Mother of God, Shen Yuan also had another business, and he turned out to be a true master of stealth. She said that there was still half a month left before the summer holidays, and she had classes every day. Shen Yuan replied that she simply didn't fail the exams. and her internship started in October, so she could start earlier. Fu Yingzi asked for time to prepare and send the company's address, promising that she would be on time tomorrow. Shen Yuan looked at the financial reports and personnel reports. He saw that the 2 fitness centers and yoga studios were quite profitable. Even a medical center with poorer performance can reach the break-even point. He noted that the company's problem was overstaffing and excessively high monthly online marketing costs. When Shen Yuan called, no one answered, and he wondered what was going on. They told him that Su Shu Wei had left an hour ago, saying that her family had urgent business. When he asked what the urgent matter was, they told him they didn't know, and added that they had called her later but she hadn't answered. At Su Shu Wei's house, Zhang Liangfeng was indignant that harsh words were one thing, but now she was at fault. But she acted as if she was right. She asked what she had done wrong and remarked that who in the house doesn't have leaks, and that a leak is already a crime. They told her that there was a leak in her house, but she didn't even go down to tell anyone or deal with it. When Su Shu Wei's younger brother came and told her, she even scolded him and was asked how she should behave in general. Zhang Liangfeng replied that this child knocked on the door without even saying hello, completely without manners. So what's wrong with her scolding him? Shen Yuan said that if you leave things as they are, then next time, things will only get worse. Su Shu Wei replied, asking to forget about it, and she did not want to discuss it anymore. Shen Yuan ordered to apologize to the child, because he was not guilty of anything. Zhang Liangfeng was indignant, apologized, and laughed or something. And why would she apologize? Zhang Liangfeng added that he wasn't even married to her, but he was already so eager to protect her. Do you really have a civil marriage with her? And noticed that young people know a lot about entertainment. Shen Yuan repeated that she had scolded the child, so she should apologize to him. Zheng's son Liang Feng asked, "Who the hell are you? And who did he think he was when the hero hit him?" Zhang Liangfeng's son told Shen Yuan to just wait and he would call his guys now. He called Brother Long, shouting that he had been beaten. Shen Yuan replied that go ahead, call him, and he would also call his people. 15 minutes later, a car pulled up and someone who arrived asked who had hit him. Brother Long arrived and shouted that it was he who raised his hand against his brother. Shen Yuan asked if he should call the police. Brother Lon said that fighting wouldn't solve anything and that the police were needed for this matter. At that moment, the police arrived. Brother Lon was indignant that if he called the police, then why did he call him? His brother replied that he didn't know, and he thought it would be guys like them. Brother Lon called him a moron. The deputy head of security at Guansha Police Station, Shen Wei, turned out to be Shen Yuan's cousin. He asked Li Wenlong why he was everywhere and what happened this time. He told him to stand there while he inquired about the situation and asked his younger brother what had happened here. Li Wenlong apologized to Brother Long and said that he didn't know the guy had such connections. He thought that he had money and it could be squeezed out of him. Brother Lon told him to handle it himself and he was not going to get involved in these problems. Shen Yuan suggested that they simplify things, and if the woman apologized to the child and fixed the water leak, they would simply forget about the matter. Zhang Liangfeng apologized to little Jia and said that auntie was too harsh. Let him not take it to heart, and his aunt is very sorry, and she apologizes to him. Shen Wei said that the matter was resolved then, and let them go back and fix the water leakage problem. They promised that everything would be fixed and said goodbye. Shen Wei asked if this was his girlfriend. Shen Yuan replied that not yet and asked to keep it a secret for his sake. He added that after the incident, they would no longer dare to disturb Su Shu Wei's family, and other families would look at the Su family differently. Su Shu Wei hesitated and thanked him, her favor level rising to 61. Shen Yuan thought that she finally had a good impression of him. He asked, and so she says thank you. And how about expressing gratitude in another way? Su Shu Wei was scared that there were a lot of people upstairs. Shen Yuan said there was nothing to be afraid of, and that this was just a normal hug, asking that it be considered a friendly farewell. He thought that her full, firm contours were very generously endowed by nature. Su Shu Wei's younger brother brought eggs and said that his mother told him to bring them for his older brother. Shen Yuan was surprised that there were so many, and asked if she gave them to him, would there be anything left for the family? The boy replied that his aunt had brought quite a lot. Shen Yuan said, okay, from now on, when he sees him, don't call him elder brother. But then, the boy asked his older sister what son-in-law meant. Su Shu Wei repeated in confusion, and her son-in-law mumbled in embarrassment in response. Shen Yuan suggested that Su Shu Wei move to another apartment, closer to her company. Su Shu Wei replied that she too would like her family to live better, But with their current income, it was impossible. Shen Yuan said that he would help her find a place and asked her not to worry about money. He promised to cover the rent for now, and as soon as she started earning more, she would be able to repay him. Su Shu-wei replied that she appreciated his kindness, but there was really no need for it. Su Shu-wei thought that he was doing this again. Her brother said that her brother-in-law had left and suggested that she come back, sister. At home, Shen Xuan told her brother that he had returned so late and she was simply starving. Shen Yuan replied that in the future, if she was hungry, she should just go and eat. Shen Xuan said that her sister-in-law told her to eat first, but she and Xin Yu really wanted to wait for him, and she would be ashamed to eat alone. Shen Yuan asked if she was ashamed, and if she knew what shame was, then why did she still live here and not go home? Shen Xuan replied that she liked it here, and besides, she was not an outsider, so let her stay. She asked her brother when he would bring his daughter-in-law to meet his parents, and he would also bring Coach Liu. Shen Xuan called him shameless, and the dinner ended with laughter and jokes. Later, when Xin Yu was in the shower, Shen Yuan accidentally saw her. He silently prayed to Buddha and apologized, saying that he really didn't mean to, and the steam was very strong and he didn't see anything. Xin Yu replied that it was not his fault, and that she forgot to close the door. Shen Yuan thought that she even took her phone with her to the shower, but he had to say that she and Chen Na were indeed equally good-looking. Chen Na was elegant, and Xin Yu was pure and innocent. Xin Yu thought that she would never have thought that the first person to see her completely naked would be her son-in-law. The next day, Shen Yuan asked Coach Liu to help him inspect the 2 gyms and the yoga studio. He said that it is necessary to evaluate their work, the level of service, the efficiency of their employees, and note their pros and cons. Coach Liu asked him to inspect them and whether he wanted to buy them. Shen Yuan replied that he had already bought them, but he didn't really understand it yet. Coach Liu wondered if this was serious. She thought that even the smallest fitness club cost more than $1 million. The system detected that the user had begun to evaluate their business and reminded them that the business should not only be stable, but also improved. Coach Liu asked what Daddy was thinking about. Shen Yuan replied that regarding the gyms and yoga studio, he told her to use any means necessary to infiltrate and conduct an investigation. The next day, in the chairman's office, Shen Yuan realized that it would take more than a couple of days for Coach Liu to infiltrate. Manager Jia said that the examination centers in Xingchen rarely made a profit and were already considered quite good. He asked not to worry, said that he already had a plan and would expand sales channels. He said he had recently hired several talented, well-connected salespeople and asked for time. Shen Yuan asked if he already knew about the need for expansion, then why did they only start hiring staff now? Manager Jia replied that he had every right to criticize him and that it was his mistake. He explained that they had recently upgraded some of the equipment and he had focused only on that, misplacing his priorities. Shen Yuan said that it was clear and he could go. Manager Jia thought about why Shen Yuan was asking about his family and felt uneasy. Shen Yuan decided that this Jianan show needed to be replaced. He thought that he was cunning and dishonest. Several employees had his last name, which clearly indicated nepotism within the company. Shen Yuan called Fu Yingzi and asked if she was getting used to her job. Fu Yingzi replied that everything was fine and she was still getting used to it, but everyone in the company treated her well. Shen Yuan said that of course, no one in this company would dare to offend her, and asked her to adapt quickly. He added that she should work harder, and in 2 months he would give her a car worth 200,000 yuan. Fu Yingzi was surprised and asked if he was serious. Shen Yuan replied that he had deceived her at least once. Shen Yuan thought that everything should be taken gradually, and even the maids should be taken one by one, and there was no need to rush. In the office of the general manager of Jingfu Health Examination Center, Old Man Yu told Chief Jia that the people he hired were really reliable. He asked him to watch them closely. Old Man Yu reminded him that he had just made a promise to the new boss, and if anything went wrong, they would all be screwed. Chief Jia replied that Old Man Yu should not worry, and said that these sales managers were his former subordinates. In the evening, Chen Na returned home and said that she had gone to the Nigatron shopping mall in the morning and bought Shen Yuan a pair of suits. Shen Yuan thought that the men's business wear was from Nia and Bloney, and it probably cost a small fortune. He asked how much she spent. Chen Na replied that it was about $1 million. Shen Yuan said that most of it probably went on the Peter watch, and it cost about 800,000. He called her silly and said that she should spend money on herself and why spend it on him? He asked his dear Chen Na to come to him so that he could reward her. Chen Na replied that no, and Xin Yu was also at home, If she saw it, she would be ashamed. Shen Yuan told her what she had to be afraid of and added that it was just one little kiss. Xin Yu saw them, apologized, and said that her sister and brother-in-law could continue. Chen Na said that it was his fault and she really saw everything. Shen Yuan replied that Xin Yu was already 18 and she was not a child. The next day, Shen Yuan thought that although Xin Yu was currently helping out at the cafe, Chen Na still went out to the store early. He decided that he should meet Professor Li at her home today to discuss personnel management. Xin Yu called out to him. Shen Yuan asked why she didn't leave with her sister. Xin Yu replied that she had a half-day off, and she noticed that his car did not have a card for a phone number. She said that when he bought a car for her dad, he got another card for her. But until now, she hadn't had a chance to give it to him. Shen Yuan thanked her. Xin Yu accidentally touched him and asked him not to tell her sister about it. Shen Yuan thought that she meant the card for the room. Or there was something else she wanted to hide from Chen Na. Li Meng asked her sister if Shen Yuan would come soon. Professor Li was surprised how she knew. Li Meng said that a person who usually does not wear makeup suddenly puts on light makeup at home and carefully chooses clothes. Professor Li replied that Shen Yuan would come to study. Li Meng asked if she should go into that room and said that was fine. And her little sister learned all his bad habits. Shen Yuan arrived. Professor Li asked why he was standing at the door and told him to come in quickly. Li Men received the gift and said that the gift was for her and from him. She thanked him and said that she would go inside and admire her gift. She then added that she was leaving her sister and Shen Yuan alone to study. Professor Li said that she had asked her to stay in the living room and noted that this girl was not so easy to calm down. Professor Li said, "Come on, it's time to start their joyful teaching." She asked if he did it on purpose. Shen Yuan replied that he did, and he just didn't want to come empty-handed. "So I bought her sister a little gift and that's all." Professor Li said, "Forget about it and let's start training." The system has detected that the carrier has begun studying human resource management. Professor Li noted that the university's program was one of the best in China and very prestigious. She said, "Let's start with this book on human resource management." Shen Yuan agreed. After an hour and a half, Professor Li thought that if it had happened earlier, Shen Yuan would have already tried to pounce on her. She found it strange that he studied so seriously, and she didn't buy it. She decided to check him again and called his name. Shen Yuan asked the consultant and said that he came to study and what she was trying to do. He said that she had just played with fire. Shen Yuan asked what she was up to and noticed her clothes today and asked if she did it on purpose. Professor Li replied that she was simply tidying herself up before meeting him. She asked that when they were alone, they stop calling her a consultant. The girl said that if he really couldn't hold back, she would help. Shen Yuan asked how. The girl looked away in embarrassment and began to sink to the floor. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized what the girl was up to. At this time, the girl's sister was watching everything from behind this wall. Professor Li asked for a little more time to prepare and asked how he thought a man should restrain himself at such a moment. Shen Yuan replied that he could now concentrate on his studies. Professor Li said she had to leave for a meeting at the university soon, so she could stay with him for about an hour. Shen Yuan used the effective learning map, and the system congratulated him on mastering all the key management skills. Shen Yuan thought that he didn't think it would take so much effort. And next time, using the training card, he will no longer be able to do anything else at the same time. Shen Yuan said that he was tired from studying and a little sweaty, and asked if he could take a shower with her. Professor Li agreed and said that she would bring him a new towel. The protagonist answered Director Shu's call. The director asked if she had seen Secretary Kong's message and said that they were waiting for Shen Yuan. The guy told Li Men that he had urgent business to attend to and was leaving. At the hotel, Shen Yuan greeted Secretary Kong and Director Shu. Secretary Kong said he was being formal and invited him to sit down. Secretary Kong announced that following discussions at the leadership level, they had decided to award him the title of Excellent Student. Kong added that they planned to nominate him as one of Star City's outstanding students. Shen Yuan thought, so in the end, he was just counting on free sponsorship. Shen Yuan suggested that they talk about the library a little later and asked if their university conducted 2 physical examinations every 4 years. Director Shu was surprised why Shen Yuan suddenly asked about the medical examination. Shen Yuan replied that he had recently acquired a medical company, and it had a medical examination center. He said he would like to expand the partnership and their university would be a great place to start. Director Shu said that although he understood the matter, he had no authority to make a decision and felt awkward sitting here. Shen Yuan asked, "So what is his decision?" Director Su said that it looks like we'll have to share resources through this library agreement. He explained that, ultimately, Whoever conducts medical examinations receives a commission. Shen Yuan said that he had overindulged and was starting to feel dizzy, and he was getting drunk quickly. Director Shu came over and asked where Shen Yuan was, and was told that he said he couldn't drink anymore and left first. Director Su noticed that this Shen Yuan was much more complex than he thought, and at his age, he didn't care about titles and fame. Half an hour later, Coach Lu said that the next time Shen Yuan went out to drink, he should take her with him. She could help him cope with at least a couple of glasses. Shen Yuan replied that how was that possible, and she had worked so hard on her physical fitness. Coach Lu said, "Stop teasing her," and handed him some honey water, saying it would help with his hangover. Shen Yuan said that if she wanted the honey water to work, she should drink it differently. Shen Yuan asked if there was any progress on the inspection of the fitness centers that he had requested, and told him to report back. Coach Lu reported that, firstly, there were not enough likes and comments on the social media accounts. Obviously, the videos weren't attractive enough. And secondly, the level of service was average. There was no sophistication, no premium, no professionalism, and the staff's reaction could be described in one word: slow. Shen Yuan said it was not bad, and as expected from his personal trainer. During training, Shen Yuan looked at his health indicators and saw that his height was 182 centimeters. The weight was 75.2 kilograms. Health, 80. Body fat percentage, 14.9%. Immunity, 82. Coach Lu asked him to drink some water and noticed why he suddenly seemed different. Shen Yuan replied that he had completed the task she had given him. A month ago, she had told him to gain 5 kilograms. Coach Lu called him absolutely amazing, said she loved him and kissed him. Shen Yuan received a message from Su Shu Wei, asking if he was free tonight and wanted to treat him to dinner. Shen Yuan told Coach Lu that he was finished for today and had things to do. Shen Yuan met with Su Shu Wei and asked why she was waiting outside. Wouldn't it be better inside? Su Shu Wei replied that she was afraid that he wouldn't find her if she was inside. Shen Yuan said that was impossible, and she was so beautiful that he would notice her immediately. He asked why she was embarrassed when he told the truth. Then he said that he would find her a place to live near the company and everything was ready. He added that he had already rented the apartment, and if she, her younger brother, and her mother did not move in, the apartment would simply remain empty. Su Shu Wei replied that then she would consider the rent as her debt. Okay, she would return the money to him as soon as she started earning money. Shen Yuan agreed. Dong Qitao approached them. He was surprised that it was really Shen Yuan, and he had already thought that it was some kind of celebrity or idol. No wonder he barely recognized him. Qi Tao reminded him that they had met at Chen Na's house. Shen Yuan reluctantly said hello. Dong Qitao said that he was just having dinner with friends and didn't expect to run into him. He asked if Shen Yuan would like to have a few drinks. Shen Yuan replied that maybe next time. Dong Qitao said that he was in the business of sports equipment. If he suddenly needs something, let him know. They added each other as friends. Shen Yuan thought that the sports equipment could be useful and agreed. Dong Qitao's friend asked who this guy was and why he needed to curry favor with him. Dong Qitao replied that he was the boyfriend of the girl he once went on a blind date with. He said it wasn't about pride, and the guy had money. And if he could get his hands on him, maybe he could milk him later. He noticed that Shen Yuan's watch alone cost as much as his 2 cars. A friend asked if that girl was the one he was on a blind date with, and said that his friend screwed up and she was too young for him. Half an hour later, Shen Yuan asked if Su Shu Wei was going home and suggested that they take a short walk to aid digestion. The girl pointed at the cat and called him to her. She noticed that he was homeless and she needed to buy cat food, otherwise he would not come to her. Shen Yuan said that she couldn't behave like this. Su Shu Wei replied, "What is he talking about? And she doesn't do anything." She asked him not to behave like that. Shen Yuan said that there was no one around. Su Shu Wei replied that even that was not possible. Shen Yuan said that then what can they do? And every time he thinks about it, his head explodes. Su Shu Wei thought that he really thought about this kind of thing all the time. She noted that although he acted like a playful prankster, when he was serious, he surprisingly turned out to be responsible and even reliable. She thought he was so complex and hard to read. And yet, he made people want to understand him better. Her affection level jumped to 67. Shen Yuan was surprised why her affection level suddenly jumped to 67. He thought that with other girls, he would have to spend a few hours in the hotel to increase affection. Later, Su Shu Wei told her mother that they would move in a couple of days. Her mother asked them where they would move to. Su Shu Wei replied that she didn't know yet. But Shen Yuan said that he had already found a place to live for them. The mother asked if Wei Wei had thought everything through carefully, and added that once they moved, there would be no turning back. Su Shuwei replied that yes, she had thought it over, and she thought that she liked him. The next day, the man asked if there was any news about the health screening partnership. Shen Yuan asked why he was there at 10 in the morning, and was told that since he had come, he should come in and sit down. Jingfu Health Medical Center's marketing manager, Yu Ji Feng, wondered why Shen Yuan was here, since today was only the first meeting. Yu Ji Feng cursed to himself that he had prepared the entire presentation, and Shen Yuan hadn't even glanced at it once. Shen Yuan told them to continue and ignore him. He added that he happened to be nearby and decided to drop in to meet Director Shu. He asked Director Su to continue, and said that he would leave them alone. Shen Yuan thought that the inspector had finally left, and thank God. He decided that if Ji Feng was capable, he could take Jia Nanshuo's place. But first, he needed to find out everything about him. He thought that if Yu Ji Feng turned out to be the same as Jia, it would be unpleasant. Shen Yuan decided it was time to go to Jingfu Health, and he still had a lot to do. At Jingfu Health, Shen Yuan asked Manager Chen why online marketing was so bad and TikTok videos were so disgusting. Manager Chen replied that good promotional videos usually featured attractive female trainers. Shen Yuan asked why they needed models and couldn't their trainers appear in the videos. Manager Chen responded that some were camera shy, and others did not want to be filmed. She explained that since online clients were distributed equally between the trainers, Shen Yuan asked if they hadn't addressed this issue before, and Manager Chen replied that the fitness club still received plenty of casual clients. Shen Yuan asked Manager Song what his opinion as the general manager was, and why the online traffic was low. Shen Yuan asked if he was wrong. Manager Song replied that he was not, but Shen Yuan said no buts, and ordered him to draw up an improvement plan and submit it tomorrow. Manager Song obediently agreed. Shen Yuan thought that their fitness center had always been the best in both scale and profit. Shen Yuan spent the day studying the documents, then returned to Chen Na's home. Xin Yu said that her son-in-law had returned. Shen Yuan asked why Xin Yu was there and where her sister was. Xin Yu replied that the cafe was full of people and her sister was busy. She was afraid that Shen Yuan would get hungry, so she sent her home early to cook for him. Shen Yuan asked when his sister would be back. Xin Yu replied that it would not be soon, and his sister had just written that they should not expect her for dinner. Xin Yu added that it might not be as tasty as her sister's and asked her to ignore it. Shen Yuan replied that as long as it was her or her sister, he would be happy with it. However, he immediately corrected himself and clarified that he meant the food they were preparing. Shen Yuan said it tasted good. Xin Yu said it was true, and she noticed that he liked these dishes, so she cooked them. The girl said that she needed to go to the bathroom for a minute. Xin Yu then asked if she could call him Shen Yuan, but then she got scared that she almost said what she wanted. She told herself, no, 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 and those words must never, ever leave her mouth. Xin Yu thought that she needed to explain herself to her son-in-law. Otherwise, something bad would happen. Xin Yu said that son-in-law. In fact, she didn't mean that. Shen Yuan replied that he knew and everything was fine. Shen Yuan thought that she wanted to explain herself, but he said that he had nothing against it, so why was she angry? He decided that the thoughts of these 17 and 18-year-old girls were really difficult to understand, but since his previous answer had upset her, he should rephrase it. Shen Yuan said that everyone has the right to choose, and she should not confine herself to the confines of society. Xin Yu wanted to say something, but at that moment Chen Na arrived. Chen Na asked Shen Yuan and Xin Yu if they had eaten yet. Xin Yu replied that yes, they had eaten, and asked her sister if she had eaten yet, and offered to warm up the food for her. Chen Na said that Shen Yuan had created such a wonderful, wonderful environment for her. The next day, Coach Lu said she visited 2 other gyms. Shen Yuan asked her to tell her what problems she noticed, and Coach Lu replied that the yoga studio provided good service, but she had few clients and was having trouble attracting customers, and another gym was having similar difficulties. Shen Yuan said that these were all minor problems, and it all depended on whether the managers were willing to solve them. He asked who she thought he was, and said that he was free that afternoon and suggested going on a date, but he added that in addition to reporting the problems, she should provide him with a plan to solve them in the evening. They spent 230,000 yuan, and after triple cashback, the net profit was 460,000 yuan. Coach Lu said that today was probably, perhaps, the happiest day of her life. Her affection level reached 93. Shen Yuan thought that the cashback wasn't that important. The next day, the fitness center's general manager, Song Zheng, said she had conducted a self-analysis and provided improvement measures. She admitted that they might not be enough yet, and he was more experienced and asked him to take a look. Shen Yuan replied that there was no need for introspection and told her to sit down and give him a summary of the new measures. Song Jiang began reporting that if staff were late or sloppy in public places, they would be fined. The same was true for subsequent checks, which required constant monitoring, and any omission would lead to a reduction in work results. Shen Yuan stopped her and asked if these were all just punishments and no rewards. Song Jiang responded that the punishments created a sense of urgency, making employees take their work more seriously. Shen Yuan said that punishments are acceptable, but there should also be rewards. He ordered the use of rewards as the primary tool and punishment as an auxiliary one, and emphasized that the main thing is motivation. Song Jiang said she understood. She thought their new boss was incredibly capable and assertive, with such a determined attitude, and he's only 21 years old. She realized that the company's phrase, "the company doesn't need slackers," meant that if she messed up, she would be finished. And Shen Yuan scared her to death. Fu Yingzi thought about it and said that she wanted to tell him some inside gossip. Shen Yuan said they were alone and asked not to call him Mr. Shen because it sounded strange. Fu Yingzi revealed that the real person in charge of the university's work is Yu Ji Feng, and he used to work in marketing. Fu Yingzi added that she checked his background and he was the deputy general manager at another medical center, until his wife cheated on him with his ex-boss and he beat that man up and had to quit his job. Shen Yuan said that she was even able to dig up such rumors, and his little secretary turned out to be incredible. He said she was so capable and asked if she had a boyfriend. Song Jiang was at a loss, wondering why he suddenly asked her about this. He already had a bunch of girls. She assumed he was tired of the big ones and now wanted to try her baby. Fu Yingzi thought that the boss already had enough mistresses and he didn't need her, and it was better for her to just remain a hardworking bee next to him. She saw Ming Hui's daily posts and realized that she was completely in relationship mode. Ming Hui asked if he wanted her to bring him lunch, but Shen Yuan said that it was not necessary and that he would come to her after lunch. She asked him not to come to her house because she was already scared. He admired her thin waist and the perfectly curved line of her hips. The ratio was just insane. But she was wearing a mask and he couldn't see her face. The man told her to finish registering the client and call home to check. Then he asked why she was sneaking around like a thief. The girl told the main character that she was not him, and he had no idea how much she was risking. He asked if it wouldn't be better if everyone knew, but she replied that it was not time yet, and first she needed to change. 5 minutes later, he said she knew her clothes were making it difficult for him to concentrate on his work. The hero told her to turn around. When she asked what, he said she should make it up to him. And when she asked how, he said on her knees. The girl cursed when she saw how they called her and said, "Oh shit." It was Zheng Xiang. He called Chen Na and asked if she was home now. She replied that yes, she was at home, and asked what. And he asked what she was doing. She replied that she was making dumplings, and he said that it was nothing important, and that he just missed her and wanted to call. She thought she couldn't stay any longer and needed to go back. And knowing him, he would definitely come home to check on her. Her partner told her to just get through this period and everything would be fine. An hour later, my husband asked if she was still cooking and what the occasion was for dumplings today. And she replied that there was no reason. She just wanted some. I asked if he had said that he would be at a meeting with a client, and why he suddenly returned. He replied that he heard she was making dumplings and wanted to go home to try them fresh. The protagonist thought that Yu Ji Feng was supposed to report to him about work today, but due to what happened, the conversation would have to be postponed. He thought that the longer he worked, the more acutely he felt his lack of knowledge, and it was worth asking Professor Li for lessons. He asked when she would be back home, and she replied that summer holidays were coming soon, and she had a lot of work and in at least an hour and a half, and asked. The hero said he wanted to study with her and asked if she had highlighted the key points in the International Economics textbook. She replied that yes, she had finished everything, and asked if he wanted to start memorizing the new chapters today. He said that what he really wanted to see most was her, and that he missed her. A colleague asked if she was dating someone, and she replied that the meeting was starting soon and to stop fooling around. The colleague said that she understood everything and smiled meaningfully. The girl remembered how the main character harassed her right at her workplace and thought that they could have been seen. The woman did not calm down and said that dating her student was not such a bad thing. The girl couldn't hide her embarrassment, so she couldn't answer. Her colleague wished her happiness and left, saying that she needed to get ready. The protagonist came to pick up the study materials, and Li Meng said that she knew. Her sister sent her a message, and the books are on the shelf in her room, and let her look for herself. He cursed that this was what he was most afraid of, and Li Meng said, "Okay, It was none of her business. The main thing is not to irritate this daughter-in-law, God bless her. And she added that she needed to tell him something. The guy asked what? The girl continued and told him to do it with her once. The hero was confused and did not understand what was happening. Li Meng told Shen Yuan not to think too much and only suggested it once. He could see it as searching for a partner to satisfy certain needs. Li Meng added that she would not say anything and let him consider it their secret. When Shen Yuan asked why, she replied that there was no why. She just asked him to answer yes or no. Shen Yuan replied that he could control himself. Li Meng asked him to wait and asked if he was worried about something, and if he had even thought about his sister's feelings. Shen Yuan cursed and thought that she was testing him in this way and was not at all afraid of being punished. She called him a nasty guy who pretended to be a noble gentleman and a guy she would never get. She added, "Ugh," and she gave him a chance, but he chickened out. Half an hour later, Professor Li thanked the hero for picking her up from work. The hero replied that he was worried that she might run into bad people. Professor Li replied that he was the worst person here and called him a terrible pervert. Shen Yuan asked how she could say that and when he was a pervert, and asked her to elaborate. Professor Li repeated, "Pervert." Shen Yuan laughed and asked, "So he passed the test perfectly?" Professor Li asked, "Testing? And what kind of testing?" Shen Yuan replied, "The one that was in the evening." Shen Yuan thought that Li didn't know about Li Men's inspection, which meant Li Men was serious. He thought, great, and another pair of sisters. So he bought one and received the second as a gift. This is a huge profit. Shen Yuan smiled. Professor Li asked why he was smiling. Shen Yuan replied, "Just thinking about something good." Li Men said that her sister had returned and asked why Shen Yuan had come with her. Shen Yuan thought that he had never looked closely before. But although Li Meng was 172 centimeters tall, his legs were longer. He thought that Professor Li, at 168 centimeters, was not so tall, but her breasts were larger. Professor Li told him to ignore Li Meng and that she was just trying to show off. She noticed that Shen Yuan didn't seem to tell his elder sister anything. Li Meng said that it was okay and she would not disturb them and would go to her room, and asked Shen Yuan not to misbehave. Shen Yuan said that this was not an outrage, and he got straight to the point. Professor Li asked to spare her today because she had been busy all day and was tired. Professor Li called him a scoundrel and asked if that was why he was smiling in the car. After 20 minutes, Professor Li asked if he was now satisfied and if he could go home. Shen Yuan replied that it was almost midnight, and he would stay here today and sleep on the sofa. It was all decided. He was tired. He thought that Professor Li had already fallen asleep and she must be very tired. Li Meng thought it was interesting that her daughter-in-law really didn't lock the door. Li Men exclaimed and asked what he was doing. Shen Yuan asked not to talk. Li Men asked if he really came. Shen Yuan replied that she left the door unlocked. And why should he not come? Li Meng said that what she said earlier was nonsense and a momentary madness, and asked not to take it seriously. Shen Yuan replied that he had already taken it seriously. Li Men groaned. Shen Yuan thought that she was already so loud, and he hadn't even inserted anything. Li Men tried not to make a sound. Shen Yuan asked if she was satisfied now that 2 hours had passed. Li Meng said that it had been a long, long time since she had been so satisfied. The guy asked if she had had partners before. The girl replied that no, and he was the first. Even with her ex-boyfriend, she never did anything like that. Li Meng asked her not to dare tell her sister about this. Shen Yuan hummed in agreement. Li Meng thought that although it couldn't be called cheating, Shen Yuan wasn't her boyfriend, but her brother-in-law. And if her sister found out about this, it would be terrible. Li Men cursed and said that if her sister saw that Shen Yuan was not in the living room, they would be finished. She asked what they should do. Shen Yuan replied that the situation was a mere trifle and asked what was there to panic about. Li Meng said it was like riding a roller coaster. And that's true. It wasn't fun at all. It was terrifying. Shen Yuan replied that it was time to get used to it. And soon, such things would become commonplace. The next morning, Professor Li asked if Shen Yuan was awake and told him to wash his face, saying that breakfast was ready. Shen Yuan said the smell was simply incredible and she had worked hard. Professor Li asked him what he called her. Shen Yuan replied that she was a baby. Professor Li said no, and that it was the first time she had heard something like that, and it was unusual. Professor Li said that it was too early for that, and it would be bad if Li Men saw it, and told him to quickly go and wash up. Shen Yuan went to wash his face. Professor Li said that here, and she even squeezed out some toothpaste for him. Professor Lee told Shen Yuan to dress properly because Li Men was here. She apologized to Li Men and said that it was her fault, and she didn't think about it and let Shen Yuan stay overnight. Then she promised that this would not happen again. Li Meng thought that her sister had misunderstood everything. If Shen Yuan doesn't come here anymore, how can she solve her problem? Li Meng said that everything was fine, really, and she didn't mind at all. Her sister asked if it was true. Li Meng confirmed it. Professor Li asked Shen Yuan if he had eaten too much and was really that hungry. Li Meng thought that yesterday, first with her sister and then with her, this guy spent a lot of energy. Shen Yuan said that she was simply a very delicious cook and had never eaten such a delicious breakfast in his life. Then he said that he was full and they could later. But then he changed his mind and said that he would return to his place. At the office, Shen Yuan showed Manager Jia the documents and said that this was only part of it, and that these numbers alone were enough to put him away. Manager Jia pleaded with President Shen that it wasn't that serious. Shen Yuan replied that it was his company, and he had stolen the company's money, and asked whether it was serious or not, and whether he should take it seriously. Manager Jia asked what he should do to get Shen Yuan to spare him. Shen Yuan said that he and his people should leave the company and tell him everything they knew. Manager Jia said that he would tell everything and leave the company. This is how Jiannan's show revealed all the inside secrets of Jingfu Health. Shen Yuan thought that after he took over the company, he didn't fire Manager Jia right away for 2 reasons. Fu Yingzi said that last time Shen Yuan told her to rent a place closer to Guanting and suggested looking at the option for 2,500. Shen Yuan said okay. Fu Yingzi replied that she would contact the owner and sign the contract. Coach Liu called and cried. Shen Yuan asked what was wrong. She continued to cry. Shen Yuan asked what happened to her. He added that he had already arrived, but she still hadn't said a word to him. And she wasn't the type to just make a scene. He said, okay, he will go. Coach Liu asked him not to leave. The trainer said that recently he had been leaving quickly and had seen her for less than an hour. And nothing had happened at the fitness center either. She asked if he didn't need her anymore and began to cry again. Shen Yuan asked if she cried so much because of this. Coach Liu asked if he remembered the last time he called her. Shen Yuan thought that it had been a long time since he had paid attention to Coach Liu. Shen Yuan said that he had been busy cleaning up the company in recent days. And Coach Liu asked what he was talking about. Shen Yuan replied that the renovation work at the fitness center had already begun, and it would begin soon at the remaining 2 branches. He said that once they had completed all the modifications, she would need to check the result. Coach Liu asked if she would have an official position in Jingfu. Shen Yuan confirmed. Coach Liu thanked him and said that he had not forgotten about her. Shen Yuan asked how he could and what she was thinking. Coach Liu replied that she was obviously thinking about him and his big baby. Coach Liu asked what about it then? Shen Yuan said that if she continued like this, she would regret it. 2 hours later, Li Yuhan said that their bar would open in test mode today, and he gathered his classmates in as a co-owner. At the bar, the hero noticed that there were quite a lot of people, and most of them were probably friends whom Li Yuhan had invited. Someone called out to Shen Yuan and they greeted each other, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Shen Yuan replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and his interlocutor became even more handsome. He told Shen Yuan not to think that he would end up being the most handsome guy in the class. The hero asked where Li Yuhan was, and they replied that Li Yuhan said he had something to do and would be back later. The interlocutor said that it seemed like they were the only ones who came without a partner, and he heard that there were a lot of beauties in the Faculty of Foreign Languages. He asked why he didn't invite a couple. Shen Yuan replied that there was no need, and there were plenty of beautiful girls here too. If he liked someone, let him just go and talk to her. He asked to help him choose which of them is better. Shen Yuan noticed that it was Xiao Lei, the cosplay girl, and wondered why she was here. He suggested that she was probably helping that streamer. One of the guys said that the girls in places like that knew a thing or two about quality, and with a pilot watch costing 300,000, he would have no problem winning them over. One girl said she would come over for a drink after she finished streaming. Another said her WeChat was blocked, but she also agreed to come when her friend finished the stream. Half an hour later, Xiao Lei approached Shen Yuan and said hello. Shen Yuan asked Xiao Lei what she was doing here. Xiao Lei asked what he was talking about and said that she didn't even know he was here. She added that if he had noticed, he would have called her a long time ago and would never have given another guy a chance. She asked when she approached them how she should behave, as acquaintances or strangers. Shen Yuan replied that he could do whatever he wanted and it made no difference to him. Shen Yuan thought that this girl was complex, straightforward, and had a strong character. And it was interesting. She was introduced as an influential girl in Xingchen with about 800,000 fans in Klaoyin. Xiao Lei said that he was too kind and that she was just a small blogger and was glad to meet them. She was invited to sit down. The guy asked the name of the beautiful lady next to her. Xiao Lei introduced her friend Lei. They raised a toast to their new friends, and Layla thanked them. Xiao Lei told the hero that she would drink a glass with him, but only one, and it tasted like soda. She was told it was champagne and had almost no alcohol in it. The girl asked if he had seen her startup proposal and when he planned to invest in it. Shen Yuan replied that he remembered that she wanted to start a media agency, and it required a lot of investment. He noticed that she wasn't a blogger and didn't have a loyal audience, and asked how her company planned to make money. Li Yuhan asked why Shen Yuan was so far away and called him to come over. He said that Shen Yuan, the dog, had picked up a beauty again and asked if they would share. Li Yuhan asked if he ever thought she came on her own. He asked her to stop bragging and asked if it was all just because he was handsome. Xiao Lei said that in fact, it was she who approached him. And yes, because he was handsome. So beautiful that she wanted to eat it right then and there. Shen Yuan told the others to continue drinking while he went to chat with his other classmates. One of those present remarked with envy that this jerk Shen Yuan was simply crazy because he already had a girlfriend. Now he also had a fair-skinned, seductive classmate, and he cursed that good girls always went to scumbags. Xiao Lei asked Shen Yuan if he was the co-owner of the bar and said that his empire was simply huge. Shen Yuan replied that the woman he was talking to was also quite big, and she asked if he had to be so straightforward. The guy noticed that she was practically openly offering herself to him. Another observer said she looked so innocent, yet was so active. Xiao Lei said she felt dizzy. Shen Yuan replied that after one glass, even the stray dogs on the street could drink more. Xiao Lei asked not to be compared to a dog, and asked if a dog was more beautiful than her. Shen Yuan said that perhaps she was a little cuter than a dog. Xiao Lei asked to be taken away from here because she was very sleepy, and said that she would go first. Shen Yuan apologized and said that he had something to settle and would leave first, and suggested that they meet next time. He was told to get out or enjoy life. Shen Yuan asked where she was going and guessed to the dormitory. Xiao Lei asked why he said the dormitory. Shen Yuan said that she was a girl, and couldn't she be more refined? Xiao Lei replied that they were already adults, and why couldn't they speak directly, and asked if he wanted to. Shen Yuan replied that of course he wanted to, and suggested that they go. Xiao Lei said that it was better this way, but even if he wanted to, nothing would happen tonight. She asked if he wanted to know why. Shen Yuan replied that not really. Xiao Lei still said that it was because the first time was very important for the girl, and she wanted to go on a few more dates with him. Xiao Lei said she applied to a startup incubator for money, and she knew the price she had to pay and asked not to worry. Shen Yuan said that she could stay here as long as she wanted, and he left, wishing her a good rest. Xiao Lei asked him to wait and asked if he could kiss her before leaving. Shen Yuan asked if she was asking for sex. Xiao Lei replied that no, and just wanted to know what the kiss felt like. Shen Yuan kissed her. Xiao Lei thought it was not bad, and sweet as milk. She asked if he had been like this with other girls, whom he had not cheated on. Shen Yuan replied that he was lying, and that they were doing just fine on their own. Xiao Lei said she didn't believe it and called him a show-off, but admitted that it was quite nice, but still not today. Shen Yuan said that whether it would work or not was not up to her to decide, and reminded her that she was just a backup. Xiao Lei asked what it meant and what it was and thought, oh my god, he was certainly the chosen one, but not that much. Shen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's house at 12:30. Li Meng asked why he came so late. Shen Yuan replied that he had been drinking with friends and could not find a place to spend the night. Li Meng said that her sister might believe this lie, but not she, and asked if he was looking for her or her sister. She added that if it was hers, then she was already asleep, and if it was hers, then forgive me, but this lady was also going to sleep, and let him come another day. Shen Yuan said he just wanted to sleep on their sofa. Li Meng asked if he wanted to use force. Li Meng told him to stop, and warned him that his sister might hear. Shen Yuan told her to relax, and they went to the bedroom. The door slammed too loudly. Professor Li asked if Li Meng was already asleep and what that sound was. Li Meng replied that she just went to the bathroom and slammed the door too loudly. Li Meng called Shen Yuan a fool and said that he was so damn brave, and asked if he was afraid that she would catch them. Shen Yuan asked, "Isn't it gentle enough?" And he's already holding back. After 2 hours, Li Meng suggested that they no longer do this at home because it was too dangerous. And from now on, let's meet in hotels. He replied that no way, he was a poor student. Where would he get the money to rent a room? She was indignant. Where did he get so much shamelessness from? And the things he bought for her and her sister cost tens of thousands. She added that he had so much nerve to say that he couldn't rent a room. The hero asked, if not him, then who else would be her partner? And next time he would be more gentle. Let her believe him. She kissed him and thought that this guy was the king of shamelessness. But she couldn't do anything about him. The next day, Professor Li asked Shen Yuan and when he arrived. He replied that it was around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Li Meng let him in. The girl said that if that was the case, then next time he should tell her. Then the professor kissed the main character and told him to get some sleep. She decided to go and cook breakfast for the guy. Professor Li entered the kitchen and asked why her sister didn't wake her up when Shen Yuan came home late at night. Li Meng replied that it was very late and she was afraid of disturbing her sleep. And Professor Li said that she understood, and he had just had a little to drink. Half an hour later, Li Meng said that her sister had prepared breakfast for him, and whether he was going to get up. The guy stretched, and she said it was time to go eat. He did everything as he was told, and Li Meng thought he was her sister's boyfriend, and there was nothing wrong with him looking at her. Why did she get angry at him? And is she really jealous? They are just partners without any feelings. Is it really like the old saying that feelings develop over time? But that's illogical since they were only together for 2 nights. She said that she had already eaten and asked Shen Yuan not to rush. The girl decided that she would go and change her clothes. The hero said that he would take her to the university. The professor's sister asked why he didn't give her a ride to work. He replied that she was thinking about something and that they were just partners, and that he would give her a lift next time. She called him a heartless, perverted idiot, and her affection level rose to 65. He thought that it seemed like this partner not only wanted him, but also wanted feelings. And that was very good. Then he asked what time her plane left. She answered that it was at 11 and asked if he was already kicking her out or something. The guy replied that he would first take her sister and then give her a lift. Half an hour later, the girl thanked me for the ride and said goodbye. She was surprised to see Teacher Song and asked what she was doing there. Teacher Song said that it didn't matter now, and she learned a huge secret. She asked what she thought, and in their international faculty, no one had such a huge Geländewagen. Professor Li said she simply bumped into a student on the road and he gave her a ride. Teacher Song said that meant he was courting her and asked if they would start dating officially soon. She was right, she added, and she knew it since she had spoken with Shen Yuan on the phone. It's no wonder she reeked of love. This is a story about an older woman falling in love with a younger man. A kind and gentle woman is dating a rich, handsome man. It's too good for a couple. And Professor Li said to stop talking nonsense. In the car, Shen Yuan asked if the back seat was more comfortable, but Li Meng told him to mind his own business. She wants to sit in the front. The hero thought that this partner was stern all day and needed to be disciplined, and said that he would help her call a taxi. The girl was indignant, asking if he was serious, and if he didn't take her to the airport, she would never get out of the car. He replied that it was really serious, and that she would arrive on time either by taxi or in his car. She said that he had completely lost all shame. She hadn't yet paid him for last night. He said that she would get used to it, and later she would even like it, whether she wants to believe it or not. She reluctantly agreed, and then he stopped the car in the middle of the road, and she asked what he was doing. He asked if that's what she wanted, and she cursed and asked where he got that idea from. It was obvious that she didn't want that. So he asked what she wanted then. Shen Yuan told Li Meng to behave normally, and asked her to watch her words and not say anything that sounded absurd. Li Meng asked, so it was her fault, and allowed herself to ask something. She noticed that he looked quite rich and asked him how he made so much money. Shen Yuan replied that he had started trading cryptocurrency and forex in his first year of college and was now running his own company. Li Meng was surprised. Li Meng asked him when he married her sister whether she could become a salted fish and whether he would mind raising another human. Shen Yuan replied that if she were like his sister, he would consider it. But so far, she was not up to par. He suggested that she eat cabbage for 2 more years, and then they would talk about it. Li Meng called him a damn pervert and said that he was becoming more and more impudent. She threatened that when she returned from work, she would tell her sister to kick him out. Shen Yuan replied that if his sister left him, what would she gain from it? Since she would lose her partner. Li Meng asked him if he would feel bad if he didn't use her, and said that she didn't want such a partner anymore. Shen Yuan said that if he looked, it meant she looked good, and asked why there was such dissatisfaction. He added that it was okay and that he wouldn't look next time even if she asked. Li Meng asked again if it was true. Passers-by remarked that it was cool to be rich and that he would have such a beautiful flight attendant by his side. They cursed that damn capitalism was taking all the best things for itself. Li Meng said what he was doing, and it was not the road to the airport. Shen Yuan replied, who said they were going to the airport. Li Meng said that she had a plane at 11 and she would be late. Shen Yuan replied that they had time. And it was only 9:50 now. And it was 15 minutes to the airport, so half an hour would be enough for him. Li Meng asked him to calm down. Shen Yuan said that he had long wanted to try this form with her. The little boy told his mother to look and pointed to the dancing car. Mom said that the machine had broken down and could explode, and told me to hurry. 45 minutes later, someone at the airport asked Li Meng if she had been on a date. A colleague noticed that it was cold outside and she had bare legs, and added that she had arrived in a car that cost a lot. Li Meng replied that he was not her boyfriend, and that he was more like a son-in-law. When asked what it meant to be called, she replied that her sisters simply had not yet agreed. At Jingfu Company, Shen Yuan brought lunch and asked Fu Yingzi how things had been lately and whether she was doing well. Fu Yingzi replied that everything was fine now, and she was returning to the university for important classes. But otherwise, she was working as usual. Shen Yuan asked how many people in the HR department she knew. Fu Yingzi replied that it was about 90%, and she would be moving to the online operations department next week. Shen Yuan said, "Okay." And now this was the key department, and the previous online traffic results were terrible. He added that in a couple of days he would hire a special consultant to check, and she would check the details, and Fu Yingzi would assist her. Fu Yingzi said she understood. Shen Yuan added that she needed to try harder and create their own team as soon as possible. Shen Yuan thought that now he could only rely on the knowledge of his EMBA and MBA, and at least his conscience would be clear. He saw Su Shu Wei, and thought that there was nothing much to see in the villa. He had already transferred the remaining 5 million, but he hadn't seen Su Wei for a long time, so it was worth stopping by. Shen Yuan arrived. Su Shu Wei told him about the smart home system. She said that he could control everything from his phone, household appliances, humidity, temperature. If a gas or water leak occurs, a notification will be sent to your phone. Shen Yuan said that she had said so much. How could he remember it all? He suggested that as soon as she moved in, let her stay with him for a couple of days, and then he would show her everything. Su Shu Wei replied that she had to cook for her mother and younger brother every day. Shen Yuan said that they were a family after all, and there was no need for these formalities. Su Shu Wei asked him not to do it because the boss was upstairs. Shen Yuan suggested going to the media room and closing the doors. Shu Wei thought that he had already taken advantage of her in this way last time, and she didn't think that he would be even bolder this time. She asked him to be more gentle. Su Shu Wei said that the boss could come down at any moment. Shen Yuan thought it was much better than he thought. And it wasn't just the size that mattered, but the feel as well. Shen Yuan thought that she not only had a delicate and slender waist, but also elastic curves. And the more he looked, the more impatience burned within him. 20 minutes later, Su Shu Wei wanted to ask what was going on between them, but she thought that the guy should be the one to talk about it first. Shen Yuan asked what was wrong, and she replied that it was nothing and suggested that they have dinner together sometime. 2 hours later, Xuan asked Xin Yu what she ate as a child, and she replied that she ate regular food. The girl said that she was talking about food and pointed to her chest, adding that this is what it was for. The girl told her not to laugh at her and that she didn't know anything. Shen Xuan said that he had returned, and Chen Na asked if he would have dinner. Shen Yuan replied that yes. Then she asked if he wanted to take a bath, since he hadn't washed himself yet, and she would draw water for him. He agreed. Xin Yu noticed that her sister-in-law had spoiled her brother terribly, and said that she even drew a bath for him. Shen Xuan said that she came to take care of her daughter-in-law and Xin Yu, and of course she would sleep with Xin Yu. 2 charming girls will sleep together. They told her that, considering how lazy she was, and suddenly taking care of her daughter-in-law, it was enough that she would not have to take care of her. Shen Xuan asked her brother to leave her some chips. Xin Yu said that if he wanted more, then she would come down and buy them. Shen Xuan was indignant that Xin Yu, what she would buy, and even she spoiled him. Shen Yuan noticed that Xin Yu's affection was 60, and now it is 63, and it seems to be making steady progress. Chen Na said that the bath is ready. Xin Yu thought that it must be nice to be able to do something for her brother-in-law, since he had done so much for her sister and her family. Shen Xuan said that was right. They just made him into a giant baby. Xin Yu replied that these were just small things and they were worth nothing. Shen Xuan thought that if she were in her place, she noticed that Xin Yu. Why did she suddenly blush? She asked if it was true and said her face was just burning. Doesn't she feel anything? Xin Yu replied that she didn't know. The main character breathed a sigh of relief and said how good it was. Shen Yuan said that he felt every cell in his body relax. Chen Na said that was great and she would give him a massage. Shen Yuan asked if she knew how to massage and when she learned it. Chen Na replied that she was online and had done it to Xin Yu twice in the past few days, and Xin Yu said it was working out well. If he wants to do something more, let him tell her. Shen Yuan said that she learned something bad, and she replied that he taught her. He said that Chen Na was simply amazing in everything and asked her to come to him. His phone rang, and Chen Na said that his phone was ringing, and what if something happened? He replied that even a global catastrophe is not as important as what they are doing now. The protagonist suddenly thought about Ming Hui, thinking that she was becoming more and more mischievous. It seemed to her that he had only said a few words to her recently, and she felt offended. He asked her if he was underestimating her, and whether such ordinary things would make her act. She asked if he wanted her to send him something really tasty then. He replied that he would be grateful and asked to send it right away. Ming Hui thought he was retreating to pounce later, and it was obvious that inside he was passionately wanting to do so. She will continue to tease him, and that is the beauty of love. The hero thought that as for the next Layla, it would be worth keeping her in limbo for a little while longer. The girl was surprised that he didn't want to meet me, and I couldn't believe it. And she said that's enough. Just because she wasn't with him yesterday, he refuses to meet her. Shen Yuan told Ming Hui to forget about joking and meet him tomorrow morning. Ming Hui was delighted and said that then he would have to take her away. Shen Yuan remembered that the last time Long Jinhan brought the documents, he promised to meet her this week. Chen Na asked Shen Yuan how he planned to celebrate his birthday. Shen Yuan replied that he would spend it with her and suggested that they go on a trip. The girl was surprised and delighted. Shen Yuan said of course, and added that Chen Na smelled so delicious. Chen Na said that they had just finished. Shen Yuan replied that once was not enough, and he wanted to spend the whole day with her. Chen Na asked Daddy to unzip the zipper and asked him if he liked it. What about this uniform? And if he was sure he wanted to be with her. Xin Yu asked to be driven unconscious. The girl asked what kind of role-playing game it would be this time, and said that she was looking forward to it. The other girl said she was ready and asked me to be gentle with her on her first time. Another one asked which of these she should wear. The main character woke up and cursed, asking what he was thinking and whether such a blissful life in a harem was possible. Chen Na asked him what he dreamed about, and she heard him talking in his sleep. Shen Yuan asked if he was talking in his sleep and what exactly he said. Chen Na replied that she didn't hear him clearly and he just said a couple of names. Shen Yuan hesitated and said that it was probably work-related and he had been on edge lately. He thought that thank God it was Chen Na, and if it had been Professor Li or Su Shu Wei, he would have been in trouble. Xin Yu said that breakfast was ready. Shen Xuan noticed how generous it was and said that Xin Yu was terribly biased. Xin Yu replied that there were only 3 of them, and they would not be able to eat much, and a large amount of food would simply go to waste. Shen Xuan said that she loved her the most, but she still lost. Shen Yuan told Chen Na to stop fooling around and try it. Xin Yu thanked her son-in-law. Shen Xuan thought that it was just one compliment from Shen Yuan, and Xin Yu blushed. Why is their relationship still so awkward? Chen Na said that they had agreed. 15 minutes after breakfast, Xin Yu said that no, it was not like that at all. Her son-in-law treats her very well, and maybe she's just not used to it yet. Chen Na replied that he was actually very sociable and liked to joke, so let her spend more time with him and see for herself. A man asked a girl on the street where the beauty was going and if he could give her a ride. The girl asked how much his car cost. He lustfully replied that it was enough for her to give it to him, but she called him a pervert and told him to give it to himself. She said that her boyfriend really does have a Geländewagen, and not an expensive one, only about 3 million. She approached the hero and asked why he hadn't met her at the university gates, and whether he wanted her to show off. Shen Yuan replied, "Wasn't she just showing off just now?" Xiao Lei replied that it was not enough, and that it was best to show off in front of the university gates when there were a lot of people around. Xiao Lei asked, so they would go to the hotel to finish everything. Shen Yuan asked if she wanted him to break the seal. She replied that no, and just wanted to know where they were going. Shen Yuan said that they were going to the bank, and he needed to take care of some matters. Long Jinhan wondered if she was really that unimportant to him, and even he treated Xiao Lei much better. And why was that? Shen Yuan said that since they were going to the bank, that was the end of today's benefits. He thought she seemed to be very keen to take the initiative. But who did she take him for? And he would never follow her script. Xiao Lei asked why he was going to the bank. Shen Yuan replied that it was to open a personal account. Xiao Lei asked about his personal account and how much money he had. Shen Yuan replied that, just like Xiaomi's boss Lei, Xiao Lei said he was a liar, and that she was not a child and would not believe such nonsense. Shen Yuan asked if he was not as rich as him, she would not go with him and put his hand on her knee. Xiao Lei said that Shen Yuan was groping her again. The hero replied that to grope her, you had to spend a lot of nerves, and he would pay her for a lunch of 300 yuan, and let her consider that they were even. Passers-by noticed that, looking at his clothes and the first-class beauty next to him, it was immediately obvious that he was rich. They said they were pushing each other in line at 2 counters, and he was pacing like a boss during an inspection, with everyone running after him. A bank employee told Mr. Shen that the amount of his deposit in their bank had long met the criteria for opening private banking. He explained that their terms were the best in the industry, and all transactions would be conducted online. Large expenses or receipts are processed instantly. Plus, this package includes business lounges at airports around the world. The employees noticed. What a day! And only 21 years old and already 30 million on deposit. And this is not counting other banks. Then they added that yes, and he has even more real estate and businesses. And the money, the looks, the natural presence, he has it all. The girl noticed that he had not spent a penny, but was receiving such incredible service. Then she asked who he was dating later. Shen Yuan replied that she didn't know her. She asked if she was just accompanying him on business and then going home, or if they were alone. Shen Yuan replied that she would stay with him for the whole day, including the night. The girl asked if this meant that he would sleep with her tonight. Shen Yuan said that sleeping with him was such a loss. Xiao Lei thought that it was not a matter of gain or loss, and the easier it was for a man to get something, the less he valued it. She's not that stupid, and besides, she still needs to find out how many women are hanging around Shen Yuan and whether she has a chance to become the leader. At the restaurant, she said, "Wow." And she only saw this restaurant on the internet. Shen Yuan said the main courses would be foie gras and pike perch with lobster sauce. And he also ordered the beef bourguignon stew. She asked where they would go after lunch. Shen Yuan replied that they would go home to their mothers. She was surprised and said that she thought he was hers for the whole day. Shen Yuan replied that of course not, and he had meetings scheduled for the afternoon and evening. Shen Yuan was looking at his phone, and she said why he was always on his phone. At this time, another girl sent him photos of herself in different underwear. Xiao Lei told him not to sit on the phone and to talk to her. The guy asked what to talk about. She replied that conversations arise naturally, and not because they are forcibly sought. And if someone wants to talk, they will talk. She said that if he didn't want to talk to her, he would say so, and there was no need to come up with these stupid excuses. Shen Yuan said, "It's time to go then," and asked the waiter to bring the bill. The waiter said the total amount was 2,492 yuan, and he could scan it here. The guy said what she asked, and he did, and she muttered, "Okay." 30 minutes later, she asked if he was seriously taking her to the dorm, and he replied, "Where else?" And he had things to do. She was upset. He saw the girl, stopped next to her, and, after dropping Xiao Lei off, asked her to get in. Xiao Lei cursed, and when she asked what was going on, he told Long Jinhan to buckle up, and she agreed. Lei was indignant that this was supposedly a seamless replacement, and she had just gotten out of the car, and he was already putting another girl in. The hero replied that he had already said that he had serious business. She thought that other women were his serious business. The girl angrily asked what he was going to do, and he replied, "Isn't it obvious?" He asked if there was anything else, and if not, they left. And she asked to wait. She said she would go with them, but he told her not to show off. He had serious business and asked to leave quickly. She asked if it was serious why she couldn't go with them, and she dug in her heels, not wanting to go out. Shen Yuan asked Long Jinhan if she was okay with it, and she was indignant but said she was okay with it. Xiao Lei thought that her rightful place next to the driver had been taken and even hidden. Long Jinhan asked if she could take his arm, and he said, of course. He wondered if Long Jinhan was naturally this timid, or if it was just with him. She does everything carefully and needs to be treated more gently. But Long Jin-han thought it was so stupid, and Shen Yuan really liked it. The girl behind her realized that she was the odd third wheel here and asked what she was doing. Long Jin-han suddenly thought, it means that Shen Yuan spoiled Xiao Lei more. However, the main character told her to hold on tighter. The other one asked why she wasn't told to hold on tighter, and he answered, tighter than that. He thought it was a bit soft, of course, but one had to maintain decency. Look how many people are in the shopping center. And he asked to be more modest. Passers-by were outraged. What the hell is this? Are they filming a drama or something? And all they could say was that he is rich. They were wondering where the cool girls had gone. And it turns out they were busy with that rich kid. Shen Yuan thought that, looking at these looks around him, there was envy, anger, hatred, and immediately such indescribable feelings in his soul. The employee greeted Mr. Shen, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Shen Yuan replied that he had brought 2 girls, that is, 2 friends, to buy things. Another employee noticed that Mr. Shen was no longer bothered at all. Before, he would bring at least 1, but now he brought 2 at once. Shen Yuan told them to choose what they wanted and take as much as they wanted, and Long agreed. The girl said that there were such beautiful bags and jewelry here, hinting as best she could, and Shen Yuan said that money will always find the right way. Xiao Lei thought that this meant that he was buying her checkers for tens of thousands. But for her, he was only buying instant noodles at a restaurant. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan said that they rarely go out together anyway, and she only chose 2 pieces. He said that he should take more. And bags, clothes. Didn't he really like anything? But the girl replied that it wasn't necessary, and he had already bought her a lot of things. She added that 2 would be enough today, and he said that today they would have to collect at least 100,000, and if they didn't like anything here, they would go to another store. Shen Yuan thought that although she tried to save his money, he only spent a little more than 10,000. Xiao Lei thought that she had 100 pieces, and she had 2,000, and she wasn't even the main one. After another 20 minutes, Long Jin-han said that was enough, and he agreed. Then he told Xiao Lei to choose something for herself too, and she was surprised. Shen Yuan thought that although Xiao Lei had not yet acquired sympathy glasses on her head, she still needed to give hers. Xiao Lei was self-confident and assertive, and she also clearly had a stubborn streak in her character. After 15 minutes, he calculated that he had spent 120,000 on Long Jin-han and 50,000 on Xiao Lei. But Xiao Lei's sympathy points never activated, and the system only returned the tripled amount. The girl asked, "Where are they going now?" Shen Yuan replied that he would now take her back to campus. Xiao Lei asked if she could go with them, and Shen Yuan said how unbearable she was, but he would just give her a ride to the place. She was surprised that this was not the hotel he had booked for her last time. Today is the same luxury again, and he said, "It's time to go have fun. What else does she need?" Then he said that the 2 of them were going up, and she asked why on earth she should go somewhere else. He asked if she herself had said that when she jumped into the car, and she replied, "So what? Can't she be capricious or something?" The girl thought that she had only become attached to them in order to ruin their important affairs. Shen Yuan said that if she wanted to rest, he would rent her a separate room, and they could have dinner together in the evening. And she was delighted. She met the girl, introduced herself, and asked her name. And she replied that her name was Long Jin-han. She said she was a second-year accounting student, and Xiao Lei said her name was Xiao Lei. Long Jin-han said that she knew her and that she was very popular on campus for her cosplay. And Xiao Lei replied well. Long Jin-han said that yes, she has white skin and is knowledgeable about cosplay. And Shen Yuan made the right choice. Xiao Lei was indignant. What kind of help is this? She was just showing that Shen Yuan chose her before me. Shen Yuan thought that where there are women, there are intrigues. And over any trifle, they are ready to measure who is cooler, who met first, who is more important. Coming out of the elevator, he told the girls to go to their room and that he needed to answer a call. The hero picked up the phone and asked Minghui what happened. She said that Li Meng asked to go home today. She doesn't want to be alone in the dorm and asked if he could stay with her. And he said that it probably wouldn't work out tonight. She said, okay. Then she would go to St. Regis and spend the night in a suite there. The hero was surprised that she was going to St. Regis, and she said that she was almost there. He cursed. Why did he rent a long-term place for her? And while she was gone, he dragged Long Jin-han and Xiao Lei here. He thought that he shouldn't have rented everything in one hotel to make it more convenient. And the only luck in complete bad luck was that the rooms were different. Long Jinhan was asked if she knew who Shen Yuan was talking to on the phone in the hallway. She replied that she had no idea, and was asked if she had slept with Shen Yuan many times already. Then the girl corrected herself and asked him not to think anything like that, and she just wanted to understand why he treated her completely differently than he did her. Long Jinhan replied that she thought it was a big difference, and she would like to see how he behaved with another girl. She was asked what she was like and who this girl was. She replied that it didn't make any difference to her. Then she added that she didn't watch Niwao, and since there was someone cooler, it was better for them to stick together. That's the only way they could get to the top.